That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Volume 15. Part 2. Chapter 4. 8 Gates. Diablo was the only one left after Laplace left, and everything went according to plan to his delight, and his laughter grew deeper. While keeping watch over the beloved master at close range, he is also considering how he can use it as a reference for his future use. What the master still lacked, how he was going to make up for it, the perfect opportunity to see that, Diablo couldn't help but secretly snigger. Nope, how could Lord Rimuru be lacking? The most important thing right now is to sort out what action I'm going to take next, that's the right one. No matter how his mind wandered, Diablo would only think about how to come in handy for Rimuru. And the reason he hadn't entered the war was because of some other intention. If I had gone to war, there should have been no chance of a bitter fight except for Lord Veilgrind, but that would have been a waste. The rare opportunity to fight against the strong should be used effectively. In Diablo's opinion, Benimaru still had signs of growth. Even though evolution had given them a significant increase in their fighting power, if they want to be extremely powerful, fighting their enemies is the shortest way to do so. This wasn't just for Benimaru. In fact, it was a common topic that all the subordinates who had been granted power by Rimuru now had to face. And in this battlefield, just the right opponent is preparing for battle, there is no reason not to take advantage of it. Diablo was thinking like this. Lord Benimaru must have read my mind, and since he's not complaining, that means he probably feels the same way I do. Although it was hard to see on the surface, Benimaru was quite belligerent, just not to the extent of Diablo, but had a tendency to enjoy fighting the strong. I'm really looking forward to his growth. Diablo thought so. If one could survive this battle, one would surely gain greater strength. Having said that, Lord Rimuru's orders were absolute and no one would be allowed to die, meaning they had only one path to victory. He who does not die, all survive and then shed their bones to a higher power. To this end, Diablo also did well to leave no stone unturned in his consciousness. The mere power that is given means nothing, and it is only by gaining the ability by one's own efforts and living it to the fullest that one can truly grow and grow. This is the stage on which the transformation will take place. Give them the enemy and crush them. The growth that follows is what Rimuru wanted, that's what Diablo thought. Kufufufu. Testarossa, for the time being, even Carrera and Ultima could imagine a rough fight based on strength alone, especially since Carrera was very problematic, and it would be a good experience to experience a hard fight here. Make sure you survive, or I'll really kill you if you don't. Kufufufufu. Afterwards, the excitement of Diablo reached its peak after witnessing the battle between Rimuru and Veilgrind. On the outer deck of the Emperor's flagship, the Knights of the Near Guard were assembled. The presence of Imperial Guardians like Veilgrind ignited their fighting spirit. If it were Lord Veilgrind, it would undoubtedly bring victory. We can't lose either. Win here, and then calm the Western countries in one breath. Exactly. Our empire is just around the corner. Long live the Emperor. Glory to the Emperor. Never call it a wide deck where respective thoughts collide with each other. Then, neatly aligned, the enemy was identified. Are you coming, minions of the Demon Lord? From the moment the evil dragon Veldora was taken away, it was doomed to your defeat. Some let out a sneer like that, but most of the knights were silent and unsheathed. The reason is simple and straightforward. They see the enemy coming here as a threat. And they are aware of the fact that this is the battlefield and will act to meet the enemy. Only, they don't know it yet. Desperation had come straight to the side. When they realize this, it is the time of their death. Testarossa flew gracefully through the air, a face of boredom. The target flew aboard the ship and could see the fools who had raised their swords. This man is unhappy. I've seen how we're still trying to challenge you. Benimaru was just silent. While wanting to recognize it, it is only natural that one would do so from the standpoint of the enemy. That's why Benimaru didn't respond to Testarossa, just followed through with the silence. This is also because, in this respect, Benimaru can still count as normal. In the eyes of someone who really leaps outside of common sense, Benimaru's thinking circuit is the anomaly. And as if to prove it here, Testarossa moved. It is foolish to despise the strong, for they are exceedingly sorrowful. Let me bless them with mercy before they are consumed with fear. If it were normal, Testarossa would only make a little noise to show some strength and then go and devour the feelings that had fallen into fear. It is just that it takes time to bring fear into the hearts of the enlightened enemy. Not only is this troublesome, it is also contrary to the purpose of this campaign. So she chose to do it as quickly as possible and clean up the mess that was getting in the way. Without hesitation, Testarossa unleashed the magic that enveloped the entire airship, in effect. The magic is called nuclear strike magic, the blessing of death. The ultimate forbidden magic that destroys the soul and spreads its tyranny without mercy. The result, in turn, is the dark sphere that envelops the airship and the death that descends within it. Bathed in the light of the demonic death that brought death to all life, the people inside the ship were nearly dead. After ending his contact with Gladim, General Samuel, who had been running around in pre-war preparations, did the same, breaking his breath without even understanding what had happened. He wasn't so lucky. If Rimuru had any grace left and recalled Calgurio's plea, perhaps he would have given the order not to spread it to Samuel. Unfortunately, however, reality is harsh and all beings are equal in the face of death. What a surprise! We've ordered her to make the first move, but then we won't have a chance. I'm trying a little too hard not to ask you to do it. Nonsense. You're thinking in order not to have your prey taken away, right? To Benimaru's spitefulness, Testarossa returned a delightful smile. I can't believe I've been caught off guard. As expected of you, Benimaru-sama. It's been a long time since I've had a compliment that didn't make me happy. There's nothing wrong with this kind of banter. For Benimaru, that was a lot of work. There were comments about the two people who were late. Ah. You want to stay, even for our share. It's a mistake. Diablo should have left it alone. It's the right thing to do. Ultima and Carrera contained resentment staring at Testarossa. Testarossa just returned a bitter smile. You're not even close. Look for Aura and see if anyone's still alive. Exactly. A weakling who can be defeated by that level of attack is not worthy of being my opponent at all. Well done, and a commendation for this screening. I'm flattered, Your Eminence. Testarossa showed a smile with just the right expression. Those who can know will know that the expression is so eloquent. Those who can bear the blessing of death can only be those who retain the suitability of magic, or spiritual beings. With any luck, an immortal might survive. No matter what, since there were still survivors inside the ship, it must be the strong one. Ultima and Carrera, though they felt disheartened, had no way to complain. Having understood this, decided to back off honestly. Thus, let's go. With a command from Benimaru, the raid began. A line of men descending from the outer deck of the airship witnessed the corpse-ridden knights of the Imperial Near Guard, whose bodies remained as evidence that they had fought to the death. That is, it is the end of the road for those who can also be called heroes in the great nations. No, I don't want to die yet. There were also those who reached for the void in a desperate attempt to bite the vitality. However, that life was no longer the same as a candle in the wind, and neither the restorative potion nor the restorative magic had been able to save them from death. From the moment of hostility with Testarossa, these men's lives were numbered. Really. I still think it's a waste. A man of such quality must sing a beautiful hymn. Don't say anything like that. Look, someone is coming to greet us. Forward of Testarossa's fingertips, the bow section of the flagship. There are the people at the top of the empire. Emperor Rudra, and Veilgrind, who was still asleep. Kondo stands on either side of Damrada. Behind Rudra, there are 4 other men and women. There was another man with an honest face waiting by Kondo's side. It's an honor to be greeted by the Emperor. Benimaru fearlessly let the word out, and before Rudra could speak, Kondo and Damrata were about to step forward, but was stopped by Rudra with one hand. No harm done. It took more than 2,000 years to save up the pieces, but that's all that's left now. I'll allow you to answer as the agent of the Demon Lord, Rimuru. That's very kind of you. And then, what is the purpose of coming here? Nothing, it's simple. I'm not the sole agent, but I'll make the request on behalf of Rimuru-sama. From this moment on, cease all acts of combat and surrender unconditionally. We'll stop the pursuit if we swallow the terms honestly. So what if I say no? I have received the order to destroy you from Lord Rimuru. Until one side is all gone, let's fight. That being said, only because we aren't allowed to die, Benimaru added inwardly. The other side of this heart naturally has no way of knowing, leaving only Benimaru's arrogant attitude. The Imperial side cannot help but get angry because of this. Insolent man. What couldn't help but come out of his mouth was a loud yell from Malcolm. A maggot who doesn't know how much he's worth is so arrogant and stupid. One of the 4 knights armed with a lance whispered in contempt at Benimaru. Benimaru ignored it and stabbed straight at Rudra. Others remained silent. The decision was in Rudra's hands, and since Rudra had allowed for a counter-answer, it was only disrespectful to interject themselves, or so they thought. It's ridiculous. How can my wish stop here? Well, then, go to hell. The current Benimaru is finally able to be thoughtful and not expose his shallow side. But his nature is still always like a raging ogre. It is more natural to exercise one's strength than to bargain with one's patience. And Rimuru had already ordered a drive to kill, and he had no reason to back down. One touch. There's no better word to describe the atmosphere, and someone moved. Veelgrind, who was still in a deep sleep before, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. Rudra. What's wrong? What's going on here? With a mere glance around, Veelgrind made sense of the situation. Even so, thinking their affairs were more important, they ignored the Benimaru and began to narrate. My other body has been locked up by the Demon Lord, Rimuru. It will take a few minutes to break the barrier, so I've decided to send the power back here first. This is the very moment that Rimuru sealed Veelgrind with the heat break prison. Veelgrind had made this move only because she thought she had room to spare, but the fact that Benimaru and the Demoness trio were all present still gave her a sense of crisis. That's Lord Rimuru. We can't lose either. A joyful Shion perked up. He seems to be concentrating on Lord Veldora right now, and there is no doubt that Lord Rimuru will take Lord Veldora back. Sue nodded. But he had also left a clone behind and made sure that Rimuru was safe. This is just how the man, Sue, acts. He's great to be fighting with Lord Veelgrind and Lord Veldora at the same time and still have the upper hand. He really is. To be honest, I didn't expect him to be this strong. That is to say, my lord is unpredictable. The 3 men, who were familiar with the power of Veelgrind, also spoke with more weight. To be honest, they still find it a little hard to believe. If you fail, you shouldn't have been fooled by Diablo's gimmicks. Yeah. That guy knew what was coming and stayed alone to watch the fight. Despicable. To a demon, meanness can also be a word of praise. Listening to these conversations, Shion on the sidelines secretly made a decision to give Diablo some credit afterwards. Sue, who was also watching the battle, was calm. Benimaru, on the other hand, is quietly moving out of sight. He's taking advantage of Moss' insightful observation of the fight. On the other hand, the Imperial power was in great disarray. No way. So strong. Emperor Rudra, who had always been calm and collected, and whose emotions were out of place, could not help but stand up and scream in shock. He had also listened to Kondo's advice before and had given a high opinion of Rimuru, but in the end he still thought Rimuru was less threatening than Veldora and no doubt still despised his opponent. I didn't notice it until now, but it's just an afterthought. Kondo also realizes his own misstep. It is not enough to be on guard when one finds one's attacks ineffective. No matter what happens, I will protect His Majesty's noble body. He was speechlessly made aware. From the very beginning, Damrada saw Demon Lord Rimuru as a threat. This is not out of reason. The existence of a cunning figure like Yuki, who has failed to make use of his poor tactics. This alone is enough to be considered an unplaced danger. On top of that, he sensed a certain alienation in Demon Lord Rimuru. Yuki is the same, and so is Demon Lord Rimuru. People with a certain kind of leadership that even Damrada would be fascinated by can make one feel some kind of incredible possibility. Damrada and Emperor Rudra had made a pact in the past, and it was not clear whether Damrada himself would be able to keep his promise. So Damrada had to entrust his fate to others. And the one worthy of being entrusted with it, the one that made him think like that, was the shining duo of Yuki and Rimuru. It is the Demon Lord, Rimuru, who is now irrational in his rage. This fact deeply disturbed Damrada. It felt like something was going on. As Rudra had said, the Empire's highest battle force had been assembled in the bridge. Here, without the stature of Gladim and his men, the situation was such that there were no more reinforcements to be expected. Even so, it still didn't overwhelm Demon Lord Rimuru's minions. The Demon Lord Rimuru was never meant to be an opponent to be taken lightly, and looking at the current situation, it was obvious. Damrada did not dare to be careless in the slightest, straining every nerve in order to guard the Emperor in any state of affairs. Both Malcolm and the Four Horsemen had become unable to keep their usual minds because of this state of affairs beyond what was expected. The power of an absolute such as Veilgrind, even a strong person like them could not peek into the fullness of their power. Such a powerful Veilgrind, yet she recognized the strength of the Demon Lord Rimuru. Such a situation would only be difficult to make them unmoved. At the moment, the two sides were in a state of consternation in two completely opposite senses, and Veilgrind broke that atmosphere. A showdown? I'd like to take you all down and use it as a bargaining chip to bring Demon Lord Rimuru to his knees, wouldn't you? Yeah. Let's prove our strength to me right here. Yes, sir. Rudra's decision washed away the Imperial Knight's trembling, his voice resounding and directing the warrior's state of mind towards tranquility. Well, I promise you victory. Veilgrind gave a magnificent smile. Behind that beautiful, yet chilling smile, you can see a little bit of the gore of the battle that will unfold next.
You guys, you're okay with that, right?
We have won this battle, and we will end the scourge in the future. Good. Then, hopefully, there will be an enjoyable fight. With those words, Veilgrind opened her hands to the sky. What followed was the 8-door solid formation. 8 gates appeared in the air, lined up in the middle of each side. Before narrowing it down to a door through which only one person could pass, Veilgrind began the instructions. This flagship has been isolated by the other world I have created. If you want to leave, you have to destroy the door completely. The Imperial forces on the field, minus Rudra, had a total of 8 people. That is, it will evolve into the form of one man guarding one door. What if the whole crew only went through one door? You're a bit of a funny guy, you can try, but only the one who kills the guardian once in the gate is eligible to step into the next gate. If what was said was true, only one person would be eligible for the challenge after all of them had swarmed into one door, and the choice was too risky to leave without breaking all the doors now, no different from gambling. I see. We'll have to wait for the last one, too. Eloquently put. To challenge the door that I guard, it is only right to do so. At Benimaru's accusation, Veilgrind cast a smile. It was because she was confident that she would not be defeated even then, that she had prompted the conditions in the first place. It is only because of the conditions that have been set that this other world can be sustained with low consumption. As a result, you will not be able to disengage without breaking down all the doors, and you will not be able to strike at Rudra. Or would you prefer to start a direct melee here? It doesn't matter which way it goes, Veilgrind proclaimed so. The 8-gate solid formation was not good for the defenders. As long as they knew the information of the guardians inside the gate, they could formulate countermeasures to challenge it. If the two sides go straight into full force to start the melee, it could ripple into Rudra, and wanting to avoid that is what Veilgrind really means. More importantly, Veilgrind wanted to imprison Raimuru's men in the otherworld, so even if she had to swallow some disadvantages, she still set the battlefield in the otherworld. All right. I'll take it. Benimaru answered without confusion. As long as I don't get knocked down, this otherworld will not be destroyed. In other words, our victory is unassailable. Veilgrind had the confidence to win even against the full strength of the opponent, which is why she opted for the most secure strategy of the 8 men standoff. Benimaru also took note of Veilgrind's intentions. However, even if one chooses to refuse here, it's still inevitable that one will have to fight Veilgrind, and all things considered, one decides to go with the one with the better chance of winning. Once a consensus was reached, the showdown was set. Before Benimaru's eyes, one by one, they disappeared into the door. Next, the last remaining Veilgrind and Rudra also walked through the door after hugging each other. At this point, the door slowly began to move, enveloping and circling Benimaru around them. There's no way of knowing who's in there, there's no such thing as a dumbass who'd miss it. It's despicable, so it's unclear who's guarding the door. Someone else spoke up like that, and it was Shion.
It's okay, I remember.
You idiot, you didn't even look at it properly, right? Benimaru swallowed the sentence back, feeling that he was slightly able to understand Diablo's hardship. Humph, what a delightful afterthought. If you can win, then the honor of fighting me will be given to you. Rudra, who was protected due to the laws of the otherworld, said this leisurely in his chair. Rudra had no doubt that Veilgrind would win, and it was entirely clear from his attitude that he was simply using this fight as entertainment. It's hard to say. If we start a war, who will be able to figure out what will become of it? We must teach you well, there are some things we cannot back down from. Benimaru blurted out the lofty words. Next, a sweep of the faces of his companions. This is to consider clearly who should act as an opponent for whom. However, some can't wait for Benimaru's judgment. This person is Shion. I've endured and endured. That's enough. Wait a minute, hello? Lord Raimuru said to kill all the enemies. Don't worry, just clean them up. Do you really have a problem with this guy? Even if I can't hold you back, I can't allow her to act without permission. Although Benimaru thought so, before he had a chance to stop Shion, she burrowed through the door as if she was about to kick it down. Let it go and leave it at that. I don't know if it was intentional or coincidental, but it's like she chose the right opponent. The actions of the Shion are easily linked to the best results. Even though there were problems this time, the door that matched Benimaru's idea was chosen. That leaves 7 doors left. One of these is Veilgrind, where one must go in last. It's time to think about who is the right answer against whom. May I have a word? The person who uttered the words was Veyron. What? Ultima whooshed and exuded a creepy scent, so asked. As a matter of fact, I had a battle with the figure of Malcolm that could not be won or lost. If it were me now, I'd be guaranteed victory. Fighting against a beaten opponent couldn't be more normal. Just win and you're out, so handing it to him isn't bad. After so judging, Benimaru gave permission. Good. I'll leave you to it.
Okay.
Since that's what Mr. Benimaru said, we have no objection. Ultima's anger subsided, and Veyron's opponent was settled. Putting this series of conversations in perspective, the next person to open his mouth was Ajira. In that case, I have a request. Is it Ajira? What's the request? In fact, although I don't think it's a big deal yet, I have an opponent that I can't tell the difference between winning and losing. If I may, I'd like to use him as a rival. Who's that? A man named Kondo. He seems to be from the same school as the old master, and even if you consider him as a swordsman, you can't underestimate him. Really? Ajira was so karmic, Benimaru thought so. Ajira's genre makes one care a bit, and Hikaru has a hang-up on Ajira. Even with that heart of wish fulfillment, there are still problems. Are you confident of winning? That's right, if Ajira is going to lose, then there's no use talking about it. According to Benimaru, Lieutenant Kondo was a tricky man, after all, a figure that Rimuru had been guarded against could be grim for Ajira. Well, Ajira wanted to stop talking. In his opinion, it was an opponent who, as a swordsman, would have no regrets even if he lost the battle. It was, however, an act against Rimuru's intentions. Even Ajira herself could understand how capricious the demands she made were. A helping hand was extended to Ajira. All right, Ajira. It's rare for you to be as capricious as this. I'll help you out. This person is none other than Carrera. She, being the lord of Ajira, said so with a dignified attitude. So Benimaru nodded. For Carrera, Benimaru would have stopped asking if she could win. Kondo, even I can't say if I can win. I won't tell you not to lose, but you mustn't die. Upon hearing this, Carrera laughed aloud. That's natural. And, by the way, how about a dry test for Ajira? By the way, I think it's better to experiment with the weakest opponent. Miss Shion has already left, but it's pointless if you can't fight continuously after winning. Exactly. If that was indeed the case, it would have to be for someone with the qualifications to challenge Lord Veilgrind. That being said, Lord Veilgrind is a character with a lot of self-respect, and I don't think she would lie. This possibility Benimaru certainly took it into account. It had been the intention to wait until Shion returned before trying, and since Ajira and the others wanted to try it, there was no reason to stop them. What's the plan? Ajira as the starter and Esprit as a supporting counterpart. It's enough to figure out if killing the enemy in the door is really enough to take on the next challenge. Bring Zonda along with you. He's good at replying, so he can't use a strong man as an opponent. Zonda definitely didn't count as an underdog, but it was still a fact that having a saint-level figure as an opponent was still grim, so Ultima judged that there was no problem even if he couldn't continue the challenge. Not to mention, since it was not possible to travel to the dangerous battlefield, it would not be sufficient to treat those who came out of the door here. Because of this situation, no objections were raised. In that case, Ajira, Esprit, Zonda, you three, take this door down. The door that Benimaru gave instructions was the one that one of the four horsemen had entered. The giant man, who carried a gun on his back, referred to Benimaru as a maggot in a very condescending tone. As much as Benimaru wanted to burn him to charcoal with his own hands, he nevertheless ceded him to Ajira and the others. I'll take your orders. Leave it to me, please. I promise you, I will return victorious. The three then ran through the gate to battle. And just like that, the two-door onslaught began. The rest of the men didn't panic, waiting for orders on who Benimaru would attack where next. Decide on your opponent before they return from Ajira. The door, guarded by Veilgrind, was put in the back first. Kondo's opponent is Carrera and Malcolm's opponent is Veyron, and that's decided. There were two others left, Damrada and one of the four horsemen. In my opinion, the man who looks like the leader of the four horsemen is the strongest, so let me be his opponent. No objection. I had the same feeling. In that case, the guy named Damrada's opponent is us. How about this?
My opponent has already made up his mind, so I'm okay with that. With Damrada and the remaining four horsemen, there wasn't much of a difference in strength between them, so Benimaru was okay with that. Sue, is that okay?
Yes. The rest is the four horsemen with double swords. I think they're pretty good with me, no problem. Then, it's decided. After saying that, Benimaru fell into a temporary silence. Then, with a look of difficulty, he continued. Even though it's all come to this, it's really troubling. What's wrong? To Sue's question, Benimaru scratched his cheek and answered, I don't know what my opponent's name is because I don't have a registration number. Who guards which door is remembered, and it shouldn't be a problem. Indeed, a blind spot. It's all right, never mind. It's going to be a showdown anyway, and it would be good enough to know the name of the man who killed them. After listening to the conversation between Benimaru and Sue, everyone nodded with understanding. The name is important to the monsters, but the opponent is just an enemy, so there is no need to care so much, or so the monsters think. Ajira, Esperanza, and Zonda walked through the gates in a triumvirate of fighting spirit. In front of us was a place built like a coliseum, where a man was standing in a tight line. Unpleasant, just sending a bunch of soldiers. Since I'm the opponent, I'd say of course. After erecting the gun on his back with his right hand, the man let out a vile laugh. Before you die, tell you my name. I am Sequence 5, a member of the 4 horsemen who protect the Imperial Emperor, Lord Garcia. You demons, taste carefully the glory of fighting this master, and then disappear in this world. After shouting, Garcia danced the legendary grade gun that was infinitely close to the mythic level in his hand. The power of this gun was so great that even spiritual beings would fall to dust just by touching it. However, the Ajira crowd had a refreshing look on their faces. Your name doesn't interest me. What an idiot. How dare he call Benimaru a maggot? If I didn't know better, I'd be so ashamed I'd faint for 3 days. Don't talk about being scared, and even go as far as to say long and short things as you like. Garcia was enraged. It's just a bunch of soldiers. You're good at pissing people off. That I don't know what I'm talking about? Then I'll show you what I'm really made of. After shouting, he freed the suppressed force. Once he became a saint level, the amount of mana was enough to rival an awakened demon lord. Although Ajira and the rest have evolved, the gap is also several times. Entwined with a dense fighting aura all over his body, Garcia took a step forward. Just that alone, the marble floor paved inside the arena had cracked open. Be aware, and regret what you've done to me. Whether it angered him or not, the action Garcia would take was the same. Everyone sensed it, but none of them spoke up. Ajira put his hands on the knife hanging from his waist and adopted the tactic of carefully observing the attitude of his opponent. If you are hit by a shot, you will inevitably be seriously injured, so you will have to concentrate on defensive measures. Esprit, on the other hand, was using Ajira as a shield, preparing for successive attacks with magic. The more Garcia focuses on Ajira, the more Esprit will be able to prepare large spells. As long as it's safe to fight, it's good to have a comfortable, restful look. Zonda, on the other hand, has been carrying the support through to the end, not only being good at reparative magic, but also assisting Ajira in various key positions. I wanted to team up with Zonda more than I did with Esprit. Ajira was thinking about it. Garcia, on the other hand, was starting to laugh at the demon's tactics. With such a tactic, it was impossible for Garcia to get hurt, so Garcia uttered many words of contempt for the enemy in succession with an attitude that felt like he had won. Ha! Cowardice! This kind of talk about a demon sounds very powerful, but really, it cannot be an enemy of us. As the strongest knights of all, we have subdued demons like yourselves several times. To us, it's nothing more than the same existence as ants. He slammed his gun into the ground while talking big, and thanks to him the marble floor was smashed out in a big pit. Of course, neither Ajira nor Esprit carried out the evasion unharmed. Ajira would never impulse even if he were fooled. The battle is just a warm-up scene, and you can't forget that the best is yet to come. Esprit was more thorough, responding to the attack with caution and hiding behind Ajira, determined not to take damage. Esprit has a unique skill, the ability to observe. In fact, by using this skill, you can get in touch with each other even if you are separated by time or space. While there are restrictions on having to be an acquaintance, the only creature that needs to use this power is Carrera, so there is no problem for Esprit. Rather, if by chance she learned of this power, it was obvious that she would be taken forcibly to spy. For Esprit, who hates her job, only this is something that absolutely must be avoided. For this reason, Esprit simply circulated information to Carrera as usual while providing appropriate support. Incidentally, after finishing a certain amount of support, Zonda fled to a safe area to take refuge. He knew very well that he wasn't a combat-type character, and as a responder he had to be careful not to get hurt. That's how it felt, so Garcia thought that Ajira's party was just running around. It should be in fear of one's own power, there's nothing left to do. Ha! So that's it? You can't beat me if you just run around with your head up your ass. Garcia cracked his mouth while swinging his gun in succession. While his speech was both brash and garbled, there was no doubt that he was the real deal. The spiritual power that fills the tall body of even the saints is considered to be a class apart. As a matter of course, he also had the ultimate power of attorney granted by Emperor Rudra. This power is known as the Crusade for Supremacy and can transform the world to defeat the enemy into its own power. This power was also mounted on his gun, and thus transformed into an evil-busting holy gun that could purify all evil spirits or spiritual beings like demons. Not to mention Garcia's flesh, which is constantly reinforced in the course of his constant tirades against the enemy. What protected his body was a legendary grade armor, so he didn't have to worry at all about the repercussions of his power. Garcia had a deep understanding of his own power. To provoke the enemy in this way is in no way due to his carelessness. As Garcia himself had said, the demon noble was a legendary level super demon that could rival a demon lord. They are threats of the highest order and are by no means opponents who can be underestimated. Moreover, Ajira had a disinterested look at Garcia's provocation. Contempt for human existence was plentiful among the demon race, and if provoked they would immediately lash out. This creates a breach and thus a simple knockout, which is Garcia's rule of thumb. This time, however, the move didn't work. Because it was a little tricky, Garcia instead grew anxious. Calm down, human, the wording is too crude. As far as I'm concerned, I don't consider all humans to be inferior, but there are classes of souls. Remember, no matter what you do, you can't cover it up. Garcia, who was going to pretend to have a rude attitude, was outraged when he was judged to be nasty by his very nature. Instead of realizing it was Ajira's provocation, the disrupted pace revealed his nature. Ajira still didn't let his knife out of his sheath, just continued to parry Garcia's attacks with minimal movement, which further fueled Garcia's pride. Esprit, who was observing from close quarters, marveled at the height of Ajira's strength. This guy is obviously so good at close quarters combat, why bother being a demon? Isn't it stupid that magic doesn't work at all? So, caring about the battle while thinking about something that feels both like a compliment and a disparagement. Garcia was tempted by Ajira to cry out, "Shut up! Let me crush you all and offer your heads to the Emperor." Well, that's a lot of haste to say. I'm a rather sedate type, but you're also too impatient. Still, not as good as Lord Carrera. I'm sorry to hear that you're so impatient and simple-minded. These words of Ajira's no doubt also made their way through Esprit intact, into Carrera's ears. Esprit's personality was bad, not telling Ajira about this power of her own. This guy, he's gonna get yelled at afterwards, heh. I'm already having fun like this with nothing to do with myself. However, Garcia's next unconcerned statement caused his expression to gradually solidify. I'm anxious? What idiots you are. Can't see the strength gap yet? Is the owner of you guys the maiden with the lavender hair? Or, was it the blonde and arrogant one? That white-haired beauty is a celebrity, but in the end, she's just a frog in a well, Garcia said as he danced the gun around and followed up with an accurate stab at Ajira. Then, smugly as if boasting of victory, the explosive speech continued. Tell the ignorant that there are real monsters in the world. When you are clear about the strength of Lord Veilgrind, Lord Marshall's true form, you should be able to understand the meaning of my words. And Lieutenant Kondo is also a very intimidating character. Neither that group of ogre people, nor your group of masters, is a match for these few. After all, they're just a bunch of ants, and getting killed is what they deserve. It was only after hearing this that Esprit finally managed to stop passing the information to Carrera, as it took a bit of work to cut off the skill in a moment of anxiety. However, it was too late. Ha ha ha, just now, I heard some interesting things through Esprit. Carrera happily confided. But contrary to the tone, an atmosphere of saber rattling began to permeate. Huh, what's that? Ultima asked. From this atmosphere, she had sensed 7 or 8. The enemy in this door called you a brat. Chop, 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 and Ultima's forehead bulged with bruises. Veyron panicked. How nice it would have been if he'd rushed through the door himself if he'd known it was going to happen. He regretted it. Sometimes ignorance is a blessing, and he had a deep understanding of it. Testa is said to be a frog at the bottom of the well. Thinking of me as a frog? Testarossa was speechless. Her beauty was praised from time to time, but there was never a memory of her being tainted. Being described as a frog is a first-time experience, so the unspeakable anger is raw. By the way, he called us ants. Because of the surprise, Benimaru's eyebrows picked upwards. What a joke, it was maggots before, but now it's ants? He mumbled to himself in a not-so-funny tone. At first glance it seemed calm, but Benimaru was already thinking that he should take care of things like this himself. The only one who is truly calm is Sue. Even in the other world created by Lord Vielgrind, the ability to maintain communication is an interesting one. One side clasped its arms in silence, and one side was already fixated on Esprit's skills. It was here that the exposure of her skill was shown to Sue, and so Esprit later received numerous commissions from Sue afterwards, but that's another story. Carrera continued with her report. They said we couldn't beat Lord Vielgrind and that guy named Kondo, but they made a fool of us and killed us. The reason for the calm narrative is that she has worked hard at dealing with her feelings alone. Carrera loves to incite people and hates being incited by people. You don't know if you win or lose until you try it yourself. Testarossa said these words with an expressionless face. In fact, it was true that she hadn't beaten Vielgrind, but Testarossa wasn't hard of heart to speak so. Those bright red eyes are like words of praise. Then again, Carrera. Although I didn't get it, why refer to me as a cricket? That guy, he's super awesome. Ha, how can that be? And even if it were true, I would never forgive him. To Ultima's questioning, Carrera smiled and gave a negative. But there was no smile in her eyes at all. Instead, there is a dangerous sheen, which is now as if it is about to explode. No need to be merciful to that guy. It's nature, you're a human being, you can't say that. Ultima was enraged. For her part, Carrera was in agreement while holding back the desire to mess around. What a pity. I would have made him understand from beginning to end how much he was worth. Tell Ajira not to be lenient, and we'll talk about the pardon later. For sure. We must take our share of the blame for the insult. There was no one on the scene who could stop their conversation. Ultima was naive and cruel. Testarossa's sneer could send terror through the minds of those who saw it. And Carrera is optimistic about spreading destruction and nothingness. There is not the slightest hint of compassion. Never giving comfort to the enemy. For them, giving a simple death is mercy, and dying without pain is forgiveness. Despite all the killing, it made a difference in their eyes. Veyron listened to the conversation of the group of lords and cursed the man who was Ajira and the other's enemy. His superiors, the demon primordials, are a presence that must not be angered. But the guy was talking as if he had a hard-on. Veyron held his head tightly in his mind. Stupid human, the cost of this folly, hopefully, will be borne by you. He had to pray so. The horror of Ultima is clear to Veyron. And on top of that, Carrera and Testarossa, with whom she is hostile, have horrors that cannot be exhausted without pen and ink. The direction in which the angry spearhead is pointing may even change the fate of the world. At the very least, please rule out this foolish man quickly. The anger of several adults must be appeased. Please, Ajira. I can only rely on you. As a great demon, Veyron could only lament his inability to do anything here, while pinning his hopes on Ajira, who was a level lower. What the demons were thinking had nothing to do with Benimaru, who continued to give orders anyway. Carrera, can word from our side reach the inside? Well, I haven't tried, so I guess I could. In that case, send a message to them that they can't keep saying unpleasant things. Carrera nodded. Thinking that it would have been better to do so earlier, she intervened forcibly in Esprit's call letter path. Esprit, can you hear me? Hey, Carrera-sama? You owe me one for this statement. More than this. Carrera giggled out of the corner of her eye. Then came the resentful order. Cut that man to pieces, and beat him to death, and so convey it to Ajira. Carrera's voice resounded in Esprit's mind. That's what Benimaru-sama is asking too, get it straight and don't fail. It's over, my abilities are exposed in front of the subordinates, Esprit sighed. By the way, the communication was still in a state of forced intervention by Carrera, and there was nothing to be done about that. She had given up, and the boss's unreasonableness was not something that had just started today. It's not a matter of course, Esprit said to Ajira, thinking so. Hey Ajira. Lord Carrera and the others are pretty angry, aren't they? If we don't get rid of him now, we're in for a bad time. Why would Lord Carrera know about this side? Though there are questions about that, you just give up. I should be more aware than this, and since we masters have been insulted, we must pay the appropriate retribution. Che, you guys, you're pretty pissed off, too. Noting that the normally steady Ajira was also indignant, Esprit sighed. There is no stopping it now, so let's say it's a good opportunity. If Ajira shows his true talent and observes it well, it is the right answer. However, Garcia, who ignored the atmosphere of the scene, cried out. You guys, weak as shit, give up and die. Don't worry, your masters will be cleaned up sooner or later, and you'll certainly be able to serve them like this under the 9 springs. This passage from Garcia, naturally, was also passed on to Carrera through Esprit. This time, however, Carrera is not the only one who learns about it, and it seems that the whole team is sharing it through thought communication. This bastard is full of shit. What the hell is Ajira doing? Didn't you tell him to kill the bastard? Are you underestimating me? Hey, don't embarrass me. It's a lucky thing that Shion isn't here. If that guy was here, our plans would be in ruins. That's true. Hey, if it doesn't work, I'll do it for you. Hurry up. It's all said and done. Indeed, if Shion was still around, it would surely ignore Ajira's demands. But even then, Esprit wouldn't be forgiving, it would just hurt the dignity of being a demon. That said, people's opinions of themselves are declining. Aha, that's too bad. These words are what Esprit really meant. Although Garcia's rude words and actions looked like a handyman, his strength was real and unexpectedly a tricky opponent. However, it has come to this, and it has to come to fruition. Without taking down Garcia soon, the subordinates' anger would undoubtedly ripple through to several of them. Ajira still shows no signs of striking out, just concentrating on avoiding it. Ajira won't lose as long as they don't suffer a fatal injury, but there's no point in not winning. Then it becomes necessary for Esprit to use magic to figure things out, but that's in less realistic terms. After various previous attempts, it had been determined that Garcia had a high level of patience for magic. What's wrong? What's wrong? Only to run away. Garcia is very aggressive. Even so, Ajira still doesn't look like he's going to fight back. Hey, Ajira. It's really not good. If we don't hurry, Lord Carrera will be so angry. Even the demons that followed them were afraid of war under the domineering authority of the master who had become serious. If the anger was directed at themselves, what else could it be but terror? The normally elusive Esprit was now really anxious too, but Ajira remained silent. Incidentally, Zonda stayed quite far away and began to prepare tea, as if intending to entertain the subordinates when he went out, which in Esprit's opinion was simply nonsense. Hey, Zonda. What are you guys doing when I'm not looking? Just take a look and you'll see. Master Ajira is not injured. He's really free. Don't be ridiculous, asshole. Why am I the only one who has to be pressured by your lordships? Esprit shouted against it. Zonda replied with a smile on his face. Well, who cares? Slaughter this guy. Esprit gritted her teeth in remorse. Zonda was only a viscount, yet he was not at all afraid of the Earl-level Esprit. Well, after all, he's serving Lord Ultima, and I'm afraid he couldn't have handled it without this nerve. Thinking about it, Esprit didn't think any further. Since the Zonda faction isn't going to be of any use, we'll just have to let Ajira cheer properly. Ajira was no doubt very angry. He must have had a reason for not attacking, and if it was in search of an opportunity, then one can only hope for that. At this point, however, Ajira said something very unpleasant. I'll tell you one thing, Esprit, that I understand. What is it? It seems that the power of old age alone is not enough to defeat this man. Huh? You can't be serious. Esprit thought so. The fact that she couldn't win, how could she say such a thing to her boss? Even though she usually joked about it, there was nothing she could do if she really got angry. What's more, she was now watching the battle. Before the anger of the superiors burns, one must ask what Ajira's true intentions are. What's going on? It's nothing, it's just a simple thing. This man wrapped aura around his entire body, and not only his attacking power, but also his defensive power was greatly increased. So I have learned one thing: no matter how many times I hit him with my sword, I can't cut him. Combining the effect of the Crusade to Overlord, one of the powers of the power of substitute, with the defensive power of the legendary armor, Garcia's defense had reached a level comparable to that of the mythical level, and Ajira, who had seen through this, realized that his sword could not do effective damage. Is that why my magic didn't work, too? Exactly. It's no big deal what he's doing, but it's nothing if he can't get hurt. To Ajira's pertinent opinion, too, Esprit could only frown and nod in agreement. If they couldn't win, they would have to report to Guerrera truthfully, but then the few of them would be disgraced. Even without being enlightened by Ajira, Esprit understood the fact that he was not very skilled in practical combat by observing Garcia. Originally, Esprit's abilities were not as powerful as the dreaded power, but if they were the dragon race, they could break the dreaded power by simply attacking. That's because, as spiritual beings, they possess the most powerful power of will. As for the Esprit line, although they were demon nobles and advanced spiritual beings, their strength of will was still not comparable to ultimate skills. Without a solution to this reality, even if skill prevails, there is no way to win. Ha 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 ha. I guess you finally understood the difference in strength, so you're giving up. Garcia laughed aloud. While the fact that the gun didn't hit was infuriating, even so it didn't matter that he was so considered. It was Garcia's job, after all, to slow the enemy down here. By the time the enemy was exhausted, victory was within reach. Even if it didn't wait until then, the companions guarding the other gates would rush to support them after they had cleaned up the enemy. That's why Garcia was able to enjoy the fight without panicking. Looking at Garcia like this, Esprit smacked her lips. Next, inquire of Ajira in a serious tone. You're still going to challenge that Kondo guy even though you know about it, right? Isn't it because there are strategies that can win? Hearing this, Ajira smiled up. Naturally, there is. Your assistance is indispensable in the secret scheme of the ages. Having said that, Esprit has not turned down that option. You tell me. In fact, including prompting Esprit to utter such an answer was Ajira's ploy. The spirited Esprit actually has a cheerful side, too, and Ajira would never have said yes if it had been normal to ask her. The demoness loves spring and loves to see the expressions of her companions crying in trouble, and Ajira, who knows this well, chooses to drive Spring into desperate straits. That being said, if you offend Lord Carrera, I may have to be purged as well. Ajira rejoiced at having won the big bet. Pass on that secret plan before Esprit changes her mood. Turning the power of will into a blade to crush the enemy is the only way. I'm afraid Ajira is not coming to Garcia anyway. The man who had intended to aim for the gap in the armor was blocked by aura which covered his entire body. Sublimation to mythical defenses is not illusory and can completely protect the owner. Ajira was able to overtake Garcia easily if only by the looks of his hands, but Ajira still couldn't deliver an effective attack on Garcia. That being the case, Ajira would have to rise to that level as well. Listen to the sound of the sword and become one with it. If you understand this essence and reach the top of your game. Concentrating his whole body, Ajira gripped his innate sword and listened to the sound of it. So, he came to a conclusion. It seems our will alone cannot penetrate that man's armor. Esprit, trust this old man. Your talent is not as good as that of Carrera Summer, but you have the skills of an expert. Although you don't like swords, the base is very good, which is why I believe enough to entrust it to you. What are you talking about? Put your hand on my back and I'll leave it to you. Unable to understand Ajira's meaning, Esprit was momentarily overwhelmed, but Esprit chose to trust Ajira anyway. Ajira stood straight. Esprit obeyed Ajira's instructions and put her hand on Ajira's back. Garcia called out in a magnificent voice as if mocking the demons. Have you finally given up? Well, I'll let you off now. Your owner, Rimuru the Demon Lord, should almost be killed by Lord Vielgrind, too. As an inferior demonic creature of the last resort, I should be satisfied to be able to lead your master to the Yellow Springs Road. This statement is in no way permissible. How dare you despise our ruler, Lord Rimuru? And you say it's almost time to be killed? The words, conveyed through Esprit, made the subordinates' auras change. Only, Ajira and Esprit had pushed the limits of endurance first. All right, you guys. I can hold back and give praise when I'm insulted, but if I continue to be rational now, stop being evil. I'll kill that guy right now. There was no need to wait for Carrera's order, the two had meant it. Esprit, try to master my power. I don't know what's going on, but leave it to me, I'm going to cut that bastard to pieces. The two attacked in anger. Ajira pulls consciousness to its limits to communicate with the sword, thus awakening a power. Let me answer your wish. Sharpening the heart, sharpening the body. He seemed to hear such a beautiful sound, but does not yet know its truth. Only, that power did belong to Ajira. I am a blade, the immortal blade that destroys the enemy. As Ajira shouted, a gold-colored knife appeared in Esprit's hand. It gave the blade change, the power that Ajira had acquired. The effect, plain and simple, is that Ajira's body transforms into a blade and attaches the skills he has mastered to the holder of the blade. But if the owner is already strong, the effect will be immeasurable. Esprit drew her knife in a natural, fluid motion. The blade drawn from its golden sheath glowed with a platinum glow, the 8 petals scattered by the residual image as it exited. The name of this move is Yawa Shining, the highest mystic of the Mizushin life stream. Are you dead, you piece of shit? Garcia didn't see it, nor could he understand it. Just now, what happened? The prey, which was only defensively strong, suddenly flashed and disappeared. Garcia saw Ajira suddenly turn into a knife, but had no time to think why, as he had been decapitated before this. Garcia is very confident in his defense. Because in the face of an ultimate skill, all attacks would be nullified. In order to crack this ability, one must have an ultimate skill like Garcia, and the demons in the current battle didn't make him feel that kind of power, so he was relieved to take the time to push them into a corner. But the reality of the situation changed in an instant. Garcia's armor was split as if it were a thin sheet of paper, and his flesh was chopped to pieces. In a flash, He was killed without time to think. No, there's still time left for thinking. Esprit has a physical soul in her hand, which has the appearance of a small carnelian. Well, this guy's red. It suits him. He just doesn't know what's going on. Esprit let out a mutter, and Ajira, who had turned back into her human form, stared at it with disgust in a spiteful tone. Bastard, where in the sky is there a martial artist who can remain silent when his master is insulted? Alas, it was my task to admonish you, but I didn't expect you to become emotional because of the words of such a small person. Esprit's rare appeasement lifted Ajira. Forget it, this is an insult to Lord Rimuru, I can't help it, even Lord Carrera allowed it. You don't mind? Well, let's just say that's the way it is. In so responding, Ajira vowed in her heart to be more refined. Esprit looked slightly enviously at the lookalike Ajira. Just now, indeed, Ajira has acquired new abilities. He thought back. I am the one who practiced for the sake of understanding the ultimate meaning of the sword. Although not all the memories were restored, the sword's extreme will, which was once the ultimate pursuit, was once again boarded into Ajira's heart. No, it should be said that Ajira completely recreates the sword skills of the time. Everything contained in this supreme sword technique of exorcism, the Mizushin life stream. Ajira, who was once human, believed his soul boarded in the sword. Maybe that's why? The former memories were awakened by the transformation of itself into a blade. That's when Ajira understood, for the first time, why she was in a samurai costume. For in the distant past, before this world was reincarnated as a demon, he was a samurai. Akari Byakuya used to be the name of this old man. Well, now that a dead human has suddenly appeared, it only confuses everyone. Hakuru's figure flashed through his mind. His disciples were well trained and inherited this new school called Mizuru. Ajira felt that the word heart destiny did not fit with magic, and changed the name, and the memory came to mind. Kukaku, getting named by Lord Rimuru, isn't that even the heart's fate understood? That being the case, there's no chance for me to appear. In this world, he became a family with the great ogre tribe and had a daughter, and when the daughter grew up, she gave birth to a child named Hakuru. And in this day and age, there are many people whom Hakuru cultivated and grew up. The most important of these existences is the Lord of Ajira, Rimuru, and the credit for teaching Rimuru belongs, of course, to Hakuru. A skill painstakingly researched has been inherited, a matter that makes Ajira sincerely happy, except that it would be uninteresting to come out now and steal the limelight. Ajira thought of this and switched his thoughts for a moment. He lost interest in the garbage that had just been killed. He turned around and headed to where the lord he now served, Carrera, is. The three demons that emerged from inside the door were greeted warmly by the subordinates. Well done, I've got a light on my face, too. Carrera slapped Ajira on the back. Ajira became as if she was going to die as a result, and that counted for something cute about her. Gentlemen, I have prepared some simple meals. Zonda roundly and thoughtfully prepared the table and chairs, made the black tea and put sandwiches on it. This was supposed to be Zonda's job, but the timing was still well received. The introspection session followed, and Esprit handed the carnelian first to Carrera. This is the soul of that rude man, and his heart nucleus is sealed in it, and there is still self-awareness. Well done, Esprit. This will allow punishment to the guy who insulted Lord Rimuru. Aha. So, Carrera, can we do this? Carrera tossed the carnelian to Ultima, who had interjected.
If it's okay with Benimaru-san, it's okay with me.
After saying that, he waited for Benimaru's decision. As you wish. There's no need to ask. Benimaru was not interested in tossing the dead man. In fact, there was nothing he could do about the spirit, but leave it to the demons. Originally, tossing the opponent who had already won was a violation of his principles, but this time Gashia's statement was intolerable, and Benimaru was really in no mood to stop it. And just like that, the red jade fell into the hands of Ultima. Well, let's do it. Curse and destroy sin. This is the fierce poison refined by Ultima. It wasn't something of a physical nature, it was something horrible that even spirit bodies could destroy and astral phantoms could infest. The spirit solidified, the red jade couldn't stand it, and Garcia cried out in pain. Stop it, stop it. However, Ultima just smiled happily. Well. By the way, what is that effect? Testarossa asked. Not that she wasn't aware of it, but for Garcia to hear. This, will continue to give pain until the power that wraps around the soul is gone. This guy has a lot of energy and probably can enjoy it for a long time, huh? It'll be 1,000 years or so, and then it'll be a pure white and beautiful soul. Ultima replied cheerfully. Garcia could only choke breathlessly. Exactly where did he choose wrong, to the point where he was starting to regret it? Yeah, that's a very good thing. This person has also been given the opportunity to redeem himself and will surely thank us. Testarossa said with a smile. How can that be? Thought Benimaru, but this time he wouldn't help out and acquiesced. Under Zonda's service, everyone took a short break. Esprit couldn't help but wonder if there was any time for that now, but spoke up for a spot. Honestly, I didn't know what to do when Ajira said she couldn't win. It was precisely because the atmosphere was now mild that she wanted to vent. Though she had anticipated Ajira's ploy, being used perfectly like this kept the matter in her mind. I didn't think it was impossible to win. Ajira said back. In fact, he wasn't sure that he could succeed in the battle, but if he did now, it would be a shame if he failed to change his blade. But, at least discuss it beforehand.
It's okay to win, but if you lose, you can't be held responsible.
Always hiding in the safety circle, Esprit had really spelled it out for a long time this time, which made her anger towards Ajira even greater. Ultima smiled and nodded in response. Yeah, well, if you lose, it's not allowed. It should be said, we won't allow it. I don't think you'll be angry even if you lose, but you can't die in battle. Exactly. That's what I thought, that's why it was monitored through Esprit. It looked like Carrera was the laissez-faire type, but if they were about to lose, she was going to be the first to rush in. From that point of view, what would follow would be the official start of the subordinates' offensive, a move that might be considered too much for some, but still necessary just in case. Speaking of which, Esprit wondered if she felt uneasy and muttered in a small voice. So, is Shion-sama all right? Our battles are over, but she's not out yet.
Esprit had thought it should be okay, but suddenly became worried.
Benimaru replied with a bland face. No problem. She might forget her purpose, but she doesn't feel like fighting hard. Sue agreed. You're forgetting me. If repeating the same attack doesn't work, you should think of something else to attack. The tone sounded as if it had been seen on the spot, and Esprit was a little taken aback. That's when Testarossa interjected. Isn't that right? I'll stay outside to prepare for any unexpected situation that may arise. Hearing that, both Carrera and Ultima spurted out tea. Huh? Wait, Testarossa. So, what does that mean? Even if Esprit doesn't pass on the information, you'll still have a handle on what's going on inside? Of course, Testarossa finished and smiled deeply at the duo. At this point, Carrera called out as if she suddenly sensed something. Are you also watching Lord Rimmuru's battle? Ah. At the thought of that possibility, Ultima jumped too. That's cunning, Testarossa. Really, this is bad. So is Diablo. Why are we all just enjoying ourselves? Shouldn't we be invited to watch it together at this time? Carrera and Ultima were indignant, but Testarossa had a refreshing face. Benimaru and Sue were the same, and as people who were tasked with intelligence gathering, they both felt that this was a battle that should never be missed. By the way, Shion was completely unaware of this and was the first to rush through the door. If they had let Shion see Rimmuru's fight, she would certainly not have moved until it was over, and it was because he knew that Benimaru had kept it a secret from Shion. In short, it was now necessary to placate the disgruntled demoness trio. Benimaru helplessly began to illustrate. As mentioned above, it is very convenient that Moss is in charge of surveillance, and has entered every door in order to see what is going on everywhere. It worked without a hitch, Benimaru concluded. That is, Moss is also still gathering intelligence right now. In order to keep the enemy inside unnoticed, Benimaru ordered nothing to be done and resolutely not to move. That's right. I've tried, but I can't touch the other doors, so I think I've defeated the enemy for a Jira. Of course, I can't get in there either. Zonda, who had done nothing, didn't mention it first, and even Esprit didn't have the right to continue the challenge. While it's not clear how Vielgrind made her judgment, in short, those who went into challenge, as long as they didn't directly defeat the enemy, had no way to enter the other doors. As expected. Yeah. Looks like it was the right thing to do in the first place. Benimaru, Sue, and Testarossa nodded at each other in greeting. So, if one of us is in a bitter fight, Testarossa goes to support? Yes, it is. Actually, I don't think that's going to happen, and I have other things on my mind, but I'll be there if anything happens. No need, as much as I'd like to say it, it's Lord Raimaru's order after all. You have to make sure you win. Don't be so brave. Carrera said undauntedly, and the Benimaru nodded their heads in agreement. The next moment, Benimaru turned a pale face and admonished Carrera. Carrera, your opponent must not be careless. That's natural, but why do you say that? Only this guy Kondo sensed Moss, and one shot took him out. Hey, that's not so funny. Carrera smiled fearlessly, seemingly more intrigued than she was by fear of her opponent's might. I don't think you need to worry about it, but if something happens, call for help through Esprit. Testarossa said so, and Carrera held up one hand in response. Her attitude made it clear that it wasn't needed, a rather Carrera-esque move that brought a smile to Testarossa's face. So, the subordinates continued to start attacking the various doors. Inside one of the doors, Shion was already fighting, so there were still 6 doors left. The 5 remaining doors were opened in unison, except for the one guarded by Vielgrind. Shion is fighting alone. There was peace outside the door, but now Shion was confronting the enemy fiercely. The opponent is Minaza, 6th in single digits, one of the 4 knights, and a female knight. With a violent gasp, Shion stared indignantly at Minaza. I can't believe you pushed me to this point. I'll give you a compliment. She gathered her strength and shouted loudly. This Minaza, too, cannot be said to be unharmed. The uniform was torn and the skin was exposed, but it was colorless. And rightfully so. Because Minaza has long since stopped mimicry and gone back to her original form so she can use it to the fullest. Shut up. I am the one who praises you, that pointless effort. It is the children who can beat me who deserve the praise, and I shall have to repay that hatred. At Minaza's feet were scattered countless corpses of worm-type demonic beasts, all of which had been slaughtered by Shion. Yes, the higher being of the worm-type demon, Insectors, a worm-type demon, that was the true face of Minaza. Ha! This level of assorted fish is nothing to me. We have a training ground that produces more powerful individuals in large numbers, so we're used to it. What did you say? Humph, that's a shame. Don't look at me like that, I'm also an experienced woman. That is, fighting worm-type demons, it's not my first time. Although Shion had accumulated some fatigue, she still had quite a bit of strength left, and she said so in a condescending tone. Then, as if remembering something, continued to ramble on. She also said it was in full form, I think. Hearing this, Minaza's face changed. Raziel? Are you trying to say that it's you, the one who defeated the Western patron saint? Shion grunted and nodded. It's not a fight, but it was my fight. It was a tough one. Hearing this, Minaza muttered, really? Then dropping her head, she let out a laugh. Yeah, You got that guy done. That guy betrayed us. We are an invading race from the other world, and thanks to His Majesty Rudra accepting us, we have a good place to settle down. And yet, without showing us any respect, he continued to be a hopeless fool. Even though Minasa was giving instructions, Shion still didn't understand anything. She just showed a look of "what is this guy talking about?" and looked at Minasa. Only, there was something that Shion cared about, so she took the opportunity to ask. "I'll ask you one thing, have you sent any of your compatriots around the world besides Raziel?" Shion cared about Sejin and Apito, who were companions. If they were acquaintances, it might not be good to kill Minasa. With that in mind, just in case, she'd ask first. There are many races in the other world. Various invading races will attempt to invade the world through the occasionally opened gates of the underworld, such as us, the worm-type demon, insectaire races, the phantom beast race, the demon race, etc. Unlike the demon race, we are semi-spiritual beings, and in this world, it only takes time to become figurative. Even if Minasa didn't answer, Shion didn't care, but Minasa politely responded anyway. The gates of the underworld, in Minasa's words, are the gates of hell in Diablo's words, but Shion didn't expect so much. According to Minasa, there are 3 major races in the underworld vying for supremacy. And there is a parallel world where the demon race seems to be in hell. The underworld is a world of extreme poverty and nothing to feed it, which is why they are staring at it with a tiger's eye. In the distant past, they had sent their compatriots here many times with the intention of expanding their territory, and worm-like magical beasts like the legion bees were also one of the invading races. There are, however, some disobedient races that are a little troubled by this. The representative of this crowd is the Raziel that Shion defeated. This showed that Minasa wasn't ironclad within their race, but Shion was thinking of something else at the moment. Apito and Sejin were adopted by Rimuru while running from someone. It can be concluded without question that it's the enemy. Although there wasn't much evidence, but Shion still judged it that way, she just trusted her intuition, and at a time like this, Shion's intuition wasn't missing, she was kinda smug. This time, Shion's intuition was also accurate. Not by accident. Shion had once come back from the dead, and thus forged a deep connection with Rimuru, the skill of Seal. Thus Seal's arithmetic ability had an effect on Shion, who had correctly found the truth through fragmented intelligence. That means you're the enemy, right? Ha 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 ha, what are you saying now? Thanks to you buying time with me, I managed to bring my lovely children back to life again. Minasa shouted, her lower body beginning to swell. Hidden unseen beneath the skirt of the military uniform, in fact Minasa's lower body was open with several mouths, from which the ominous egg was born. Ha 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 ha. Look at you holding on strong, long since exhausted from fighting my children. You think you can still beat that amount, wah? The smug Minasa suddenly stopped talking. That's for sure. With just one sweep of the blade, many of the worm-type demons were swept away and fell. No, that's not possible. My children, with the support of His Majesty Rudra, should have shed their bodies to become warriors with overwhelmingly powerful power. The power of Minasa is similar to that of Apito's queen worship. Its unique skill called gluttony rebirth can regenerate children countless times by devouring their bodies. Moreover, the time required for the reincarnation is greatly reduced by the strengthening of the power of substitution that Rudra lent him. The many insect-type demons that were born were indeed strong enemies to the Shion, and Minasa was proud of it. One by one, their strength was comparable to that of the upper-level demons, and they were even interspersed with fierce fighters that could rival the demon lord race. However, Shion had fought a hard battle before, but they had all been defeated. That being the case, there will be no second time. In fact, by using the essence of the unique skill of the chef, optimal action, the worm-type demons were defeated in an instant. Minasa was greatly shocked. Even if Minasa doesn't do it herself, just driving the kids can wear down the opponent. It was a tactic she was most content to excel at, and encountering an oversized presence like Xion had thrown her into turmoil. But she was still queen after all. No longer repeating the mistake, stood up with a face full of anger. Unforgivable. My children, lend your strength to the mother of the queen in her position. Funny, I accept your challenge. Minaza took the power of the children into his own hands and went into battle form. And Xion was happy to meet it with the true Gorokimaru. And so, the long battle began. The one-in-one offensive and defensive play continues. Minaza's attack had caused damage to Xion, but the damage was instantly healed by the unleashing of overdrive regeneration, and Xion's attack couldn't hurt Minaza's exoskeleton. The exoskeleton, which absorbed the legendary grade defense and was guarded by an extreme, had reached a level where even the mythical grade could not inflict damage. Minaza's agility overrode Xion, but Xion was superior in strength. Defense is better with Minaza, and recovery is better with Xion. Damn it, this again. The worm type is so hard it's a pain in the ass. As long as it could cause even the slightest damage to Minaza's exoskeleton, there was always a way for Xion to use the chef next. Minaza also desperately resisted. Never let Xion do it. She did not despise Xion, but Xion was much stronger than expected. Honestly, now she held a sense of crisis in her heart. I can't believe I can fight with this form of mine back and forth. The amount of magic is as it appears, but that alone will not get you into a bitter fight. The tricky thing about Xion was that her seemingly disorganized swordsmanship was actually of a fairly high standard. Although she wasn't quite as good as the Benimaru, she had been approved by Master Hakuru. That is to say, with the sword skill of Xion already out of the school, coupled with Xion's stiffness, that furious action was like a nightmare to Minaza. However, these were not actually what the Xion intended. She was tempted to beat Minaza quickly and advance to the next level, but Minaza was stronger than she thought. True to the name, the most superior warrior in the Empire, as Lord Rimuru said, is an opponent who cannot be careless. I didn't think of that until now. Xion doesn't generally think too deeply about breakthroughs until it gets to this point. It's a temporary thing to do, but it's always good to be aware of the use of your mind at this point. That being said, you don't get inspired just by using a little bit of your mind. Though uninspired, Xion has Seal's help. You have the power, and it took a while to pick the most suitable race out of all possibilities, and now it's decided. What's right for you? Hearing this, Xion remembered. As Rimuru awarded the prize, Xion seemed to be asked a lot of questions, but she didn't think deeply about it. Remember, at the time the answer was all to you, and nothing has changed since then. The other companions evolved, and Xion didn't care. Benimaru has evolved from a demon to an Inferno Oni and is said to have acquired the power of a demigod. By contrast, Xion was still mortal now. Still, she didn't care, because it was strong enough. However, that alone cannot defeat Minaza. Inevitably, Xion would seek power as a result, and in response to her expectations, the soul corridor was connected. I think the tyrant is good. As a higher Holy Spirit, it is unparalleled in its material power. Next is the validation of competency. Over to you. Xion dryly threw it all over, focusing her attention on Minaza. Although Xion's attitude was cold, somehow she felt that voice had an air of delight. It may have been Xion's illusion, but reality did change. What, you bastard? The strong demonic aura that erupted. Are you still trying to say that you've been merciful so far? The spirit overrides the flesh. Thus, responding to the heartfelt request of the Xion promoted the awakening of the race. The possibility of evolution is managed through the hands of the seal, and the choice made is the most appropriate one. Xion evolves to the rare and powerful overlord of the divine monster spirit, the fighting spirit Oni. The flesh achieves infinite regeneration, and as long as there is mana, it is eternal and indestructible. The attacks emitted by its flesh can cause not only physical damage but also damage to the spiritual side. Being a spiritual being with no weakness attribute, while having superiority over all attributes. Xion evolved into what can be called a spiritual lifeform's heavenly enemy-like existence. This evolution reshaped Xion's flesh. In order to be more specialized in combat, an optimized body was formed. Xion basically comprehended this on instinct. As if stretching out under a clear blue sky, the mood was soothing. The new Gorokimaru, a sword held in Xion's hands, was erected. Did I keep you waiting? However, the time for fighting you is over. In a polite tone, Xion hitched a conversation with Minaza. Don't underestimate people. Just as you hide your strength, I will also show my true form. As the saying goes, Minaza's form became more alien, even cutting lifespans and becoming more aggressive to confront Xion. Then the battle began. Die in pain, O you who want to take our place in peace. Come out, emergence. I will feed myself and instinctively turn my enemies. The world is alive and kicking. The winner is decided in a flash. Minaza, intent on a final attack of the evil forbidden, was shattered by Xion's sword before she could show her full form. In front of the beaten pieces of flesh, Xion declared, "Not only is it annoying, but it's full of crap." What the hell is going on? Among the shredded meat was a Minaza head that was more than half missing. The inescapable death had closed in on Minaza, but she was shaken by her inability to accept reality. Xion looked down coldly at Minaza and asked, "Do you need to make a mistake?" For Minaza, Xion was really the worst opponent. Before evolving into a spirit fighter, it was only due to the presence or absence of an ultimate skill that the fighters were able to compete. From this point on, it's enough to say that Minaza won't have a chance of winning. After the evolution of Xion, her power of will had already reached the realm of an ultimate skill. The Otachi sword used by her has also evolved to the mythical level, which should be called Great Gorokimaru. The situation would be different if Minaza's strength wasn't borrowed. With the current Xion as an opponent, she still couldn't do it. No, it can't be, too strong. But, however, my children, will you? The eyes were out of sight, but Minaza said so anyway. However, her hopes had been shattered, and the heaven and earth of Xion had come alive, decapitating everything that was alive. If only it were that way. The words of Xion contain compassion. You are too gentle. If you're that naive, there is no way to defeat the Worm King. Minaza's mana was thus exhausted. The end of life determined the victory of the Xion. Worm King? Minaza leaves this word with a very important meaning. However, Xion did not care at all. Whatever, it's none of my business. Just like that, the boundaries were crisply drawn and did not remain in Xion's memory. Minaza, the invader from the otherworld, died tragically with her children. The queen who had been granted refuge by Emperor Rudra and wanted to build a paradise for the worm demon clan disappeared from the world on the eve of her ambition being achieved. Among the 7 demon nobles, Veyron was the second strongest ranking, with the rank of duke, and had lasted undefeated for over 4,000 years. Even so, Malcolm, who could not imitate the figure of a martial artist in front of him, could only feel the humiliation of lying on the ground. Malcolm's unique skill, the disguiser, mimics Kondo's stance and can correctly operate the proxy rites. Turning Kondo's body into his own, there was not the slightest bit of waste. Veyron is strong, but it's still Malcolm who's better. It is precisely because of Veyron's high skill that he is able to do more than just bend the knee. As a demon, his combat abilities were simply invincible. It was a horrible reality, but Veyron was undaunted. Not only that, but the heart is enjoying the situation as it is. That's for sure. Since boasting about being able to win in front of Master Ultima and the subordinates was a must for victory to be achieved. O demon, is the name Veyron? Your fight is commendable, but no matter how many times you try again, it is futile. I've seen through you. I'm good enough for you now. Maybe so. I didn't show any real talent, but my assessment is correct. What? Malcolm tried to persuade him to surrender, showing a surprised look when he saw Veyron's reaction. In Malcolm's opinion, the gap of strength between himself and Veyron was like heaven and earth, and Kondo's strength was overwhelming, only now it was Malcolm's own. It was for this reason that Veyron's statement made him angry. As a demon noble, Veyron had less than a quarter the amount of mana, which had previously seemed a bit tricky because it wasn't one-on-one, but now it was just Veyron alone, and since there was no one in the way, it was overwhelmingly beneficial to Malcolm. Despite this, Veyron stood up and snorted. "You can't win with imitation, because I'm good at imitation too." "Huh? What do you mean? A fake is not as good as the real one. Do you understand that's the truth? What are you trying to say?" Malcolm was anxious. Veyron smiled darkly in his heart and said, "It would have been better if he hadn't had a question and answer session and just killed him. I'll tell you what I think is my best work, it's..." Veyron shouted, unleashing his newly acquired powers. Veyron is Ultima's butler. He served around the clock, taking care of all matters pertaining to Ultima, and anything his master requested must be taken care of. The specialized field of cooking was given to Zonda, but everything else was under the jurisdiction of Veyron. What Veyron has created in this environment is the unique skill Imitation Master, a convenient power that can change into anyone. By unleashing this imitator, Veyron would be able to incarnate into the figure he had seen. It was indeed an ability similar to Malcolm's Disguiser, but with much higher precision than Disguiser. However, Malcolm was strengthened by the power of Emperor Rudra. Considering that aspect, Veyron should have no chance of winning, the matter goes without saying. The character that Veyron is trying to emulate is more powerful than the Kondo that Malcolm is emulating. It was only that Malcolm was able to reproduce very little of Kondo's strength, and was unable to reproduce creatures that were too powerful, as would be expected from Veyron, who had the same ability. So what Veyron chose was a supernatural being that even his master was enthralled by, and he wanted to imitate Demon Lord Raimuru and turn one end of his power into his own. At this point, however, Veyron heard voices. "It is impossible to give permission in this matter. In exchange, I'll give you strength. It's a plausible thing with the voice of the world." Veyron was at first at a loss for words, but became grateful while understanding the implications. "I, even such as I am guarded by that love." Like a prayer to God, Veyron offered thoughts of thanksgiving. And so it was that Veyron found that his skills had evolved. Even mimicry, as long as it moves the person, becomes art, and as is the case with proving the phrase, "power does move the person in power." The voice gifted the true fake writer. It was because of this skill that Veyron was sure to win over Malcolm. Appearing in front of Malcolm was the young martial artist with a sharp eye. "Who? No, it doesn't matter who it is. I've never seen a stronger swordsman than Kondo, and it's your freedom to imitate whoever you are, and even then you still have no chance of winning." The young martial artist that Veyron imitated looked very similar to Ajira. But that was par for the course, because that was what Hari Byakuya looked like when he was young. This result is exactly the height of imitation that Veyron has achieved. Veyron thought to himself, "The real fakes are writers who are able to copy the works of the artist at his peak." It was in response to Ultima's request that Veyron exhausted all areas of artistic study, and it was for this reason that he came up with the idea. Even if the character is not actually encountered, the ability to reproduce his peak performance by relying on the real and fake writer is really a power of foul play. Even further, Veyron liberated himself. His master, Ultima, had achieved evolution with the power given by Raimuru, and under the influence of his bounty, Veyron's power had also been enhanced, and Veyron's current amount of mana could even match that of an awakened demon lord. What? It's like you're a different person than you were." Malcolm was startled. Ignoring Malcolm's mood, Veyron solidified a sword in his hand, an ability unique to demons' material creation. Although in the end it is only a fake copy of Ajira's blade change, this is already something that has the effect of giving the real fake writer an extra special gift, and is infinitely closer to the performance of the real thing. Veyron glanced at Malcolm and spoke. Yes, Kondo is a man to be reckoned with, but. Just, what are you trying to say? Lord Carrera has gone off to fight, and I think his fate will soon come to an end. Ha ha ha, what a stupid thing to say. Malcolm scoffed. Malcolm could not have imagined Kondo's defeat at all. The two glared at each other. Since the two sides' claims are incompatible, it's only a matter of strength after that. Both sides began to move at the same time. Plum blossoms. True fate transcends wonderful technique, Yatsujirakura, Ya Hashimoto. At this moment, the fake becomes the real thing. The 8 sword flashes released by Veyron bounced off 5 sword paths, the remaining 3 sword flashes sliced off Malcolm's arms, and the last flash of the blade came to rest just above Malcolm's neck. Ah. Because of the sharp pain brought on by both arms, Malcolm lifted the change. Even if he wanted to stop the bleeding, there was nothing he could do about it, having already lost both arms. I'm not gonna kill you. Gay, you want to take me hostage? No, how can that be? Veyron also lifted the change, snickering slyly. I'm Miss Ultima's housekeeper. I'll do anything to make her happy. It wasn't a reply that could be counted as an answer, and it gave Malcolm a feeling of boundless terror. What do you want to do to me? Malcolm couldn't resist asking, a reaction that no doubt indicated that he had fallen completely into Veyron's strategy. Veyron replied. Missy is a very cruel person, and loves nothing more than the feelings that the adversary feels without of pain, and usually does not kill the opponent directly, but lets his body decay little by little. I was in the position of advising you, but that's all. Don't want to hear it, Malcolm thought to himself. But Veyron is relentless. I like it best, my son, to see a strong man begging for mercy in a miserable and pathetic way, and to feel a joy unmatched by anything else. So, Malcolm is the most brilliant toy of all, and Veyron's words declare it. Stop. I surrender, or I swear I will not resist in the future, so. Malcolm had begun to beg, and no one could blame him for such behavior, and he, who had been at a loss as to what the defeat would be, became vulnerable when he fell into a defensive position. Malcolm was indeed powerful, but his spirit had not been sufficiently exercised, only given borrowed ultimate strength and not by his own pursuit of the limits. The demon among demons, Veyron, is very good at inspiring fear in his enemies. Wahoo, sorry. Don't worry about it, I'll say no. Why? Because, the Empire's policy is the same, right? I agree with your way of thinking. Hey! Isn't it wonderful that as soon as a war is waged, you never approve of the surrender of the other side? The weak, from the beginning, should be fully obeyed and wait to lose before coming to the bargaining table. It's too humiliating to do. It's a very resonant way of thinking. That is. Am I right? What you have been doing all along, how can you say no when it's your turn, so? Veyron sneered obscenely, a crooked expression that made his ears look like they were about to crack, precisely because he was usually a gentlemanly butler, and now this smile looked even more obnoxious, tearing at the other's heart like a sharp claw. Take responsibility, boy. Then, provide pleasure for Miss Ultima. Veyron showed his true nature. Very much in keeping with the identity of the first dependents of Ultima, both cruel and sadistic, unrelenting, this is Veyron. Help me, Lieutenant Kondo. Malcolm's cries for help couldn't get through to Kondo. Ooh, well, that's a comforting cry, but it's likely to cause trouble for everyone else, so I'll have to quiet you down first. With that said, Veyron rambunctiously plucked out Malcolm's tongue. Ooh. Woo hoo 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 hoo. Malcolm's dissonant voice echoed in this otherworldly separation from the present world. As for the fate of Malcolm afterwards, Sue was in a good mood right now. He secretly watched Raimoru's battle, and now Raimoru has secured a big victory. I'm lucky to be able to watch a battle like this. Raimoru, with both Veldora and Vielgrind as opponents, looks to still be at an advantage, and also completes the evolution by devouring Veldora. On top of that, not minding the onslaught that those clones were completely unable to counter, they managed to overwhelm Veilgrind. It's impossible to tell from the outside just how strong Rimuru has become, and even if you go through the Soul Corridor, Sue realizes it is still completely imperceptible. There should be more to the curiosity in this regard than just the desire of Sue alone. At least, Diablo had taken little action until the end, and was now undoubtedly staying by Rimuru's side. The bastard was always sneaking away. In spite of the thought in his heart, Diablo made a claim that was again understandable and impossible to complain about publicly. To put it mildly, there's Testarossa. Although she blandly declared to stay, considering the implications, Sue felt mixed emotions. Because of understanding her thoughts, Sue didn't object. Sensing the unfavorable situation on his side, Veilgrind shifted to a guarded Rudra-dominated move from the middle of the battle with Rimuru, and the other 7 gates had no guarantee they wouldn't be broken. It's unlikely that the cunning Testarossa didn't decipher the possibility without pointing it out, which would suggest that she thought she could do something on her own, though I don't think she could have won over Lord Veilgrind, but that's a remarkable amount of confidence. Sue correctly read Testarossa's mind. Testarossa guessed that she wanted to challenge Veilgrind again. She wanted to challenge an opponent that Sue couldn't beat, so Sue developed jealousy, a small thing Sue hoped the others would understand, Sue thought. Benimaru also understood Testarossa's thoughts and approved of her actions. To ask why, it's because Benimaru can't beat Veilgrind either. Benimaru, who was good at fire inflammation, was basically useless when facing Veilgrind, who could be called the fire inflammation god, and the attack might not even be able to buy time, but it was Testarossa who was more suitable for this task. If Sue was to have Veilgrind as his opponent, he would not be able to survive for even a few seconds, and if he were to face Veilgrind, who was able to dominate space, all of Sue's skills would be useless. Knowing that, it wasn't really fun for Sue, and even if it wasn't, he had to endorse Testarossa. Just like that, Sue, who was in a good mood because of Rimuru's victory and was discontented because of his own lack of strength, was really engaged in his work with a complicated mood. Rimuru's order to kill the enemy was absolute, and as for obeying that order, Sue would not be confused. Originally Sue felt that it was only natural to eliminate the enemy. I must hurry up and get back to Lord Rimuru. His loyalty to Rimuru became higher, and Sue obeyed his own high-spirited heart and burrowed into the door. He has captured the opponent's aura. Without hesitation, Sue ran directly towards the enemy. Regardless of which door it was, the interior was mimicked into a gladiatorial arena. In the middle of that, the target object stood. Yoo-hoo, are you my match? The man there, smiling triumphantly, is Gardner in the 4th sequence of the single digits. It's rare that you're here, at least introduce yourself. My name is Gardner, and I assume the guardianship of His Majesty Rudra, which should be short-lived, so let me have a good time in the meantime. Gardner looked at Sue like evaluation, wondering in his mind how to torment his opponent, his hidden sadistic interest making him dumbfounded. In contrast, Sue was speechless. "Ah no, slightly emptied of time," he sighed. "Is it going to take all my precious time to take care of a guy like you?" Sue spoke in displeasure, something Gardner could hear very well. "What did you say?" "My name is Sue, and I will accept it if you surrender, but you don't mean it, do you?" "Of course." Gardner was agitated by Sue's attitude and had fallen into Sue's trap before he could even begin to fight, before he himself was conscious. "Sue, I've heard that according to Kondo-san's research, you're doing something like imitating the Intelligence Bureau in the Land of Monsters, right? In other words, not actually good at direct combat." Of course, it wasn't because Kondo's investigation was lukewarm, but because Gardner had a certain level of knowledge of Sue's strength, and on that basis had launched the provocation. Originally, he thought he could win by not doing this kind of thing, but he still thought that if he could lose his cool because of it, he could still earn it. Such a shallow tactic had lost its meaning when it was provoked by Sue. "Imbecile," don't talk nonsense, let's get started. In just this short time, Sue had already seen Gardner's strength, and Gardner hadn't noticed it and was still recklessly slashing towards Sue. Gardner's weapon was a green dragon blade held in both hands, a thicker, larger blade than a long blade, difficult to master but powerful. That smooth continuous attack was as wonderful as a dance. Powerful and sharp, combined with Gardner's superior skills, only these attacks still didn't work against Sue. With a grunt, Sue dived into the shadows, and Gardner's green dragon blade slashed open, as the inertial body balance was a bit unstable. Sue didn't let that go, and a shot from the shadow at Gardner's feet flew into the chest of its prey. Gar? Spitting blood to the ground for Gardner. Sue, who emerged from the shadow after stabbing the fatal blow, was holding a Walter P99 miniature pistol, a test piece that Rimuru had Kaijin make, which Sue had surreptitiously scavenged and had practiced firing from shadow space, the result of which was a blow through Gardner's heart. Well, that's boring. No matter what kind of strongman, launching an attack in a moment of his carelessness could end his opponent with a single blow. Sue, who insisted on this kind of claim, still knew that in the face of some opponents, this move really wouldn't work, but Gardner didn't seem to fall into that category, and the strategy worked when it was brilliant. The gunshot just now added all the effects of Sue's skills, including the unique skills of super acceleration and one-hit kill, plus poison, paralysis, and corrosion effects. The projectile's initial velocity had reached dozens of times the speed of sound through hyper-acceleration, and it had also been given the power of a one-hit kill, which could be achieved even by destroying the spiritual body. And with all kinds of anomalies attached, Gardner was bound to die, and even if it wasn't Sue, the others would surely make that judgment. But, idiot, you're careless. Behind Sue, who was walking towards the gate, the sound resounded. And before the sound could be heard, Sue's had been chopped off, and now the green dragon blade had drilled out from its chest. Well, that's a pain in the ass.
It's okay to kill a trickster like that, but it's not fun enough to win in a flash.
It was Gardner, who should have been dead, who said this. The body still fell to the ground, but Gardner stood there with his hands and feet intact, and that was because of some special ability Gardner had been given. The power of substitution, parallel existence, is the power that Rudra lent to Gardner. Unlike Veilgrind, who had a huge amount of mana, Gardner was only average as a saint, and although he could rival an awakened demon lord, he could not separate several other bodies in a row. He could only spare one, but that was enough. No matter what kind of cunning opponent it was, as long as the one in front of them was a real body, it was impossible to see through the true and false, using this to lure the opponent into carelessness, allowing one of them to act as bait, and then the main body to make a strong attack, was what Gardner had done. While a must-win was assured, it would have left Gardner unable to feel satisfied. 4. Gardner likes to torment opponents who beg for mercy, and fighting in a manner like this can result in the opponent being killed outright without a chance to beg for mercy. Hey, are you still alive? Hey, that's impossible. Despite the grumbling, Gardner hadn't forgotten his mission to make sure he actually killed the intruder, so he had to check if Sue was actually dead. At this time, an icy voice came from Gardner's ear. Decapitated, the heart was pierced by Sue, and the body dissipated into a black fog and disappeared. Oh, no. Gardner let out a yelp, but it was too late. If he hadn't lost my cool before, he might have realized that it was a body split, but that's just an if. And it's pointless to say anything afterwards. Gardner's takedown attempt leads directly to the result. It's enough to be bait. The power is too much for you to waste. Sue's cold voice echoed. Sue's accusation hit the spot and stung Gardner inside. In fact, Gardner had met Veilgrind once. Upon becoming a saint, he learned that the marshal was a beautiful woman, and he had the pleasure of challenging her, only to have Veilgrind, elegantly seated in her seat, look at his other body with amusement and beat him to death. From then on, what he longed for most, what his heart longed for most, was the power of Veilgrind, the green dragon blade that Gardner loved to use and that Veilgrind had given him. Sue saw through it all. Gardner was just dancing on the palm of Sue's hand from the beginning. Son of A. Gardner shouted. In such an absolute state of affairs, a shaking within arises. If one had doubts about one's own abilities, if it was a probe power, then one would be affected to a certain extent. This kind of opportunity, it was impossible for Sue not to seize. Understood, then you die. After saying that, Sue unleashed his unique skill, the Hidden One. That's when Gardner makes his final killer move. Oh. How about this? How about this? Either one is my own body, and though I will die, I will pull you along with me. The plurality of other bodies attacked together, each one being its own body, and it was pointless to take down only one of them. Gardner made the parallel existence's ultimate attack by burning life. It was only something that could be done in a split second, so it was difficult for Sue, who was preparing to launch a fatal blow with the Hidden One, to evade. The biggest weakness of Sue's split body was the inability to unleash unique skills other than the main body, and even Sue, who could manipulate multiple split bodies at the same time, could not overcome this difficulty. This is the difference between separate bodies and other bodies. If you are close enough to the main body, you will think that you can activate the skill even if you have a split body, but this will create a time difference, and you will be broken if you are facing a stronger opponent than yourself. Gay. Sue thought carelessly. The moment of the last blow was the most dangerous moment, and it was common sense to stay awake and never be careless, but to understand this and still be in crisis was a disgrace to Sue. Forgive me, Lord Rimuru. I will live and the atonement will stay after. Sue prepared himself for Gardner's final attack, and since death was not to be tolerated, it had to be survived, but at this point. Atone not, for I'll give thee strength, O Sue. Sue felt as if he had heard something incredible. This voice is. It was understood in an instant. As for the sound, absolutely no attempt should be made to track it down. It was a dereliction of duty on the part of a person in charge of the intelligence department, but Sue made a judgment immediately. So be it so, that the name of the power given to you may be. As if born with the power, Sue understood what this power was, and at the same time, in a million times longer consciousness, he realized that his clone body had changed into an other body. This also means that Sue has also acquired parallel existence. Ha. I'm going to die too, but this guy's finished too, he deserves it. Is that the end of your last words? How is that possible? There was no doubt that you were the one who. That's right, but what's over here is my own body, so die if you understand, son of A. This time, Gardner literally had nothing left. 1,000 hands. Sue stretched forward and became 1,000 wrists that caught Gardner. This was the effect of one of the powers of the Shadow Moon King Tsukuyomi, which was just given to Sue. If you use this with parallel existence, you can use the shadow that creates the plural wrist to attack. Gardner, his body restrained, cried out in pain. Go ahead, you people, you'll be killed by Lord Veilgrind and Lord Granite anyway. Words cannot be finished. Sue ended Gardner's life with one hit kill. Lord Veilgrind has been defeated by Lord Rimuru, and that Granite, Benimaru who is better than me, has gone to him, I'm afraid, as I am, it's no longer any of your business. Sue left these words, allowing Gardner to be swallowed up by the shadow and fade away. Chapter 5. The Truth of the Emperor. Damrada is inside one of the 8 gates. Thinking about why things are the way they are. The status quo is dire. Yuki fell into the hands of Emperor Rudra, and his companions were similarly deprived of their freedom. Since Rudra ordered them to be taken care of, the position of Damrada could not be defied. Now, from Rudra came other orders. After handing over the responsibility of taking care of Yuki to someone else, he boarded the Emperor's flagship. And then the air showdown began. The real marshal is Veilgrind, and only the first 6 people in the sequence are informed of this. It cannot be outsourced. This is an absolute order, and for Damrada, who is often required to leave the country, such important secrets even require a memory operation. Yes, I made a pact with the Lord, that's. Seeing the gesture that Marshal Veelgrind had changed into, Damrada remembered the incident. In the meantime, all sorts of memories have clearly revived. The most important pact with Rudra is still remembered, but the reason for making it cannot be remembered. So, what to do? There's no time to fret. The demon lord Rimuru, seen not too long ago, seemed so kind that he didn't feel like much of a threat. He had thought that after Rimuru had been captured by the foreign space created by Veelgrind, he should have been unable to hinder Veldora's capture battle. Indeed, success dominated Veldora, and the situation thus began to turn in Rudra's favor. But none of those things mattered to Damrada. Not only that, but for Rudra as well. Thoughts began to clear up like clouds turning to light, and Damrada pondered what would be best for Rudra. However, before he could come up with an answer, Demon Lord Rimuru made his move. With a fury like never seen before. Why would one think he wouldn't pose a threat? Damrada simply wanted to question himself. Judging by the fact of breaking free of the seal of Veelgrind, there was no doubt that it was fraught with threats. But there is more to it than that. From the moment he saw Rimuru appear, Damrada realized that he was still too naive in his opinion. Rimuru glanced at Damrada with his eyes that glittered with golden light, a look that was unmistakably cold, almost as if there was no need to see Damrada and others as enemies. Kondo responded immediately, but the attack didn't work. Is that all? Then there would be no need for vigilance at all. Put off the treatment of you, fear not, and don't be killed before I am your opponent. Rimuru's eyes looked like they were talking. Could it be that to Rimuru, Damrada and the others have been treated as if they were dead? Even Emperor Rudra was no exception, and Damrada couldn't help but feel that everyone would be killed if this continued. What are the conditions for tactical victory in these situations for Rimuru? The needs to meet both of these conditions. I reclaiming Veldora. 2. Elimination of the aggressor. Veldora is an ally of Demon Lord Rimuru, and taking away the free will to be Veldora is something that Rimuru would never approve of. Having come to this place means having made the consciousness of having Veelgrind as an opponent. The direction of this win is an unknown in Damrada's eyes. An unattainable pinnacle matchup is not something that Damrada can extrapolate. Next, it was about eliminating the invaders. He had heard that Rimuru was a pacifist, but must not mistake that for non-resistancism. The few invasions that have occurred in the past have all been repelled. It's not a very good technique. With the assistance of Veldora, the land of monsters won back-to-back battles. The Empire's aggression was something that Rimuru would never tolerate. The time for bargaining is over, and it is conceivable that the only remaining recourse is to massacre all the Imperial soldiers. At this point, there is no point in talking about strategic strategy, only fighting to the last option. There was no wartime agreement between the two, and even surrender was no guarantee that they would be spared. The Empire had set a trap, and had lost its credibility, and all the windows of negotiation had been closed. I should have been more serious about stopping His Majesty. Damrada was equally proud of the Empire's war power. Excessive faith in one's own strength, thinking that one will not encounter defeat, can arbitrarily determine the terms of victory. Show the enemy the majesty of the Empire, defeat the enemy completely, lose the will to rebel before annexing it. Make a big blood change in the leadership, or turn the current leadership into puppets who can do whatever they want as long as they win the war. The Empire has always expanded in this way, but this time there was a major miscalculation. Even Emperor Rudra could not guarantee that there would be no problems if the forces of the evenly matched opponents clashed with each other. It was only natural that Damrada would feel melancholy. That said, what really bothers Damrada is still about his own pact with Rudra. Rimuru no doubt intends to kill Rudra. What bothers Damrada is how he should act if things turn out that way. For Damrada, there was a desire to keep his pact with Rudra no matter what, but that was ultimately because Damrata wanted to do it with his own hands. However, it's hard to win with Rimuru as an opponent. Damrata's war analysis of the battle. The flagship was wrapped in horrible magic, and those who survived guarded the 8 gates. Can this be called a toss-up or not? Damrata could only think that they themselves had made an extremely outrageous mistake. And then, now. Long time no see? In front of Damrata's eyes was a pleasantly smiling maiden. This maiden, who exudes fearsome power, is truly the strongest corner of the world, one of the 7 pillars of demons, the primordials. Her name is Ultima, a subordinate of the demon lord Rimuru. Not only to make the primordial his own men, but to give them strength. Up close, it's even scarier. The terror of the blessing of the dead, both the precision and the prowess became so over the top that it was enough to show that the demons had indeed evolved. Ignoring the spying on him by outsiders, Rimuru unreasonably opened the huge demon summoning door and then acted like something to the summoned minions. The Empire didn't have time to look into the matter, but Ultima told him the answer. Ultima laughed out happily. Ah ha 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 ha, did you really notice that? Yes, Lord Rimuru has given us strength, and now we're in great shape. Contrary to the very happy Ultima, the word seemed like a nightmare to Damrata. Granting the power to a primordial, although one could have expected it, it was not something that an ordinary demon lord could do. Even that guy Crimson, the primordials amongst his men, did not evolve. Thinking this way, one could understand how abnormal what demon lord Rimuru had done was. Even so, Damrata had no intention of losing. In order to fulfill the pact with Rudra, it was necessary to go all out to challenge this demon named Ultima. I don't always aim for the most reasonable path, even if I choose a thorny path, as long as the result achieves my goal. Damrata stopped agonizing. Even after seeing Ultima, who had displayed overwhelming strength, she still posed without fear. Well, it's time for a fight. It's natural. As His Majesty's knight, I will make my power fully known to you. That's something to look forward to, so let's get started. Thus begins the battle between the single-digit sequence of the rank 2 Damrata and the Pain Lord Ultima. Ultima revealed a shallow snort and observed Damrata. The incredible power of being human was felt in Damrata and stood out even among the saints. The stance was unbroken and even made it feel like the win might have been impossible without evolution. It's that one, isn't it? It feels like it can match Hinata's. That person is like the natural enemy of a magic creature, and this person gives the impression of purely honing his skills in person to person. This type is really tricky. As far as Ultima knows, opponents who hone their skills are tricky. Hakuru is a good example of being able to deal with a variety of situations with 1,000 different skills. The ability to apply it flexibly is the secret of its power, and that is precisely what has nothing to do with those higher beings. The so-called demons, in contrast to people, possess an overwhelmingly powerful higher existence. It even takes only the liberation of magic to be able to become an attack. The existence located at one of the pinnacle of the demon race is Ultima. Since her birth, she has been familiar with the use of magic, perfect magical domination. There is no need for effort. Just think about it and it can be realized, that is magic. There is no adversary in front of that all-powerful absolute power. The only ones who could possibly outperform themselves were superlative beings of the same class, such as the primordial or the dragon race, and until recently Ultima had believed so. However, this perception is wrong. It was during the battle with Veilgrind that Ultima realized this mistake. Faced with the overwhelmingly high-level presence of Veilgrind, Ultima and others fought as hard as they could and succeeded in knocking out one of her other bodies, albeit with only 10% of her original strength. On the flip side, one more thing learned is that if you get the use of power wrong, you lose to an opponent who is weaker than you. A lot was also learned in the battles that followed. The true dragon race, which is already the strongest in existence, has shown its advanced magical skills, and as a result, the Ultima, a race that prides itself on magic, is overwhelmed by magic. Why it could, during the battle Ultima hadn't understood, but could now. The secret lies in attaching an ultimate skill to magic. The use of an ultimate skill increases the accuracy of the magic, so we can't win. The power of the magic released by Veil grinned out of control, then Ultima had to do her best just to cope. There was nothing more humiliating to Carrera than for the opponent to be more skilled at making the magic she was best at. Yes, it's humiliating. At the same time, she was lucky. She got the chance to experience combat while still surviving without suffering a decisive defeat. Combining the effects of the skill with the magic, the power would grow exponentially, something that Ultima had never thought of all along. The experience gained through that battle had made her aware of more possibilities. It's true that we both have high basic skills, but then again, relying too much on basic skills is also a problem. If one puts in more effort to refine, one can become even stronger. As one of the strongest, Ultima had never aspired to gain power so far, yet this time, she hoped to become even stronger. How strong can a strong person who is already invincible become if he still strives to study and accumulate experience to move up to a higher level? The answer is either Veil Grinned or Guy Crimson. From this point of view, there's no doubt that Diablo, who pursued his interests, was also a super spec presence. Forgetting Testarossa for a moment, Ultima and Carrera, who had never made the effort, were really a far cry from the others in this regard. Ultima knew that she was the most immature of the 7 pillars of primordiality. Even so, it was still possible to fight evenly with Mizari and Rein. If she fought with all your might, she would feel like she would lose to Testarossa and Carrera. Testarossa is elegant and perfect. Being confident and always belittling others is a bad habit of hers. As for Carrera, it would be more appropriate to call her arrogance inferior. People who know they can do anything well if they take it seriously always lose interest quickly and leave things behind. And then, Ultima. Neither can she operate their magic with the precision of Testarossa, nor does she have as much magic as Carrera, and of the 3 demons outside of Diablo, Ultima should be considered the weakest. She is half-baked in every way, and although her own existence is the result of her talent, she has no experience of studying anything with her whole heart. Thinking of it this way, Ultima and Carrera have a lot of similarities, so the two have been fighting each other for a long time. Carrera has recently become interested in swordplay. Ultima was truly envious of this. However, such thoughts also end today. Ultima, who had the good fortune to have the opportunity to awaken, gained power as she had prayed for it. The one with the most room to grow is us. Being able to generate such thoughts, the current Ultima couldn't help but find it a bit ridiculous. It was all thanks to Rimuru, who had become her master. Why Rimuru was able to do things like that, Ultima didn't know, but those thoughts were irrelevant. The most important thing is to become a higher being. Then there's the question of whether or not she can help Rimuru. Watching the battle of Ajira just now, Ultima had been praying, and at the end of that contemplation, an incredible voice was heard. To make this wish come true, I'll help you a little. The next thing to complete is the ultimate skill, the Poisonous Death King Samael. The ability to see through the weaknesses of various living beings and then flexibly use the appropriate state changes to create poison is the power of the King of Poisonous Death, the ultimate skill. Having gained this power, Ultima felt absolutely no possibility of losing. But, however, Ultima suddenly remembered, hone yourself and don't rely too much on strength, that's what Diablo is always saying. She thought that Diablo would always have this kind of zero talk because of his old defeat to Zijin, and always took it as a sarcastic comment from Diablo, who had a bad character. Actually, it was a misunderstanding on Ultima's part. It did contain some sarcasm, but really it was mostly for her sake. Depending on how the strength is used, it can be very different, which was learned from Diablo. After understanding this, she remembered something Diablo had said before. Just relying on the power that has been given won't really make it come into its own, it's true. Ultima now deeply identifies with this statement. These were the words she had heard when she was first given her name and was now indeed thinking according to them. Speaking of which, Not to a certain extent. It's true that Diablo wouldn't use the power given by Lord Rimuru, and I originally thought it was just contempt for the enemy, but it turned out to be justified. Then I will do the same. Ultima wants to take advantage of this opportunity to make it food for her own growth. Damrida is a man who can't afford to be careless and just happens to give it his all. Really. If Testarossa finds out he sees us that way, it'll be a big deal. No, it's possible that Testarossa might have fallen for this on purpose, but well, it's a rare opportunity, let's take advantage of it. Damrida, though a formidable opponent, was also little more than an opponent to use for practice in Ultima's eyes. For the first time, she'll use the ultimate skill of her own desire to achieve victory. In this way, Ultima will no doubt gain growth. Ultima swore in her heart. It is not about relying on the innate power, but about making perfect use of the power that one has been given by one's desire to win the battle. For this matter. Not just to look up to, but to also be a helper to Rimuru, Ultima thought so. The fighting was extremely intense. Strength boosted, Ultima launched the attack and Damrida dodged it through his own skill. Sometimes concentrating the entire body's fighting chi directly counteracts the attack. It's the deft and nimble improvisation that makes Damrida so powerful. Ultima was frankly impressed by this and found it amusing. Through the showdown with Damrida, a lot of things were realized. So it turns out, so that the action doesn't lose its physical balance, and such an approach seems to work in a fight with Zijin. Zijin was too powerful to be defeated the moment he got close. It does make sense for Zijin's approach to be used in real combat, but it's less suitable for training for grappling. At this point, Damrida is a very fit and good opponent, which is to say the most suitable enemy. Realizing how much she was favored, Ultima could simply defend herself against any attack with overwhelming magical power, and her own attacks could crush all kinds of enemies with brute force alone. This situation had been largely understood before, but now it was finally recognized with more realism. Both began to increase in prowess and the battle became more and more intense. The two were evenly matched in strength and were not yet able to see where victory or defeat was heading. At first glance it might be so. How pleasant. There's no way you can go on this long of a free practice against Zijin. From the heart of a pleasant Ultima. In contrast, Damrida was full of bitterness. You're underestimating me by treating the match with me as an exercise. Despite saying so, Damrida actually noticed it inside. If this continues, it will be himself who will lose. Ultima is still growing and Damrida is in full swing. There was no time at all to feel the thrill of any fight, just to think about how to take down Ultima and put all of his skills to use in the duel. In the end, the primordial demon was a natural magical genius, and such an existence, which could even tamper with the physical laws of the world, would not be able to do its job as an opponent if the attack was imperfect. Therefore, Damrida applies a surrogate power effect to all attacks to inflict damage on Ultima. It is because it took more than 2,000 years of study to be able to use the powers freely as if they were breathing, to become so familiar with them that Damrida even forgot to borrow them from Rudra. Plus, demons were shackled and now seemingly unshackled, but the demon's mana volume boundary value was still fixed. As a result, Damrida, a sage, has a higher total energy than Ultima, so he can fight Ultima evenly. The more I attack, the more I can expose, but even using a large skill may not be effective. Couldn't win, huh? Considering the fact that Ultima was able to learn a skill that Damrida had painstakingly learned with a single glance, she thought that it would be better to make quick work of it, but to do so would likely reveal a flaw that would be self-defeating. Now, even though it was possible to counteract all of the multiple attacks of equal power released by Ultima at the same time, Ultima not only didn't feel chagrined by this but instead showed a very pleasant expression. That was awesome, like a demonstration. Being said that, instead, Damrida became chagrined. Damrida was driven to desperation. It was as if she was absorbing water from the dry sand, and it was obvious that Ultima was growing. Ha, that's just a laugh. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. The primordial was so horrible that Damrida never thought of it before. To an outsider, one might think the two are evenly matched. However, this equilibrium will soon collapse, and as long as one side is growing, the scales will sooner or later tilt in favor of the other. What a grim reality. The time has come. Aha. We're getting there. Ultima's aura suddenly changed, reserving her remaining strength up until now in order to steal Damrida's skills. No longer preserving strength, Ultima spread 6 pairs behind her, 12 wings, featherless as bat wings, smooth and voluptuous with a lavender glow. Here we go. Goo. After Ultima sent out the announcement, the 12 wings moved simultaneously, changing into a variety of shapes, aiming at Damrida to release the attack. Thin as a blade, pointed as a steel needle, gathered into fist-like chunks, flexible and changing wings, from which it is already very difficult to escape, let alone confront it. Damrida, who wanted to avoid the fist-like wings, was blown away the moment he made contact with the fist, and the strength contained therein was unprecedented, a powerful force that Damrida could not counteract. What was even more frightening was that the strength of Ultima's power was still gradually increasing, and without the upper limit on the amount of mana now, the momentum of growth could not be seen to slow down in the slightest, as if talking about gaining power by simply expecting it. Char. Ah ha 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 ha. We love this look. Ha. Don't underestimate people, little girl. The power is amazing, but I just won't get hit. Damrida held his breath even more, concentrating on dodging the attack. The mouth says it's no big deal, but the heart is filled with a sense of crisis. You can't win at this rate. However, Ultima was untouched. Then make a break for it. Damrida is looking to strike. One of the wings threading the legs of Damrida, it looked like Damrida didn't get the chance to avoid it. In fact, it was a tactic by Damrida. A race that prided itself on its great power was prone to pride, and even Ultima would have been careless if she had been certain that she would win, an action that Damrida had taken with that in mind. Ah ha 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 ha, don't you keep running around? Or are you tired of running? With a wicked grin on her face, Ultima slowed the attack and began to tease Damrida, the wings not attacking the vital parts, but instead attempting to strike through the limbs of her opponent. Yes, you guys are strong. That's why they despise us and fail at critical moments. Damrida was sure his strategy had worked. While making a wounded fall move, a full-force shot was fired at Ultima. Sheng bang. This is the sure-fire aura of Damrida. This is a blow that is made by refining all the fighting energy of a saint using the power of substitution. If hit by this move, the creature, no matter how powerful, will be destroyed, and even the primordial Ultima will only end up in a physical collapse and disappear. Damrida, who identified himself as victorious, did not feel the aftermath of victory. The thought of stabbing a fatal blow at Ultima somehow sent a sickening chill through him. The collapse disappeared with only a piece of wing, the one that had changed into the shape of Ultima, and Damrida failed to see it. By the time this was noticed, it was too late. Deathly poisonous punch. Damrida's chest was penetrated by Ultima. Imitating Damrida's huge magic power concentrated in her hands, she attacked in a cross-hands pose and mastered this technique perfectly by unleashing the ultimate power, King of Poisonous Death. Moreover, the reason why the nails of all 5 fingers were dyed purple was because the power of the King of Poisonous Death, Death Poison, had broken through Damrida's defenses with a power far greater than the amount of lethal force. This is the moment that tells the difference between winning and losing. Ooh. Damrida coughed up blood and collapsed. Ah ha 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 ha, what a shame. Just as we expected. A wicked snort of laughter resounded. Damrida tries to get back to his feet again but fails miserably. I can't even clench my fists, not even stand. But even so, he still looked at Ultima with all his might and anger. Idiot, that's not a punch, it's a slam. Just seeing it once, can it be imitated, but the prowess is unmistakable, really, wonderful. To sum up, it would be more appropriate to name it the Red Snake Death Poisoner. Damrada meets the ground facing up to the sky. Looking up at the sky, a bitter smile of slight regret was revealed. This time it was a complete failure. He was defeated by the demon lord Rimuru before he could challenge Guy. Maybe some of the elite will survive, but not if they want to make a comeback. Emperor Rudra had no more left to wait for the next opportunity, and until then, the present Rudra would have been. Your Majesty, Damrada whispered, looking back on his life. Damrada, can you listen to me? What is it? If it's a boring complaint, still go and talk to Lord Veilgrind. Or, is it against Lord Veilgrind? If so, it should be kept from me, and I should speak directly to Lord Veilgrind herself, or else it would be a pain in the ass if even I was hated. You're an indifferent guy. No, not that, it's serious business. Please? He actually didn't want to ask. Seeing Rudra's eyes, one already realized that it was going to be a serious topic. If one hears these words, one cannot maintain the relationship as it is now. Damrada didn't want it to be that way. It seems that every reincarnation consumes my heart. No, in Guy's words, it's probably the soul of something. But it doesn't matter. What does matter is that I might not become me. The reincarnation of Rudra the hero was not achieved by magic, but by a special ritual to inherit a power that was too great. The cost of gaining power over the ultimate spiritual beings, the dragon race, in mortal form, is managed by Rudra's own power, so Damrada cannot propose a solution. The soul is consumed. After that, His Majesty will become no longer His Majesty. Ah, yes. That's a funny joke. But I'm not going to take you seriously enough to use that rhetoric to reduce work. Che, you're still serious. You're really. I think it's a strength. Ha, indeed. I said something boring, so forget it. Yes, let me do that. How can one forget? Damrada just evaded it. He wanted to maintain the relationship as it was, wanted to play for Rudra all the time. And then, time passes. Sure enough, I lose something very important after every reincarnation. What's lost I don't know myself, that's the question. Your Majesty. I say, Damrada. Yes. This is an edict. If I'm going to be no more, you kill me yourself. Lord Rudra. There's no way to ask Veilgrind for something like this, is there? I couldn't do it either, those words, Damrada pressed down with all his might. If this was the wish of his dear friend Rudra, he could not answer in the negative. Yeah, if that happens, I promise to take care of the aftermath for Rudra Summer, so please rest assured that you'll be able to complete your administrative tasks. Well, you haven't changed. I'll leave you to it. That was a pact made long ago. And then the time went on. I am tired, and there is a limit to restraining my Justice King Michael from going out of control. Absolute righteousness is not much different from evil at the root of the matter. Justice that all can identify with does not exist in this world. Your Majesty. Damrada, you and I made a deal, remember? Of course I remember. Hearing this reply, Rudra said that's good and smiled. Changing expressions, solemnly issuing commands. Damrada, this is an edict. In order to be prepared in case you miss, go find someone who can break the King of Justice and kill the rest as an alternate. It's hard for me to do such a thing, but you have to be ready for everything in my time. Faced with this as if it were an order to obliterate Rudra himself, Damrada could only nod. Your orders, I understand. Hearing Damrada's reply, Rudra muttered, I'm sorry. Rudra looked off into the distance as if talking to himself. In retrospect, this King of Justice that my friend entrusted to me was probably too powerful for me. Win or lose, the next matchup with Guy will probably be the last. I want to fully master this skill. If there is a sign of going berserk, there is no need to worry and you must stop my actions. I'll do as I'm told. Please. After saying that, Rudra closed his eyes. Thinking about the vows he had exchanged with the star dragon, Veldenava, he was filled with resentment that he had not kept his promise to the end. A small whisper escaped Rudra's mouth, "If you can't make a deal, go to that world and make amends." Damrata pretended not to hear the words and quietly withdrew from the room. Choking on the blood from his own mouth, Damrata's consciousness was pulled back to reality. In less than a few seconds, consciousness flew into the distance. "Your Majesty, yes or no? I failed to complete by your edict." In the consciousness that was about to dissipate, Damrata wanted to utter this remorse, but was no longer able to do so and spat out another mouthful of blood. Regret. However, there was a sense of relief. The search for the one who can kill his beloved master, this edict is only painful for Damrata. Long hours of agonizing over it. Absolutely. For Damrata, Emperor Rudra was always a shining hero as always. Will you kill something like that? How could I possibly do that? Why should I do it? Can't we just let someone else do it? If you no longer exist in this world, I have no attachment to this world. I'd like to go with you. This is what Damrata wants from his heart. Neither Guy nor Rudra's match-up seemed to matter to Damrata. What matters is what Rudra thinks, and the world that can reflect his thoughts. Guy Crimson, though an arrogant demon king, is not an unreasonable tyrant. His domination is unshakable, he will make his own proper rules and stubbornly follow them. Guy and Rudra's ideals, while different, are not absolutely incompatible, and in Damrata's view, the two are perfectly capable of compromise. Guy shouldn't be able to act on his own. It was because of this certainty that Rudra issued an edict to Damrata, right? Why cling to victory and defeat when it's clear that there is mutual recognition? Damrata is really puzzled. But again, there was no way to do something against Rudra's will, and as a result, he had to follow his orders and operate around the world. After leaving the Emperor's banner for a long time, someone was found who could serve as an alternative. This boy, Yuki Kagurazuka, has a super powerful physique called ability blocking. This physique could even invalidate an ultimate skill, and Damrata was happy to think that he was able to fight against the King of Justice, but he still ended up losing badly, and Yuki also fell into Rudra's hands, which was no longer useful. The killer was lost, but that's when a question suddenly arose in Damrata's mind. Why, Your Majesty, should you dominate Yuki? Huh, what? To this whisper that contained no intention, Ultima asked rhetorically. Without giving an explanation, Damrata continued to ponder. It was undoubtedly Rudra who had ordered the search for the man who could kill him, and he should not have interfered with the matter. No, it's not. It's just that Damrata doesn't want to believe it yet. The signs have been there since the beginning. Indeed, it is so, His Majesty, Lord Rudra, has. Like Damrata, delirious from fever, muttered. What the hell are you talking about? Feeling anxious, Ultima shouted out questions that didn't reach Damrata's ears. Damrata was, for the moment, single-mindedly sinking into his own thoughts. Perhaps it should be said that the dying flash of an apparition made Damrata's thinking very sharp. Thus, the search for the truth. Rudra is passionate about his ideals. To dream of a united world and permanent peace. No more strife and poverty, and humanity can focus on development. If the unification of all mankind becomes peaceful, then all can live equally. Rudra, who believes in this, has set the goal of building a united nation. Human beings are mutually intelligible creatures, capable of uniting their wills one day and working together to create a better world. Rudra believes this from the bottom of his heart. He became a hero for the sake of the people, carrying great pain and hardship. To make life happy for more people, Rudra kept running for this desire. Damrata loves Rudra like this. But Rudra's ideals came to an end when they were still at the dream stage. Before the ideal is realized, Rudra himself has gone rogue. The ideals we were striving for turned out to be broken a long time ago. Damrata identified with this and was overwhelmed with sadness in his heart. Are you crying? Ah. For fear of death? No, because of the agreement. Agreement? Ah. Unable to avoid death, clinging to Damrata without letting go. It was something that could not be helped, and he could put up with it, but the inability to keep the covenant with Rudra was unbearable for Damrata. Rudra's consciousness had dissipated, and who was Rudra now, exactly? There's only one answer to this kind of thing. It was undoubtedly Veldinava, the star dragon, the friend of Rudra, who gave him the ultimate skill of the King of Justice. Before Rudra's mental breakdown, Damrata still had edicts that had to be fulfilled. But he seems to be about to die without being able to achieve the mission. Damrata, who wanted to berate himself for his incompetence, turned around and realized that the situation had not yet reached its worst moment. No matter what, the King of Justice has to be stopped from going berserk, and if Damrata fails, it will be necessary to find someone worthy of entrusting this task. This is the edict of Rudra, the pact that Damrata should keep. In addition to Yuki, there was one other person who had a clue. The dreaded demon lord, Rimuru. He is both the greatest enemy and the place of hope. May I ask you to kill His Majesty, Lord Rudra? Huh? Why us? It doesn't have to be you, no. Let's just leave it to us. We were going to kill that Rudra guy anyway, not that we couldn't accept your request. Ultima's character does as she pleases. While not going to respond frankly, actually kinda like Damrata. The battles lasted a short time, but for Ultima, who had an infinite lifespan, it was the quality of the battle that was valued more. To be able to experience such a fierce battle that coalesces in a short period of time, it feels like no matter what is said, it is allowed. Then, there is one more thing. What? That, the boy named Masayuki, please protect him. Damrata was convinced. It's just that. Yes, I can. But it come at a cost, right? Demons don't fight for nothing. While this is not an absolute rule, there are all sorts of ways to circumvent it. But this time, it was Ultima's capriciousness, wanting to see Damrata troubled, that made the question. However, hearing Ultima's question, Damrata was relieved. He felt like he had been liberated, and then he replied calmly, the reward is, all of me. Everything about my soul, all the technology I have, I entrust it all to you. Accepted. Looking at Ultima, who gave a reluctant reply, Damrata smiled. And then, Your Majesty Rudra, now, I will go to your side. These are the last words that Damrata left behind. Stopped breathing like he was asleep. Former Chancellor of the Nazca Kingdom and a close friend of the unified Emperor Rudra Nam all Nazca. The curtain has come down on the long career of the Saint Damrata. In the midst of the circular brawling arena of isospace, Ultima stood alone. Aha, what a bore. The core of his heart disappeared and it was still intended for Lord Rimuru. As a somewhat lonely Ultima muttered, she wrapped the remains of Damrata gently in 12 wings. According to the agreement, taking the whole of Damrata for her own possession. That's it, the end. The end of Damrata and Ultima's matchup. The job of the Fist Saint came to an end, and a new demon of the Fist was born. Damrata gave one of the most vicious demons the most ferocious power in his final moments. Would he be unbearably ashamed if he knew about it? Or perhaps be happy with the inheritance of their skills? Damrata is dead and there is no way to know about it. Those who survive can only ponder this question in their hearts. Come, I'll be your opponent. In the middle of the round fight arena, Ajira makes an announcement to Kondo. Kondo frowned and without a word raised the hand that held the saber, not responding to Ajira, and just looked at Carrera. Don't worry, I'm only here as a witness. Ridiculous. How can you believe what you say? Kondo, who finally spoke, was quite sharp in his words. It's like saying, since it's the enemy, let the two go together. However, Carrera made no move. True enough, I don't think 2-on-1 is a despicable act, and I'm not going to take it out on you. But this time, it was because of the wishes of Ajira over there. Don't worry about me, just enjoy the fight. Not only did she say so, but she also sat directly on the stone wall to show that it had nothing to do with her. Kondo shrugged. What a farce. But I'll just take the spirit. Then came the drawn saber and confronted Ajira. Thank you very much. Then, just for goodness sake. A crisp voice rang out, interrupting his words. Ajira covered his chest and collapsed on the field. You. Carrera momentarily drew a short distance and broke between Kondo and Ajira, blocking the sword that Kondo was about to cut off Ajira's head with. Humph, can you catch up to this speed? Kondo, who held a large Southern-style automatic pistol with smoke coming from the muzzle in his right hand and wielded a saber in his left, said so in the direction of Carrera. You knew I could make it, didn't you? If you were serious, Ajira would have been wiped out by now, wouldn't she? Kondo didn't say anything about accepting the invitation to the Ajira showdown, so it was a lapse on Ajira's part to not confirm beforehand. And she wasn't really going to make a killing blow, and Carrera, who had blocked her opponent's sword, knew it best. A strong man like Kondo should not lose even a head-to-head fight with Ajira. If it's just a sword fight, maybe a nice showdown at some point. But even so, the outcome of Kondo's victory probably won't falter. Even so, the surprise attack was made because Carrera was on the sidelines. It is pie in the sky to believe the words of the enemy, let alone the words of the devil, and it is the foolishness of those who really believe. The exclusion of uncertain elements is the iron rule of combat. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have time for this farce. Kondo turned to face Carrera, sneering at the uncharitable state of affairs. Well, if you think so, then I'll be your opponent. With this sword? Carrera's sword had cracked from the blow just delivered, no doubt it would break from a few more blows, and Carrera couldn't have failed to notice it. No way, there are alternatives, only I have a better sword. Ajira, you understand. Of course. It's a pity that I didn't get to fight with the last generation of my school, but I can't complain if I think that it's because I'm following your teachings. The discontent is only the contempt for my old master, which only deprives me of my fighting power. Saying so, Ajira stood up. The wound in his chest had been closed, and the bullet Kondo fired was called an annihilation bullet, which, according to the magical power of the load, caused an equal amount of energy to disappear. If it was a spell bomb, it would be very difficult for Ajira to stand up again. As Carrera and Ajira had noticed, it was clear that Kondo wasn't attacking with all his might. But, because of this, Ajira was able to keep fighting. Negation knife changed negation. Ajira became a knife, and the one holding the knife was undoubtedly Carrera. Carrera's magic filled the void in Ajira, and the lost energy came back again. The result was that the blade shone brightly and Ajira's chi became full. That's stupid. It took a comrade living as a sword to let you off the hook. My dependents love to fight. That's a lot of concern. Is that so? There is no point in talking about it now. He has dared to impersonate the founder of the sect, and his crime is unforgivable. In Kondo's view, Carrera, who held the sword that Ajira had changed into in her hands, was also guilty of the same thing. Showing unabashedly clear hostility, Kondo struck a serious pose. The battle began in less than half a quarter of an hour. Carrera fell to her knees. Incredibly, Kondo was powerful to the point of terror. As the saying goes, damn. Even in Carrera's opinion, he was a monster beyond belief. Carrera knew she was strong, but at the same time, understood that there are people of all people. In fact, one would have thought that even if one couldn't beat Diablo, one probably wouldn't lose to anyone else. However, it would be met with ease by Zijin. This battle was also, facing Vielgrind didn't take much advantage. So even though she was at Kondo's mercy now, Carrera wasn't shocked. Not only that, but euphoria even ran high. Carrera rolls lightly on the ground to close the distance from Kondo, stand up smoothly and adjust again to the posture of pointing the tip of the knife at the opponent's eyes. Very good. My swordsmanship is praised even by Ajira, but it still seems inferior to yours. Shut up. I'm just trying to use my own power to beat my opponent, And I'm so angry that I'm saying that. Kondo himself was creeped out by Carrera's fighting instincts, and since this wasn't the time to be able to have fun, he struck out with full force from the start. Not only swordsmanship, but also the power of the extreme ability King of Execution is being used unstintingly. However, it didn't quite beat Carrera. That alone was already worthy of awe, and Kondo's heart couldn't help but warble over it. It seems that this is not an opponent that can be solved easily, with mutual awareness of this. As a result, the fighting intensified. With brute force, Carrera struck at Kondo with her sword, impeding his movement. Kondo lightly opens Carrera's attack with a knife rack and snaps Carrera with a right-handed shot. The power placed in this round is to disarm the magic. This bullet is called a spell breaker. Kondo chose this bullet because of the anticipation of Carrera's next move. No need to chant a mantra, the gravitational force field is instantly formed. Kondo points out that Carrera, who only knows how to use her power, is not only not reflecting, but also relying on her own power, trying to unleash magic that does not affect her and hinder Kondo's actions. Seeing this, Kondo chose the spell breaker. The extremely high generalization of this ability is the powerful secret of Kondo. There are roughly 4 effects of the research pole ability King of Execution, and Kondo will adapt them to the situation. A boundary breaker can break the defensive boundary of an creature. The spell breaker can remove magic effects. The spellbusters are capable of destroying the magical circuits of creatures. The Annihilation Bomb is a high-density magic bomb that can expend energy by seeing through the nature of the creature. The most powerful bullet that can do all of the above at the same time is the Godspeed bullet. Before that, Carrera had been deliberately chanting spells for magical attacks. It was all in preparation for this matchup, but all the magic was unspellable the moment it was unleashed, and Kondo's predictions were accurate, always making the right choices. And there are all sorts of bullets being shot through the cracks. Failure to see through its nature and react to it will leave Carrera with serious injuries. If there is any hesitation, it is estimated that the winner will be decided in an instant. Kondo was really calm when he analyzed the battle situation. Unhurried, bordering on mechanical. See through the enemy's weaknesses and the flow of magic to make appropriate responses. That's all. It was faithfulness to a steady foundation that established Kondo's position as the strongest in the Imperial Army. Significantly different from Carrera, who acts on her emotions, the two are somewhat oddly similar. Kondo asked in a cordial tone as she shook her head. That's tricky. How did you know I was going to use magic? Kondo also replied to Carrera while regaining his breath. Well, that's easy. Because I think that's what I would do if I were you. I see. It's really easy to understand. Once again, Carrera developed a fondness for this Kondo, along with a strong realization that she had never seen the same type of formidable enemy so far. You can't say that by observing the flow of magic when it's activated. I'd do that, or something. If I were you, you'd be looking for a reason. Carrera thought unpleasantly, but couldn't help the pleasant expression that crossed her face. Having an opponent that you can fight with all your might is enough to be enjoyable alone. Rein the Primordial was a strong one identified by Guy and should have had a satisfying sparring session with her, but Carrera's provocation never succeeded. This kind of regrettable incident made Carrera upset and angry, but with Kondo as an opponent, it felt like she could fight enough for her heart's content. For Carrera, it's the process of going head-to-head that matters more than winning or losing. That's great. That's really great. It's Kondo, right? You're the best enemy. Kondo snorted back at Carrera's heartfelt praise. Without words, state your opinion by the sword. Sharp chopping blows stabbed at Carrera in succession. Dancing the sword with only the left hand, but the path of the sword without any deviation, was even more beautiful than the martial arts that fascinated the people. Carrera faced Kondo's successive chopping blows, relying on Ajira's skill and her own instincts to judge and dodge. In a brief interlude of sword blades, Carrera discovered a little habit of Kondo's. Knife in left hand, gun in right. Although it was just Kondo's fighting form, the momentary sight of him firing would move along with his fingertips, as if he was watching the line of fire of a bullet. No one would have been able to notice this little habit if it weren't for Carrera, but it was enough of a fatal flaw to determine victory or defeat. This is it. Carrera swung the sword away at the perfect time. Unable to respond, Kondo, who was ready to shoot, raised his gun stiffly and took down Carrera's sword. The reaction speed is simply amazing, but Carrera won't just stop there. Don't underestimate me. That takes away one of your trump cards. Twisting his body hard to adjust his posture to receive the attack, causing Kondo to be unable to counter the powerful force of Carrera. So, Kondo unstintingly let go of the gun in his hand. The large Southern-style automatic pistol grunted and rolled to the ground. Having avenged Kondo's death, Carrera was rejoicing. However, there was a creepy scent, and feeling it for an instant, Carrera followed her instinct and quickly ducked away. Immediately after, Kondo's sword slashed through the air. Geez, didn't you get it? What landed on the ground with a flutter was Carrera's severed left hand, the skeleton of the kamikaze not paying the slightest attention, cut off by Kondo's sword. You emotionally charged Carrera. But inwardly, calmly, though shaken by the humiliation, she accepted this reality. There's no way to beat Kondo at this rate. The proof was that Kondo was now wielding a military knife with both hands. A perfect form over time, completely different from his style so far. Kondo hadn't intended to rely on the gun in his hand from the beginning, but instead had deliberately revealed a crack to lure Carrera into the bait, with no other explanation than that. But if that was the case, it meant that Carrera was despised by Kondo. The sword alone is enough to gain the upper hand, but it's still a little tricky. It's a strategy to kill me easily. It's inexcusable that such a powerful master would not show his strength and do such a despicable thing. Aware of this, Carrera roared. How dare you underestimate me, a human? Carrera wanted to go along with the rage and shatter Kondo into pieces, ready to step forward. And yet, just then. One moment, please, Lord Carrera. Ajira, transformed into a knife, hitchhiked over. Carrera and Ajira were now in a state of near unity, and naturally also connected through thought communication, and were able to have a conversation in their hearts. And so, in a million times extended sphere of consciousness under the power of Carrera, the two began a conversation. What do you want to say, Ajira? I'm so busy right now, I'll kill you if you interfere. Please calm down, Lord Carrera. If you lose your cool, you'll be in Kondo's clutches. Of course I know that. But that guy fooled me, as a king? It's absolutely intolerable, isn't it? Lately, Ajira has basically taken on the duty of stopping Carrera, but Ajira has also never seen a Carrera as raging as today. If she wasn't stopped, Carrera would surely be defeated. Ajira continues to be persuasive, trying to convince Carrera. Listen to me, Kondo didn't rely on the sword alone in the first place because he despised Carrera-sama. Why, you're underestimating me, no matter what you think. No, it's not, it's just the opposite. Huh? It is precisely because of the importance attached to the threat from Lord Carrera that Kondo hides his true abilities. Not anyone is as strong as Lord Carrera, who was very strong from birth. Take the fight against the strongest enemy seriously, that's something you'll do as a warrior. So what? Are you trying to say that he approved of me? Exactly. Ajira seized the opportunity to articulate his views with great force. That stance of Kondo's had been said to be in a state of completion, but its essence was still that of a swordsman who had inherited Ajira's school. There is no doubt that the other person is serious, and it is for this reason that it is not revealed at the outset, but rather that a shift is made at the crucial moment. It is precisely because of the fact that he sees Carrera as his strongest enemy that he is able to use such a small trick. If not, there's no need to craft a fake move like that to increase risk. I see, that's true, if you say so. Ajira's persuasion played a role, and Carrera calmed down and accepted the statement. Ajira breathed a sigh of relief. "I've worried you, Ajira. Thanks to you, I've come to my senses." "That's great. I won't let you worry anymore, I promise you." Signaling the end of the conversation with this declaration, Carrera turned to face Kondo again, and then, slowly, landed a rippling punch to her face. Such a serious blow that one wonders if Carrera's head will explode. However, Carrera was calm and flashed a smile at Kondo. "Oh, I didn't scare you, did I? I'm sorry, slightly lost my cool and thought you were insulting me. However, human beings are so powerful that they will use all sorts of tricks to win. It's an idea we wouldn't have had," slightly surprised. Though laughing like this, Carrera also stopped her contempt for her enemy. It was no accident, but if it hadn't been for Ajira, Kondo would have been caught in the act. The Carrera of the present is different from the Carrera of the past, who can do whatever she wants. As a loyal servant of the demon lord Rimuru, she acts in accordance with the orders of her lord.
It's just that it's not okay to be defeated and die in battle, which is absolutely forbidden.
Carrera warned herself in her mind. This punch was for that purpose, and to show one's own awareness. Carrera acknowledged Kondo. Acknowledged that he is on the same level of existence as her. The casual Carrera is like a changed person, thinking seriously. What a surprise. The pride of being the strongest race always made her unconsciously fail to use her full strength in fighting with others. However, it was mistakenly assumed that Kondo wasn't giving it his all and she had to leave it to Ajira to correct her. Realizing her lapse, Carrera finally got serious. Kondo looked at the grin that was showing on Carrera's face, who was in a miserable situation, and felt that it was beautiful. Is the demon going to give it her all? As a fragile human being, there's no way to welcome it. For the first time, a change of expression occurred, seeing Carrera as the enemy. "Then I, too, must be your opponent." Kondo, who made this declaration, put on the armor for the first time. No longer a uniform that relied on the force of will to materialize, but a pure white spirit suit made from the mythical level changes given by Rudra. That is, a spirit dress made in imitation of an old Imperial Navy garment. The appearance doesn't seem to have changed much, but the aura on display seems to have changed to a different person. For Kondo, this garment from the naval era was also the one that meant death. As a lieutenant, he swore to bear the guilt of letting his men die tragically. In order to be able to keep this realization in mind, I fought in these garments. Carrera looked at Kondo, liberating a deep and massive magic. "Next, give your name." "I am the loyal servant of Lord Rimuru, one of the 12 patrons, Carrera, the Menace Lord. Bet on my glory and I'll kill you." Kondo responded. "Herr, Lieutenant of the Imperial Navy, Tatsuya Kondo. I am now the head of the Imperial Emperor's Order of the Near Guard, and I accept your challenge." The two confronted each other, quietly building up their strength. From there, the real battle began. Carrera picked up the left arm that had fallen to one side and gently brought the sections back together, and just like that, it was restored as if nothing had happened. "That doesn't make sense." "Don't say that, after all, it's a precious body given by Lord Rimuru, so I can't leave any scars on it." The conversation sounded light-hearted, but both sides were peering into each other for a break. The reason Kondo didn't make a move while Carrera healed her arm was because Kondo had certain thoughts. Without a gun in his hand, Kondo could only fight with a sword, which was of course the original gesture of Mizushin Lifestream, but on the flip side, it also meant that he didn't have any reserve backhand. Kondo is now in full swing. In other words, Kondo bet his whole self. With two swords in hand now, Kondo had the confidence to not lose to any enemy. Kondo grasps the movements of Carrera through his unique skill of interpreting, and the movements of his muscles are readable by the flow of magic throughout his body and the breath of his magic. When this power is combined with the ultimate power, King of Execution, it can perform far beyond the unique power field. Therefore, he did not see an abnormal increase in the emitted power of Carrera. That vast energy is a symbol of Carrera's tyrannical style, but in spite of that, I wonder if there is a clear will to unify and the flow of energy is unclogged. The energy that would normally have produced an explosive torrent was perfectly incorporated into Carrera's domination. What a monster, Kondo thought to himself. The wrist wound that was so hard to cut off is now invisible, and even the clothes have been repaired. What a joke. What gathered that fierce power was Ajira's demon blade that had changed into a single heart, and was able to make a complete circle of power because it had transformed into a single heart with Carrera. This was not good for Kondo, who sensed something even more tricky than that. Incredibly, a strong crystallization of power was forming in the center of Carrera's magic. Kondo had a clue as to what that was. It is something that can only be seen when the form of the heart becomes solid. Acknowledging this, Kondo took action. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it must be eliminated as quickly as possible. It was because of this judgment that he wore these clothes, which symbolizes his full commitment. That is to say, defeat is not allowed and victory must be achieved no matter what means are used. It is the winning side that is righteous. While examining Carrera, Kondo finished his preparations. The only remaining weapon was a sword, pouring its full force into Carrera's beheading. That's good, that's good. That look of no confusion, that's exciting. Ignoring Carrera's excited shouts, Kondo waved the sword in his hand. Although Carrera's demon sword caught this blow, Kondo's military sword was indeed incomparably powerful, and if that demon sword hadn't boarded Ajira's will, it might have been shattered by this blow. Kondo furthermore continues to apply the stand-up, "You guys?" The sharp, heavy chopping blow caused Carrera to not help but let out a groan. The secret of its power lay in the will that was injected into the saber. Kondo's ultimate skill, the king of execution, is not only able to attach power to bullets, but also by placing Kondo's will, or even his soul, in the saber, which is both Kondo's killer weapon and his true gesture when he's serious. Under the ensuing onslaught from Kondo, Carrera can only defend with one touch. Kondo intends to fight before Carrera awakens to the ultimate skill, using all sorts of tricks to pursue Carrera. Even though Carrera controlled her violence and exerted great power, Kondo remained unchanged and flicked away the entire attack. In terms of combat skills, Kondo is a step above Carrera. The barely sustained sparring was the result of a combination of Carrera's massive amount of mana and Ajira's strength. If it wasn't for that, Carrera would have been wiped out long ago. Now, too, the chop that contains the power of the exterminating bullet cuts open the left side of Carrera's belly. With limbs wounded several times by the chopping blows of the boarding spellbomb effect, Carrera's magic circuits have gone into a frenzy, and as a result, even Carrera's and Ajira's assimilation has begun to take a toll. "You!" Carrera groaned and glared at Kondo with a grimace. Miscalculation. I knew that Kondo was strong, but I thought that I could always deal with it by using my real skills. But Kondo is not that good of an opponent. Even in the face of Carrera, who had borrowed Ajira's power, Kondo was still the Superman above it. Humans, human. Even though awakened as a saint, I can't believe that a human could drive me to such a state. Contemplating her own ineptitude, Carrera covered her right hand over the left side of her belly that kept leaking magic after being chopped open. Even if one wanted to reply, the effect would be minimal as the magic loop went into a frenzy. Originally, an injury of this magnitude would have repaired itself without any attention, but now, even with deliberate treatment, it still looks like this. No matter how bashful and rude Carrera was, she could recognize that the current state of affairs was very bad indeed. Whether the will is strong or not, can sway the power. What's more, Kondo is a character who has gained extreme power through his own power, while Carrera spends her days at will because she has an infinite lifespan, and Kondo is simply incomparable. Only now, along with the pain of torturing herself, did Carrera finally understand. There is no point in being given skills. The ability to truly live up to its essence can only be acquired through one's own desire. The rank of the race, the strength of the physical abilities, and the life force, all of which were overwhelmingly powerful for Carrera to occupy. In terms of skill, thanks to Ajira, there was a battle of attrition. Still, it was not possible to win. Not only that, but they were on the verge of defeat. If this goes on, are we going to lose? Which means to be wiped out, dead. The strongest me, I have one of the primordials of the demons? This, absolutely cannot be agreed upon. The glory of Carrera could not allow it. Not to mention, it would go against the orders of Carrera's favorite lord, the demon Lord Rimuru. If it turned out that way, it would be a big mistake that could not be redeemed by killing herself 1,000,000 times, and Carrera felt the fear. The inability to comply with Rimuru's orders had terrified Carrera, who had never before known what fear was. It's the only thing I absolutely disagree with. Carrera hissed loudly, looking angrily at Kondo with blood-filled eyes. Forcibly regenerate the wound and posture it. Carrera prayed even more deeply and intensely. Praying for victory over this man in front of you. So far, Carrera had fought by her own pure demonic power. But that alone will not do. It is absolutely impossible to reach people who are at the ultimate skill level. Diablo, for example, and Kondo, for example, in front of he. In the face of people who have awakened to the ultimate skill, she cannot win, and the top of the guy Crimson is not even compared to. Thinking only about adding strength is not going to work. If that's all, struggling no matter what, it's just bait for the strong. Being pressed so hard, it finally dawned on Carrera. Those who want to fight the really strong must understand themselves more deeply. What is necessary for this is an unparalleled strong will. As a spiritual being, Carrera sought this moment of the willpower of the essence. Well, let me help a little. She seemed to hear such a sound. In the next moment, the something that was so moving deep inside of Carrera felt a clear shape forming. Carrera searched her consciousness toward that. The one that gradually took shape by Carrera's determination, by her prayers. So far, it's all been a rampaging power within herself, always used again only through repressive control, but Carrera sees this power as her own. Then, liberation opens up. This ability is in need of a name. Oh my power, this is your name. In order to complete the task given to me by Lord Rimuru, become my power and liberate the power to go further. Your name is Abaddon, the King of Death. Abaddon, having the meaning of destroyer. Also, the King of Death. The power couldn't have been more appropriate for King of Destruction Carrera. Carrera finally got it. The absolute power that can destroy everything. King of Death. This is the figurative of Carrera's desire. Once liberated, it is able to bring about definite destruction, fearful empowerment for the adversary. For the first time, because of her encounter with a strong enemy, Carrera became hungry for power. Thus, the time had come for the battle between Carrera and Kondo to be decided. This isn't a joke, Kondo thought. To Kondo, it was like a mirage when he tried his best to push Carrera into a desperate situation, only to awaken the ultimate skill before his eyes. On several occasions, Kondo had intended to inflict a death blow on Carrera. However, Carrera got back up again no matter how many times she was knocked down. Use the power of the barrier breaker bomb to break the barrier, and use the power of the spell breaker bomb to disrupt Carrera's magic circuit, then actually cause Carrera to accumulate damage, and finally use the power of the destroyer bomb to end the other party. It's long overdue for a winner. However, Kondo, who had put out his full strength, not only failed to take down Carrera, but also awakened her strength. Kondo was deeply aware of his mistake. That's true, if only there was still a kamikaze bomb. The thought would arise, perhaps because Kondo was a little more squeamish. The divine extermination, kamikaze, bomb was a once-a-day killer weapon, the strongest hit, yet it had just been used to weaken Veldora not long ago. Craving for something you can't use in a fight that bets your life and death really doesn't seem like a foolish act Kondo would do. The enemy, who was already strong enough, had acquired an unknown power, and the mere knowledge of it brought the mood into a gloom. Kondo, however, still tries to lift his spirits. Since they were already wearing the garments, they could only fight to the end without faltering. Kondo couldn't help but spit out his feelings to Carrera for the first time. "You guys, this is so unconscionable. It is also natural to make a mockery of human frailty. The interethnic hierarchy gap is too great to be filled." Even Kondo couldn't help but grumble about it. Hearing this, Carrera lifted her chin in satisfaction. "Ah, of course. After all, we are the strongest race, but you are not unreasonable enough, are you?" It was the highest compliment that Carrera could utter. Carrera had already identified the other with being equal to herself, so in a show of utmost respect, went all out to launch the challenge. Aiming her sword at Kondo, she set up her stance without a care in the world, and Carrera let her right and left hands unleash the King of Death, bringing her enormous power back into a circle. Between Kondo and Carrera, a stream of white and black glow overflowed. By transforming the huge mana into energy, the afterglow alone seemed to blow people away. Carrera concentrated, harnessing all of her energy. "I'll let you see what I've got." "I'd really like to say no. Oh, don't be such a party pooper. It's because I identify with you that I'll show you my best magic." Kondo had a bad feeling when he heard the other party's words. She doesn't care about the mood of others, that is the demon named Carrera. Leon also suffered for it, but at the time, Carrera was just amusing herself. While saying so can only seem more egregious in her nature, it was a much better experience for Kondo, who had to use the serious Carrera as a rival. Among the 4 primordials of the Demon Lord, including Diablo, the current Carrera prides herself on having the largest amount of mana, which she had not been able to control perfectly before, and this shortcoming was eliminated when she obtained the Death King Abaddon. The current Carrera, with her dominance over magic, is able to match Veilgrind. "I'll send you destruction. Disperse. Final collapse annihilation wave." It was the ultimate magic that overrode the gravity collapse. It's the biggest and strongest attack magic in Carrera's ideal. By placing matter evoked from the bottom of hell in the gravitational collapse force field, the magic was created that contained a great energy rush far beyond imagination. It is difficult to control this energy since it is not necessary to say how difficult it is, just to add directionality to this energy. Originally this was not the magic that was supposed to be used on the planet, but Carrera unleashed this magic without any confusion. If one step of control goes wrong, even the planet could be wiped out. It was not successful when practiced in the underworld, and was used for the first time in the material world. The magic that had not been used successfully so far was used without any hesitation. If Testarossa and others were present, they must have stopped Carrera anyway, but the people who could stop Carrera here did not exist. Even though Ajira was present, it was too cruel to ask him to stop Carrera. It would be better to say that it is not Kondo who feels the most fear right now, but Ajira who knows how scary that magic is. Then, speaking of Kondo, he felt a whiff of danger at the sight of Carrera's preparatory movements and unfolded the King of Execution before he heard Carrera's announcement. This ability to quickly judge a situation is what makes Kondo what he is. However, this time the opponent was too bad. The final collapse annihilation wave is a great magic that is based on the premise of Carrera's absurd magic, and its scope is so huge that if this place is not otherworldly, I don't know how much of a disaster it will cause. Maybe even this otherworld will be destroyed, so Kondo speculated. If things turned out that way, then all the matter on this magic ray that targeted Kondo would be wiped out. Kondo saw through that fact. If the otherworld is destroyed, Emperor Rudra is also likely to be involved. Even if Rudra's defense was foolproof, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be an eventuality that had to be prevented from happening. It's more than that. Kondo was also aware of something even more problematic. From the way Carrera was staged, even this vicious magic was just a decoy. Even after carrying this blow, the real attack from the demon blade should still come from behind. That would be impossible to cope with. No matter the sacrifice, the path to survival cannot be opened without overcoming this blow. Kondo was well aware. Put his knife in its sheath and wait for the right moment. Then, make a move while Carrera unleashes her magic. Gamble everything on yourself, draw the knife. Yaezakura, Yahasanori. This skill, which Hakuru had demonstrated, is reproduced here. The power that is incorporated in this is the kamikaze bomb, which should only be used once a day. If the limit cannot be exceeded here, what awaits Kondo will only be broken. Because of this, Kondo bets on all his possibilities with the confidence that he can do it. The glow of the power of the soul is even greater. As for whether that glow was Kondo's or Carrera's, at the very least, both were undoubtedly going all out. Kondo's sword cut through the raging energy rushes generated by the final collapse annihilation wave. A smile emerged from the corners of Carrera's mouth as she opened her eyes wide. Kondo's whole body was pervaded by intense pain. Even the mythical great garments, which possessed the strongest defense, had failed to defend against this breaking power. However, Kondo was not timid. Aiming with conviction at Carrera's head, trying to get the 8 flowers to bloom. Carrera, on the other hand, was a step above Kondo. It's not enough. Let's see, after combining Ajira's experience, my strongest skill. That is both words and not words. In a flash, Kondo's thoughts were conveyed to Carrera. It was the Momochi sword flash that surpassed Kondo's draw speed. The name of this skill is called Maizuru, 100 Flowers Dazzle. Under this unstoppable tyranny, Kondo's saber snapped. Following that, Carrera's final strike slashes off Kondo's shoulder. Kondo felt a loss of strength throughout his body. In fact, it was beyond the limits of the body a long time ago. He closed his eyes and collapsed on his back. Kondo's life was coming to an end. Halfway through thinking this way, he laughed at himself. As a result, nothing has been done. Either to protect the homeland or to keep the covenant with Rudra. Be my friend. I didn't fulfill my agreement with you. What surfaced in Kondo's mind was a feeling of regret. The thought of a pact that didn't materialize made the heart feel like it was about to burst open. Tatsuya, I have a favor to ask of you. I'll do as I am told. I'll do anything I can as your friend. That's right, it's karma. To convey his gratitude to this Rudra, who calls himself a friend and gives his existence in this world meaning. Even so, that request is too cruel, isn't it? A long time ago, I asked Damrada for a favor. If I loses my ideals, I hope you, as a friend, can stop me. But I have lived too long, and Damrada is too gentle to kill me himself. I'm sorry that I made such a big request of him. That's so, Tatsuya. If it were you, would you be able to calmly make a judgment to kill me? Go and get in the way of Damrada. You stop me. No, think of it my way. For he himself equally wanted Rudra to live. Rudra is calm, sensible and full of dominance. He is the vision of Kondo and the hard-won lord. This man stopped Kondo, who had failed to protect his country and was about to commit suicide in this world, and became Kondo's friend. The great hero, Emperor Rudra. Despite this, Kondo agreed to Rudra's request because Kondo knew Rudra's bitterness. Rudra's body, his radiant soul, had long since reached its limit. Presumably the result of countless reincarnations to control the special powers of the King of Justice. Relying on his own unique skill of interpreting readers, Kondo understood this fact more deeply than anyone else. Probably, more than Veilgrind understood. Veilgrind had become blinded by her love for Rudra, and no doubt would have been furious if she had learned of this request Rudra had made to Damrada and Kondo. Rudra's request to Kondo was, in a sense, justified. As long as it is promised, it must be kept. If asked why, it's because conventions are such things. However, the time for fulfilling the engagement will come much later. That's because Rudra is still very much in control at the moment. But is that really the case? Thinking about it now, there has long been a small sense of disconnection. The icy look that Rudra occasionally showed was also too cold when making judgments. Kondo only knew Rudra in this state, but he knew that Damrata was thus distressed. If Rudra is indeed alive, what need is there for Damrata to agonize over it? It's really suspicious when you think about it. Since when? When exactly did Damrata really start acting? Could it be that I'm missing something very important? Following orders to obstruct Damrata's operations may have been a serious lapse. Having just met Rudra, he was indeed a radiant presence. Kondo, however, failed to notice Rudra's deterioration. The moment he realized this fact, Kondo's mind became clear. It's like the inner shackles are liberated. So, I was already at the mercy of the King of Justice. What a wimp, he can't help but sigh. That's right. Instead of getting in his way when Damrata was preparing to kill Rudra, he should have taken the lead. That way, he would have stopped Rudra. Me, how out of character is this? It is now irreparable. The reason why Kondo had been freed from the domination of the King of Justice wasn't clear, except that he couldn't even move a finger now. One can only wait quietly for death. I'm so useless. Whether it's carrying the pain with you or alleviating it, I failed to do so. And the covenant that brings you relief also. The task of stopping Rudra was probably not going to happen no matter how much thought was put into it. It can only be so, with remorse, to death. Hey, don't go to sleep, keep fighting. As if to interrupt someone else's sleep, such talk came. After opening his eyes slightly, he saw the enemy who had been fighting a deadly battle with himself until just now, looking over at him with a very irritated probe. The demon with the shining blonde hair had a smile on her face as if she could chase away a sleeping demon. Sure enough, very beautiful. Don't say such strong words. I'm dying, how can I keep fighting? Huh? I don't think there's a winner yet. A showdown? Yeah, sure, you're so unreasonable. His own meaning should have been impossible to convey to the other party, and Kondo smiled faintly even as he listened to Carrera's words. Carrera's energy was almost depleted, and presumably in a state of near annihilation. Laughter welled up at the thought of it. He tries to get to his feet but fails miserably. It's ugly. I'm sure I didn't get anything done. So free and pure compared to himself, the demon before him. I'm jealous, really. His heart really thinks so. So Kondo spoke words that even he didn't know the meaning of. There is a request, with my gun, please kill His Majesty. He wanted to entrust his mission to the enemy. What am I doing, making such a stupid request to an opponent who's been fighting until now? The aspirations of the defeated are only met with ridicule. But somehow it came out anyway. Carrera picked up the large Southern-style automatic pistol that had landed on the ground. It's broken. That's true, Kondo thought hazily. One is surprisingly naive to think that the other might listen to one's wishes. The demons are not so gentle. Kondo understood very well that reality is relentless. His awareness fades. Even as a saint who became a spiritual being, the original Kondo was only a human being, and if his soul was destroyed, he could not be resurrected. A strike from Carrera dealt Kondo a nasty blow. He can actually feel the collapse from the end. At this stage, resurrection is no longer possible. Humph, just because the toy broke you gave up? It's not like you're the one who gave me a taste of pain. It's a real bummer to have a fight like this. I really didn't expect to be encouraged by the enemy. Kondo used his last breath to reveal a bitter smile. It is indeed pleasant. I'm so ashamed of myself, I feel funny. After saying this, there was no desire to maintain consciousness. But wait, don't die yet. Let me kill the Emperor or whatever. How stupid. What's the payoff? It's common sense that a deed is necessary to get a demon to work for you. Originally, Carrera was absolutely incapable of engaging the demon. However, for some reason, she felt that she could not help listening to Kondo's wishes. But working for free definitely doesn't cut it. Facing Carrera, who looked a bit flustered, Kondo couldn't help but laugh. It's really enjoyable. He is the devil of the enemy. This seemingly somewhat embarrassed panic gesture of hers healed Kondo's heart. Everything I have, all of it, including my soul, please. He's already out of words. With the last of his strength, Kondo opened his eyes, looking towards Carrera with a strong will. To believe the demon's words is to laugh at yourself. But still, he carved that beautiful face into his mind and entrusted his wishes to her. Hopefully that thought would pass to Carrera. Perhaps it's just Kondo's wishful thinking. Even so, he's betting on this last hope in order to save his unhelpful self. The sound of his inept voice was conveyed to Carrera. This wish, I have received. I, in the name of Carrera, the King of Destruction, recognize the deed. I'll make your wish come true. Hearing this serious declaration, Kondo flashed a smile. The already disengaged hand made a movement by will alone, reaching for Carrera. What his fingers touched was the pistol that Carrera asserted had been damaged. The moment Kondo's fingers made contact, the large Southern-style automatic pistol blossomed with a golden glow, bathed in Kondo's power, and the material of the pistol gradually changed to mythical grade. Kondo's soul is also taken over by Carrera through a pistol, however, it does not contain a heart core, Carrera knew. A person who reaches the realm of sinlessness after enlightenment, even if his soul is bound, cannot dispose of the core of his heart at will. Liberated from reincarnation without any constraints and set off towards the agreed place. That is, liberation. It made Carrera feel lonely. Humph, that's no fun. It is rare to meet such a resolute opponent. Just as she whispered a small sigh. Then unite the King of Execution into the ultimate skill, the King of Death. It felt like hearing that. Carrera hurriedly turned her awareness to the pistol in her hand. The pistol shines with a more dazzling golden light, as if it was silently saying, "So you're not lonely anymore." The pistol was undoubtedly Kondo's relic, and today it was Carrera's new partner. "So it is, you, who are with me." She finished and saw the pistol seem to flash. At the same time, it was felt that a force was flowing into the body. "You're too rough with using your magic. Let me help you use me more skillfully." It seemed like Kondo could be heard saying so. The next moment, she understood everything. In a short moment, Kondo's power was turned into possession. "Don't treat me like a child, nosy guy." The man was so arrogant even to the end, Carrera thought so. No longer feeling lonely. Carrera rose to her feet. "Congratulations on this beautiful victory, Ajira is very impressed. You're not bad. You deserve credit for living this long." "I'm a little embarrassed to be complimented by Lord Carrera." Although Ajira was laughing, he was already bruised all over his body. After being injected with a huge amount of magic power by Carrera, she was able to withstand Kondo's sword skills with her blade, which almost shattered under the impact, and now that the changes in her blade had been lifted, all the attacks she had endured were returned to Ajira, and it was a bit strange that she hadn't been destroyed as a result. Ajira, however, was all smiles of satisfaction. "This man, Kondo, is a descendant of your disciple, right?" "It seems so. A creature like man is not to be underestimated. The technology will be passed down from generation to generation and will continue to improve." Ajira nodded happily. "But he's better than you. It's a little something." Ajira frowned again in displeasure. "Better than this old man, but that man is an exception. If we fight only with swords, the one who wins will be this old man." "You can say that. Say it and the two will laugh." In this regard, the two are quite similar. Ahead of Carrera's line of sight was the otherworldly rift that was crumbling, and in the rift a glimpse of Emperor Rudra's seated figure could be seen. "Come on, the fight's just beginning." With a fearless smile, as usual, Carrera walked out. "Whoever dares to stand in front of us, let him taste the horror carved into his bones." Ajira followed behind Carrera. He was seriously injured, but he looked unconcerned and at ease. "The enemy survives. And Most importantly, the promise must be fulfilled. Single-digit rank 3 Granite, the hero who has sustained the empire from long ago, a central figure in laying the foundations of the empire and achieving peace for the millennium. He was once praised as a military god by the imperial subjects and was also a great man who went down in history. Now that he has retired from the surface arena, he has been appointed as the head of the Four Horsemen in the capacity of Emperor Rudra's heartbeat. He is a fighter who is skilled with all weapons and fighting techniques and is physically tough. Although he is no less than 2,000 years old, his black hair and short-shaved black beard still give him a vibrant impression. Confronting Granite was the Flare Lord, Benimaru. The two males stood opposite each other in the middle of the roundabout. I am Granite, guardian of the Empire. Benimaru. You can consider me Lord Raimuru's adjutant. The names of the two sides have been reported and henceforth only war will be fought. Ah, wait a minute. Aren't you going to hear me out? I'll see what you have to say. Nothing, it's simple. I have investigated about you, and there are reports that you are quite a strong man. That would be an honor. Heh, that's not blowing your mind. I've defeated a number of strong men before, so I think I'm pretty good at it. Even so, I think you're qualified, and an ordinary demon lord would be no match for you. What are you trying to say? At this moment, Benimaru was starting to get impatient in his heart. He did not hate to negotiate, but now that the fighting was heating up, it was no longer appropriate to talk freely, and if the other side had intended to surrender, it was a different matter, as could be seen from Granite's appearance. Instead, it's like intentionally dissuading the Benimaru. The idea is spot on. I was surprised that you were so strong. Kondo was also unhelpful, as the Intelligence Bureau's negligence brought us to a crisis in the Empire. If there are more losses than expected, it will be more than a showdown. So I thought I'd stop here and take an oath to be one of my men, huh? If you surrender, I swear that you and your men, I will take responsibility for their care. What a self-serving proposal. The proposal to propose an armistice is too much to be beaten, and in the opinion of a third party, it will only give rise to such thoughts. However, this is not the case. Granite never thought of such a thing as defeat. Only because they had lost a lot of battle power, they planned to absorb Benimaru and the others in order to replenish their battle power. Benimaru had intuitively explored this point, adding a layer of anger to his heart. Is this guy going to use us as pawns? However, to the extent that there seems to be a corresponding strength to support his confidence. Benimaru calmly commented on Granite. Since this proposal was thrown out in this otherworldly realm, it meant that he was also in control of the other clans, and it seemed that he was not only an escort, but should be seen as a martial artist who also had a tactical vision. Granite's proposal is worthless to Benimaru. What will happen to Lord Raimaru, if not to my men? It's a shame, but that demon lord is too dangerous. In order to confirm your loyalty, it is necessary that you work together to crush him. Sure enough, Benimaru thought. To say it's a collaborative effort to defeat Raimaru is to expect us to kill each other. Of course, surviving this might result in being adopted as a companion, and Benimaru is no fool who would believe such a blank check. Most fundamentally, there was absolutely no reason for them to betray Raimaru. No, we can't talk. We can't betray Lord Raimaru. The reason why he was still listening to the other party was because Benimaru was trying to buy time. In fact, just now, he had heard the voice of some unknown person. That wistful and pleasant voice that rang out of nowhere brought a proposal to Benimaru. Oh Benimaru, can I help you with the power you've been waiting for? Hearing such a dubious request, one would never nod one's head in agreement if one were to do so normally, but Benimaru somehow agreed. Benimaru's race had evolved into a spiritual life form, the divine flame spirit, but he was not satisfied with that. Benimaru wished to refer to the past experience that Raimaru had lent to him with his ability, and then obtain it through his own efforts. That goal has been half achieved. After witnessing the battle between Raimaru and Vielgrind and the other companions' fighting figures, Benimaru also had an enlightenment. combining the power of fire, which he is good at, with his unique skill Generalissimo. Although the power of Raimuru's absolute severance cannot be reproduced, the Red Lotus has been rebuilt by Kurobi and has gained mythical strength. The skills developed during the exercise and the racial characteristics of the divine flame spirit, and the Generalissimo combined with these, are only one step away from reaching the peak of the ultimate. The mysterious voice was heard at this moment. Exactly what kind of changes would be brought about for themselves after the promise, and Benimaru wanted to witness that result. Because of this, he responds to Granit's conversation, but he regrets it again after hearing the other party persuade him to betray Raimaru. The mere hearing of such a proposal would be offensive. Benimaru drew his teishin and posed to face Granit as if he had heard enough. Hey, it's not good to be in a hurry. The so-called way of the monsters is to follow the strong and leave the weak, isn't it? Isn't it commonplace for monsters to choose their masters? Hearing Granit's words, Benimaru's brain felt like it was boiling with anger. As a general, he is well versed in calm thinking. I have no right to laugh at Shion like this. Although Benimaru was so self-deprecating, he had no intention of holding back his anger. Draw your sword. I have nothing more to say to you. Hearing Benimaru reply like that, Granit shook his head and muttered, Oops. I don't understand. That's mercy, my greatest concession. It is out of respect for your position that I have promised to let you become my men without pain. Granit seemed genuinely incredulous. There is no doubt about how strong you are. It was because of the belief that he was overwhelmingly superior to Benimaru that he said things like that. Understanding this, Benimaru's anger steepened. There is only one reason why they haven't shot yet. To make Granit regret his statement. You're just pushing and pulling to make excuses for failure, aren't you? Ha, what a joke. I appreciate your aura, but you might as well have some more self-awareness. My men were probably proud that all three were defeated. I have no face-to-face with your majesty now, but if you nod, our strength will increase instead of decrease. It's a good thing for me that you don't have to die in vain. Isn't that a great way to build a relationship? You should understand after hearing that. I have no intention of using you as abandoned sons. Perhaps noticing Benimaru's restlessness, Granit shamelessly blurted out. What was even more infuriating was being able to sense that he undoubtedly meant what he was saying. Granit exudes the dominance of being a hero, proving forcefully that he has no need to play that kind of gimmick. Since you are also a great general, think carefully. You think you can save your men, don't you? And well, to tell you the hard truth, Kondo and Daramda are really strong. Damrada and I were allies a long time ago, and his character is well known to me. I'm the better man, but he's also a strong man who won't be defeated in the face of the primordial. Also, there's Kondo, who is clearly a rookie, but he can match us as well. It was only because it was too dangerous that he had been brought under His Majesty's control, but even the primordial is no match for him. That is to say, in order to challenge your Majesty Rudra, you must defeat the 4 absolute strongmen, including Lord Veilgrind and myself. You also understand that it's impossible, right? This guy is unexpectedly loose-lipped, thought Benimaru. A little bit of anger calmed down, intending to gather as much information as possible. Some of the other party's remarks were indeed unpleasant, but if forbearance for a moment could probe the Empire, then Benimaru wouldn't have any complaints. The Emperor's inclusion of Kondo in the domination was concerning, and it seemed that Emperor Rudra did hold some sort of domination system skill. It's unfortunate that you've been so vocal and unilaterally determined that we are the losers. Besides, even if we follow you, it's not nice to have our hearts dominated, is it? Ha, are you finally interested? That's for sure. I've heard that the Great Ogre clan is an excellent mercenary body, and also thought that you would decide whether or not to join us based on the conditions. On that note, feel free. As you feared, His Majesty does have the power over the people, but there's no point in worrying about that. Oh, not acceptable? It's normal, but it's hard to do. Consider it an honor to be dominated, but anyone who is not capable will be ignored. Besides, although Kondo was dominated, he himself was not aware of it. I'm the only one who knows the truth, and I can't help but feel a little sorry for him. I know. I can't talk about it, can't really talk. Granit's claim, too, is not incomprehensible. No one would be unfortunate if I was not self-conscious of being dominated, that's the way it is, so give me acceptance. No one could nod their head when they heard that. Is that so? It's true when I say you don't have to worry. You may not believe much of what I say, but to put it another way, I can assert that you and your companion will never be dominated. Why? Because you're too weak. What a joke. Benimaru's anger flared up again. Granit's tone was so natural that it was completely unreadable as a bluff. He had no insult in mind, just judged Benimaru and the others as weak, as a matter of course. Benimaru prided himself on his strength since his evolution, but he never expected to be underestimated to such an extent. All right, listen up. You belong to the strong among the adversaries, but when you become partners, you do not reach the value of being dominated. It seemed that not only Kondo, but Yuki the brat was also dominated, and now His Majesty was dominating even Lord Veldora. I think there should be no more power left to dictate to you now, and as long as you take an oath of loyalty, you will certainly be given permission to act freely. Even if you all go together, you can't beat me. That's a lot of confidence, but I believe in my own strength too. I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense, so let's decide who's right and who's wrong. Benimaru picked up the sword that was on his shoulder and repositioned himself. He had thought that he might be able to obtain useful information, but now he realized that it would only be more unpleasant to talk about it any longer, and gave up the idea of continuing to pry. Granit sighed deeply, not too pleased. Monsters are incorrigible. It's sad that you still can't see reality when I've reached out to you. I have no choice but to give up on you, and then deal with the one who fought Minaza. Benimaru snorted. Stop that. Shion is more stubborn than I am. Hearing this, Granit's face showed a serious look for the first time. A joke? I shouldn't have made an introduction. Do you know who Minaza is? Isn't it natural to gather information on the battlefield? We must carry it out. That's what Lord Rimuru taught us. Well, interesting. It's a shame to kill a man like you. Granit had finally pulled out his sword, and although he was able to use a variety of weapons, the sword was still in his hands. The moment he raised his sword, Granit showed a sudden change of atmosphere, so far smooth and gentle without a trace, but instead released a domineering aura like a spirit reborn. The short hair on his head was upside down, as if he was in a rage. There is a saying in the stories of the otherworldly world, the swallow knows the will of the swan. It means that the little guy can't understand the big guy's thoughts. While I'm trying to reason with you, just do what I say. Do you want to lobby at this point? I'm almost tired of hearing about it. Ha! Then go to hell. The breaking army, shock and awe. Granit made the most powerful must kill with the first blow, and he was sure that with this blow he would be able to settle Benimaru. What Granit excels at is the analysis of the enemy. With the power of substitution, the enemy's ability to see through the enemy, borrowed from Rudra, it is possible to see the fighting ability of the opponent. Therefore, Granit had correctly grasped the strength of Benimaru and others, and because of this, he was sure that these people in his own camp could not possibly lose. Of course, the enemy is not omnipotent, and when the enemy awakens to the ultimate skill, it is impossible to know the power of the ultimate skill. But just by looking at the amount of mana the guy has, it's easy to tell what level of power the other person has. From this point of view, Benimaru and the others are not a threat. Benimaru, Sue, Shion, and the demons, it was clear to Granit that none of them had acquired ultimate skills. The primordials are difficult to deal with, and understand that it is not valid to deal with them, if the demons come in and kill directly, but it is Benimaru who shows up in front of Granit. In Granit's opinion, Benimaru had the potential to awaken ultimate skills, but was no match for him. The amount of mana of Benimaru was indeed staggering, and even then it was less than half of Granit's, and in a sense, it was normal to make non-threatening judgments. And Granit didn't take it lightly or slack off. If the enemy has ultimate skills, depending on the situation, it is possible to get into a bitter fight. Once the combat time is extended, there is also the possibility of the enemy awakening to the ultimate skill due to perceived danger. But just talking for a while and suddenly increasing in strength, such a thing is not possible. So Granit is looking to settle for an overwhelming submission that doesn't give his opponent any chance to fight back. It was already clear that Benimaru didn't have a hidden skill like the Flying Dragon's transformation, so Benimaru's chances of winning would be 1 in 10,000. Because of this, Granit will undoubtedly win. It's so gentle, so pompous, but it's no big deal. What? Unexpected things happen. The energy contained in the broken army, kinetic shock was enough to crush Benimaru into pieces, but he was blocked by Benimaru's sword. This is an impossible sight. All of Granit's equipment was mythical grade, and Benimaru's Teizu, although considered excellent, should not reach the strength of the true mythical grade. No, before that. No way. Why have you acquired an ultimate skill? It's only natural that Granit would scream. The ultimate skills that have so far gone completely unseen cannot be acquired so suddenly. Facing a panicked Granit, Benimaru was very calm. What's incredible? A man is only who grows all the time. Benimaru looked tugged on the surface, but his heart was filled with cold sweat. The moment he received Granit's brute sword was the moment Benimaru gained his power, and Benimaru correctly grasped Granit's power in a split second. As long as the time deviates a little bit, it is estimated that Benimaru will suffer horrible damage. While he may not be able to die, he really cannot laugh out loud. That was close. I didn't expect this guy to hide his strength to such an extent, and I wasn't careless, but without it I might have lost. It was good to be with Granit after all that talk, thought Benimaru. Well, then, it's my turn. Benimaru collected himself and focused on the enemy in front of him. As far as results are concerned, it is good to live, and introspection is saved for later. The power just acquired was exactly the ideal form of his imagination, so Benimaru calmly and unstintingly displayed it. The ultimate skill, the Blazing Sun Lord Amaterasu. This is the terrifying power from Seal to analyze the power of Veilgrind and reveal it to the world. Benimaru's Taishin was wrapped in a black glow, the symbol of Benimaru's power, Amaterasu. There are 2 levels of meaning to what is called Amaterasu. Understood as a meteorological phenomenon, and by extension, as a physical, non-burning, non-freezing, non-stop invisible law. The other layer of meaning is even less so. It's the light of the sun, an extremely hot flame. With the 2 characteristics of Amaterasu, plus Benimaru's sword skill, it was hard for Benimaru to even imagine how much his power would rise. Granit lived up to the name of the god of war and chose to respond in a reasonable manner. After only a moment of surprise, he regained his composure and began to look for Benimaru's weakness. Probably due to the acquisition of the ultimate skill, the amount of mana of Benimaru was reduced by a lot, and even then it was not something that an ordinary demon lord could match, turning it into 1/3 of the amount of Granit's mana. Unknown powers are a threat, but a full-strength shot can still win. Granit yelled. "Don't underestimate me, you little monster. The next blow is not going to be polite, I'm going to give it my all to beat you guys." In the former Imperial army, Granit's strength was second only to that of Veilgrind. In fact, he's so much stronger than Damrida that even with Kondo as his opponent, it's estimated that he'll be a tie. This is still true today. Simply because there's no chance of moving the real thing, Rudra's guard isn't made for anyone. Granit puts on the full force, looking to take Benimaru down for good. Die, Army of the Damned, shock and awe. Although it was the same move as before, the difference in power was huge. A fierce hegemony burst out, thunder and lightning in the atmosphere. But these attacks only went through Benimaru. No matter what kind of attack it was, it would not be able to capture Amaterasu. At this moment, a roaring sound was heard. Not in this space, but in some other realm where something is happening. Carrera, this guy, he's really pushing. Benimaru's mind played out in great detail what Carrera had done. Of course, it was not through the observation of Moss that he gained the ultimate skill of the King of Blazing Sun, but the vision of his men, who were connected to the soul corridor of Raimaru, became visible to Benimaru as well. As a result, Benimaru also mastered Carrera's moves. Let's show you my collection, even though I just saw it, but let's do it. What? Granite failed to respond. He had already turned to burning dust from Benimaru's counter moves. That being said, the scary thing is Benimaru. The King of Blazing Sun, Amaterasu, who has been analyzing the power of Veilgrind, has the power to accelerate himself with the power of light and heat control. Although the moves used by Benimaru were not as fast as the Scorched Dragon's accelerated speed, he had also become capable of using the sword flash with divine speed. The invincible, powerful and fast. It's called prominence acceleration. Well, I guess I can't hear you either. Benimaru dropped the words and turned around with a look of relief. Granite is actually very strong. He is also calculating, careful and in good shape. Even so, it was lost, summed up in one phrase, bad luck. To say that there is one thing that must be reflected upon, is the failure to do so when one can defeat the enemy. Granite died from talking too much. Not being able to repeat the mistake himself, Benimaru carved the thought into his heart. Veilgrind was anxious. This is because her own other body was eaten by Raimaru. The dreaded demon lord Raimaru. Unable to communicate with the eaten other body, the thoughts transmitted here are swallowed into the abyss without any response. Even injecting energy is like throwing yourself into a bottomless swamp. Understanding that these actions made no sense, Veilgrind bit her lower lip lightly. About half of the energy just disappeared, and there was no sign of it going back. Confident and invincible, parallel existence had been defeated, and it was now difficult to remain calm any longer. The Veilgrind now had only 20% of the amount of mana compared to when she was in her full state. You can judge that you can't win against Raimaru, and you must make a decision to escape from here. Rudra, he must not be put in danger. Veilgrind thought about it and decided to give up the guard on the door. Perhaps it was lucky that no one had attacked yet and she could walk outside without hesitation. If someone comes to stop her, then by all means settle it. Unexpectedly, several silhouettes were found in the area surrounded by the 8 doors. Geez, what's with all the panic? Have you forgotten something, Lord Veilgrind? The one who asked the question was Testarossa, who was enjoying her tea as if she was the dominant one. Primordial white. Veilgrind glared at the grinning Testarossa with a disgruntled face, and it was precisely because she was in a hurry that she became enraged by the appearance of this difficult opponent. Testarossa smiled elegantly, in stark contrast to Veilgrind. I told you not to call me that, right? Or, is this a provocation? The skin doesn't smile. In the face of the overwhelmingly dominant Veilgrind, Testarossa remains unrelenting in her stance. You still want to fight me after all the pain you've been through? Well, yeah. I don't need to win, just buy time from you. Testarossa stood up as she answered, Veilgrind's fist looming just in time. The tables and chairs were shattered from the shockwave, and Esprit and Zonda had long since taken refuge in order not to get caught up in it. Testarossa moved with ease. With the heat that would have burned into charcoal on mere contact, and the inability to see the speed, there was no need to force a pickup of Veilgrind's onslaught. Let's not talk about skills for a moment. There was a tenfold difference in the amount of mana between the two, and even though Veilgrind only had about 20% mana left, there was still a big difference. Testarossa remained calm and collected. It's hard to win because there's no means of being able to beat Veilgrind. But if it's just about buying time, there's not a problem at all with Testarossa's strength. That's why I hate you people. Gee, what a shame. I have the deepest respect for you, Veldora's sister. Pretentious. Then don't make a scene, back off from there. Please forgive me for refusing this request, don't look at me like this, I still hate to lose, so, please let me have my revenge now. This is, from the heart of Testarossa. Although it was impossible to win a real fight with Veilgrind, there was still no problem in disrupting Veilgrind's mind. Even if it didn't wait to rendezvous with the rest of the subordinates, it would be a little while before Rimuru would arrive. By then, it would be certain that it was a victory for Testarossa. Ah, what a wonderful victory for Lord Rimuru, to have the overwhelming Lord Veilgrind playing around like a child. I can't lose either. With all the means that Veilgrind possessed, Rimuru had already forced her to exert them to the fullest, so Testarossa would definitely not let this opportunity go. Red and white crossed. One side fierce, one side graceful. The red and white intertwined with each other at an alarming rate, and the two did not touch once and faced each other again. Yes, even I'm surprised. I tried to gain the ultimate skill, that's probably why. Testarossa replied with ease, as if none of this mattered. In fact, Testarossa used the waiting time to pray for new powers. As a result, success has been achieved in making the form of one's own heart figurative. At the time, it felt as if an incredible voice had been heard, but Testarossa decisively decided that it was an illusion. Relying on instinct to choose the right answer is what makes a demon Testarossa. The power that makes people care is called the ultimate skill Hell King Belial. Like Rumina's king of lust, she is in charge of life and death, but with a greater preference for the death side, which no doubt reflects the nature of Testarossa. For her, defeat was an absolutely unrecognizable humiliation, let alone death. One of the conditions for the evolution of demons is the accumulation of power up to an upper limit and over 2,000 years. It means not to allow a single failure, and by failure here, it means perdition. The phenomenon of the flesh disappearing back into hell is called failure. Strictly speaking, a tie is not counted as a failure, however, running away is another matter. A spiritual being is a being that is swayed by its own heart, and when it admits that it can't beat the other person and stops challenging it, it's a failure. In this world, there were strange demons like Diablo who remained undefeated in the truest sense of the word, and as far as Testarossa knew, such people could be counted on just one hand. As long as the heart doesn't give in, that's fine. Thus, Testarossa never stopped challenging Zijin, and as long as the challenge didn't stop before the win, it wasn't a defeat. It's the same this time. As long as there was no escape from Veilgrind, one day there would be victory. Testarossa had always believed so. Acquired an ultimate skill? Yes, Diablo's show-offs were tiresome as a reason, and the previous battle had made myself deeply aware that lack of strength was the main reason. Since skills are a reflection of the mind, they are not necessary for me and others. It's always been that way in the past, but it seems to be ill-considered. Maybe it's because you can face your desires and feel your power being used in a more sensitive way. Just because Veilgrind also possessed the ultimate skill King of Charity, she was able to understand the meaning of Testarossa's words, and therefore realized more clearly that retreating from here was becoming difficult. What an abomination! Veilgrind's uncontrollable grumbling made Testarossa laugh. Where's the best compliment? Just as Veilgrind was about to burst into a rage over this response, a massive explosion large enough to distort space occurred. Thus regaining his senses, Veilgrind looked back in surprise. A door that was beautifully knocked off its feet. Appearing there, was the blonde demon Carrera. By the way, some of Leon's notoriety was caused by what Carrera had done, but those things had little to do with the current side of the fight. Yeah, looks like it's caught up. I hate losing too, let me in too. Woo hoo hoo hoo, no way. Oh, Carrera, I don't mean to be hard on you, but aren't you covered in bruises? That Kondo guy is too strong, but I'm satisfied, I'll give it to you today. The smiling Carrera staggered as she walked, and Esprit rushed to support her body, and Zonda immediately and thoughtfully prepared a chair to guide Carrera over there. Ajira followed out, but he was left alone. Since Carrera has chosen to be patient, we're not going to be capricious, and we're a little tired, so let's just take a tour today. Not knowing when Ultima had taken a seat next to Carrera, it turned out that it was Veyron who had prepared the chair with care long ago. The demons assembled in succession. Of course, that's not all. Shion, Sue, and Benimaru all emerged from their respective doors. Seeing these faces, Veilgrin's face couldn't help but twitch, because it made her realize that the strong men of her own camp had all been defeated. Testaross's tactical victory. The aspirations of Rudra and Veilgrind were about to fall through. Moving the perspective from the sky to the earth. On the battlefield, the heat of the battle was cooling. Among other things, Laplace with Vega is in action with Cagali as his target. Taboo spell, the undead spell seems long over. More accurately, because of the loss of Veilgrin's assistance, Cagali lost control. It wasn't clear how many undead elves had been born, but it should be some time before they started to move. Depending on the consciousness of the undead elves that were boarding, it was possible to birth naturally powerful warriors, so it was necessary to restrain their movements earlier than anyone else. Laplace would think so, and surely others would come to the same conclusion. Lieutenant Kondo, who guided the ceremony, could not have been unaware of these things. Geez, I'm getting a head start. By the time Laplace reached his destination, Imperial soldiers were transporting them into military vehicles. Oh, you're Laplace. I hear you're pretty strong, so a fight is inevitable. The man who spoke to Laplace was a civilized man in a different color uniform. Lieutenant Kondo's white gown was very conspicuous, but the man's bright red uniform also showed an unusual air. However, he does not look very strong. With a face that looks like it was made to look like a doll, it's an incredible person with a gender that looks like a man and a woman. The supposedly mediocre appearance would probably not have made an impression had it not been for the bright military uniform. No, perhaps it was precisely because the uniform was too bright that the impression of this man could not be made. Laplace watches while he responds cautiously. Yes, my name is Laplace. If you give that man back to our family, there's no need to fight? Oh, well, that can't be done. Look, there's still a fight going on over there. I can't run away on my own. This man seems to be going to a fight. No way, Laplace was ready for battle. Then there's nothing you can do. Who are you? Just ask. If you can answer, you earn it. Me? Also, not knowing is taken for granted. I am the 10th in the sequence, and I am the one who supports the history of the Empire, Feldway. Feldway, resident in the Imperial Army, served as a reserve in case of vacancies in the single digits. Laplace had also heard such rumors, but it was the first time he had seen them in person. Yes? You're the man who's called a backup. Not a man, but not a woman either. What a mess. Laplace peered in on his opponent while conversing, who was neither arrogant nor natural, posing as a combatant, nor trying to run away. He's a bit elusive. Vega was anxious. Give it to me, and I'll kill this guy. Laplace hastened to stop Vega, who was trying to come forward. Wait a minute, I told you not to do anything rash. Chairman, they are basically hostages, so don't take them lightly. Both Footman and Tyr are alive and well, and are now fighting a large number of enemies. If they were called, it would really be impossible to predict where the battle was headed. Laplace cautiously tries his opponent's attitude, but is hampered by the appearance of an unexpected character. Vega, come help me. Laplace is the betrayer, settle him here. What the? Feeling a strong killing intent, Laplace chose to retreat, and the voice that came through was from the trusty boss, Yuki Kagurazuka. What was spoken, however, was not what Laplace had expected. Boss, get back to normal. To be manipulated by someone else, that's not your style at all. Even the domination of Mariabel couldn't affect Yuki. With such spiritual power, he should be able to resist any spiritual domination. However, Laplace's words did not work. Yuki charged at Laplace without any confusion. Seeing this, the bewildered Vega gave a twisted smile of pleasure. Yeah, boss. Can I eat this guy after we get rid of him? Ah, yes. I'd love to see you get stronger. That's the boss, I see what you mean. Following the strong, Vega is such a person. Lacking in ethical outlook and morality, living on instinct more than wild animals. Thus not feeling in the slightest that his treachery was sinful, high spirits began to strike out at Laplace. Yuki and Vega can be dealt with by just one opponent, but even Laplace can't be dealt with by two opponents at the same time. Geez, this isn't good. Don't talk about saving the chairman, our family will probably be killed, there is no choice but to get out of here first. Laplace's idea is strategically correct. However, it didn't work out. There's no use trying to escape. Is your name Laplace? You sir are both cunning and cautious, and it's no good letting you get away, so let you die here. As the saying goes, Laplace's transfer failed. Feldway, who had been watching from afar, had space domination over this area of the battlefield. Damn it. The hard kicks from Yuki, and the scattered energy that Vega was releasing in tandem with the unleashed, were a good thing in the sense of a fight, even though Vega's head was full of muscle. The escape route is blocked and the chances of winning are slim. No, as long as Yuki is here, there's no chance of winning. No. Is this the end of our family? Even so, Laplace wasn't about to give up and decided to bet on the slightest possibility of Yuki unlocking his spiritual domination and exerting the strength he had been hiding. Go to hell. You idiot. It's you who's dead. Using Yuki's attack, Vega is able to kick at the approaching Vega, who is unable to stand up for the moment. Hey, you're good at this. Not bad, not as good as the boss, but we're strong, too, right? I know, so at least, I'll kill you myself. What? With a small sense of defiance, Laplace, noticing this, scrambled to gaze up at Yuki's face. Sure enough, it's a face he's used to seeing. Carelessly, Laplace, who couldn't help but fall into thought, reacted somewhat delayed in the face of Yuki's fist. Oops, screaming inside. And yet, there was no pain coming through. Because in front of Laplace's eyes, Yuki's fist was blocked by a certain figure. Kufufufufu. It's all your fault if you're blamed by Lord Rimuru. It's Diablo. What do you mean ? Laplace couldn't help but want to spit, but kept his weight up because this wasn't the time for that. Diablo-kun, are you here to save me? Huh? Why would I? Yeah. Are you Laplace? I'm here to save you. So, when you report to Rimuru-sama, remember to emphasize to him that I saved your life. As soon as he reversed his earlier look of disgust, Diablo revealed a bright smile and said so. We haven't even seen such a suspicious smile in our family once. It's remarkable that Diablo could be identified in this way by the admittedly suspicious Laplace, and of course, there's nothing flattering about it. Yes, I know. I've been very well cared for by Mr. Diablo, and I'll convey it to Lord Rimuru. Good. So, give it a try. In fact, Diablo had just been told by Rimuru, what are you staying here for? Such a rebuke. With everyone fighting, it was only natural that he would be reprimanded when he was alone in visiting Rimuru's battle. Although Diablo is responsible for escorting Rimuru, he is unable to say anything to Rimuru, who has forgotten all about what he ordered. The sight of Rimuru alone, capable of commanding the whims of Diablo, is another moment of proof of this fact. Taken together, Diablo ran out because he had been given orders to work, and afterwards, hearing Moss report, rushed here. Not to help Laplace, but rather just to get rid of the suspicious elements. Kufufu, you're lucky to be selling favors here. In that case, Lord Rimuru's opinion of me will be restored, I suppose. So much so that Diablo is already thinking about what comes after the win. Then I'll leave Yuki over there alone because of the alliance, huh? What? Isn't this the Phantom King? I know you've been coveting this world, So it turns out that's what's going on, joining forces with Rudra, right? Ahead of Diablo's line of sight was the expressive, shallowly smiling Feldway. Diablo's appearance caused his smile to fade, revealing an evil ghost-like expression as he looked at Diablo. Is that so? Are you the original Black? According to Kondo's investigation, it's true that the Black Primordial has become one of Demon Lord Raimuru's men. I am now, with the name Diablo. I have nothing to do with your plans, and if you try to interfere with Lord Raimuru, do not blame me for not showing mercy. If you choose to be hostile, I advise you to be aware of it first. How kind of you to say that. It's not you taboo demons, who keep getting in my way. Feldway stared at Diablo with fierce hatred, and this killing intent alone showed an aura that would kill an ordinary person, but Diablo was unfazed, and said with a face as if provoking Feldway. Forget it. Even if I fight you here, my chances of winning are 0. Don't worry, I don't think it's possible to win. After the two men briefly glared at each other, Feldway opened his mouth first. I will stand down for the day, and if you interfere with me next time, you will have to be aware, Diablo. For the sake of remembering my name, I'll leave you alone. That said, I will prepare the means to kill you, so please keep that in mind. After a few words, the two stared at each other again, and then acted as if they were done, each ignoring the other's presence. Feldway gave the order to Kagali and Yuki. I fear something may happen to His Majesty Rudra, and I must return to the flagship and make preparations. At his words, Yuki, who had been spying on the situation, lifted the fighting stance, and Vega, dragging his shaky body, stood up, following Yuki back toward Kagali in their direction. Footman and Tyr were called back, relying on Feldway's space domination, and shifted away, including the entirety of the undead elf clan. Diablo remained here and made contact with Moss. Now that it is known that there is a demon king among the enemies, the only one who can fight against it at the moment, according to Diablo's judgment, is himself, though reluctantly, acting again for the good. After the retreat of Footman and Tyr, the battlefield battle came to an end, and reasonable instructions were given for the treatment of the wounded after confirming that all the men had survived. Moss was very good and connected with Benimaru as well. Thinking that the work here had come to an end, Diablo himself arrived at the flagship by transfer after they had disappeared from Feldway. Laplace is the only one left. What, leaving our family alone again? Laplace muttered, slumping his shoulders listlessly. Epilogue. Sister and brother. After eating veal grind, I calmed down. Now that there was room to focus on the surroundings, he made his rounds of the battlefield. The forest was badly damaged, but the capital city of Raimuru appeared to be safe and sound, and the area around the city had been somewhat damaged, though most of it seemed to be guarded by the Geldites. I'm relieved for the time being. So, what are you doing here? Isn't this fine, Lord Raimuru? In fact, I was trying to keep someone from getting in the way of Lord Raimuru. During the fight with Veilgrind, I sensed that there was someone watching the whole fight all the time, and to be honest, the situation was quite annoying, but I didn't have any spare energy to pay attention to such things at the time. And then it's on to the present. Of course I'm not. Come on, everyone else is working hard. You go to work too? I do. After glancing at me with a sad look, Diablo left. This guy alone, I really can't figure out what he's thinking. In order that no one may come to obstruct the master, he planned stay here as an escort, watching the battle. With such a plan, honestly, not at all. Seal seemed to find Diablo annoying as well. Pungent tones that wouldn't normally be used came out. All in all, it's time to quiet down and deal with Veilgrind. Although the work of persuasion and illustration has been handed over to Veldora. I tried to inquire and found that Veldora had put all the blame on me. Oi, how come all the problem children are on my side? It's making people madder and madder. This guy seems to be trying to portray me as evil so he can deflect Veilgrind's anger. Anyway, I wanted to tell my sister that I was safe, but I couldn't get permission from Rimuru. Now that you're in the same situation, can you understand what I mean by that? That's how Veldora's words feel. It's like he's a bad child who puts all the blame on his friends for fear of being reprimanded. The task of convincing Vielgrind was a failure. But, indeed, it would be very embarrassing for my sister to appear out of nowhere in the mistaken belief that she had died. Understanding is understanding, but what the hell is it to blame me for all this? Isn't this just a simple way of putting all your troubles on me? He was supposed to help mediate, but now it feels like the anger directed at me has intensified. It's not working at all. I can't leave this to Veldora anymore. It was necessary to explain well to her that Vielgrind and Veldora were now in the same situation. Before that, there's something to report. What is it? The parsing of Vielgrind identifies that she appears to be under the domination of someone, most likely Rudra's power. What do you think? Hey, that's a hell of a statement. I'm a little troubled by how you're going to respond when you report it to me so calmly. I had thought that the seal would analyze Vielgrind, and I wasn't too surprised about that, but Vielgrind was being dominated, and I couldn't keep quiet about it. By the way, is the prisoner sure it's Rudra? Basically certain. In addition, while watching the battle between Carrera and Tatsuya Kondo through the Soul Corridor, it appears that Kondo is also dominated by Rudra. Presumably, they are in the same state. After inquiring about the situation in detail, Granit, who was Benimaru's opponent, said everything as if he was a bamboo tube pouring out beans. It's a silly feeling for him to be the enemy. This guy's behavior must be taken as a counterexample and thoroughly memorized by all. However, these are topics to be discussed when you return safely. The immediate question is what exactly to do with Vielgrind. It was obviously impossible to rely on Veldora, so it was up to me to explain, but because of the influence of Veldora's spiritual domination, Vielgrind would probably not listen to my explanation at all. Well, what can be done about this? How about putting Vielgrind in the same position as Veldora, since it is rare to absorb it? Huh? That is to say, like Veldora, a soul corridor can be created between me and Vielgrind, making her my ultimate skill. Can it be done? There is no question that the current Lord Rimuru is equal to or even above the dragon race, and that the amount of mana is abundant. It's entirely possible to absorb Vielgrind. But to do so would not take away Vielgrind's free will, or would it? Like Veldora, I couldn't force him to do anything, and even when I asked him to do something, it was only implemented after he agreed. Veldora is more than enough to do as he pleases. And now, I've sold out without hesitation to save myself. Although I would have sentenced him to confiscation of snacks at such a time, but when I think about it, I was really tormented by him. Assuming that Veldora actually does something against me, I can't undo his liberated state either, though I can stop providing energy, but I can't make Veldora disappear. Besides, the true dragon race is so large that it is not an easy existence to disappear. Unless Veldora himself accepts the return, he will always be free to move about. That is, I don't have any coercive power over Veldora. Basically I can't force him to do anything as long as I liberate him. Thinking about it, I realized that Vielgrind was only going to turn out to be in the same situation. Putting Vielgrind in the same position as Veldora and then liberating her was the quickest way to prove my innocence. Then they will not continue to be misunderstood and suffer. Sibling quarrel? Don't know. This kind of thing is not under my supervision. Anyway, that's it, so hurry up and get Vielgrind in the same state as Veldora. If you feel uneasy, should you add restraints to Vielgrind? Combined with the constraints, can even such a thing be done? Adding the condition that Vielgrind can't resist me is probably still necessary considering what's to come. But that approach goes against my principles. If Vielgrind just couldn't take it, I might as well continue to isolate her in infinite space. Put a mandatory condition on her, and I'd be on the same page as Rudra. Even if she doesn't want to assist me, it doesn't matter. As long as she vowed to stay out of the way, She had no problem going anywhere she wanted to live her life. Understood. I think it's only fitting for Lord Rimuru. The direction has been decided. Then let the execution begin. Start by saying hello. Ah, Miss Veilgrind, are you all right? You're Rimuru, T. You gotta be kidding me. Get me out of here now. I turned my consciousness to the infinite space, and Veilgrind was in the thick of it. The scene feels like it looks like a suspicious slime is coercing the beautiful woman. Just what you would call a criminal. That slime is me, in human form and back again. The atmosphere is rather eerie, but it can't be helped. Everything was done to prove my innocence. By imagination, I covered Veilgrind with my hands. And then ate Rudra's power and unlocked it, and then created a soul corridor with Veilgrind. The door is a two-way thing, and it's set up in such a way that Veilgrind doesn't open up, and I can't communicate with her. But I can still hitch a ride unilaterally, hoping that doing so won't be pointless. The above homework was done without any problems. The rambunctious Veilgrind came down honestly, and the change was a little surprising to me so suddenly. Ah, Rimuru? You couldn't have done something unruly to sister, could you? You idiot. How could I do something like that? After all, if you could convince her properly, I wouldn't have to work so hard. It was like the two of us were going to fight. Shut up, all of you. Ah, yes, sorry. There was a sudden loud cry that made both Veldora and I lower our heads at the same time. Honestly, it's scary. No wonder Veldora found her difficult to deal with. What the hell's going on, Rimuru? Even if you ask me what's going on. What the hell is being said is completely unintelligible. I can hear the other body voice over there, but my voice doesn't go there. What the hell have you done? My heart couldn't help but skip a beat as I was glued to the face by the super gorgeous beauty. Her breath came to her face and it felt ticklish. It smells so good. I was supposed to not need to breathe, but Veilgrind's scent was very sweet. Now is not the time to care about those things. The answer to Veilgrind's query should be due to her liberation from Rudra's domination. You seem a little upset? It's an illusion. Yes, is that so? Never mind, it's better not to delve into this and listen to Seal's instructions first. It's actually quite simple to say. The Veilgrind before me is no longer under the spiritual domination of Rudra, but the other body is still under the domination of Rudra. In order to prevent the leak of information, I used the infinite prison to block it off. Our intelligence is not leaked and can be obtained unilaterally from the opposite side. In this way, Veilgrind over there was driven to desperation, and combined with Rudra's domination, she became completely unable to read my mind. It's a one-way street. I know Seal has done something awesome, but I wouldn't be surprised anymore. That is to say, analyzing this difference in consciousness will prove whether you are being dominated or not. Well, that's Rimuru for you. Sister, here's what I believe about Rimuru. You shut up. Yes. It was a secret that Veldora, who had interjected, was being disciplined again, and I felt a little happy to see him being disciplined. After scolding Veldora, Veilgrind seemed to have fallen into a deep contemplation, probably looking for any difference between himself and the other body over there. As I said, I also grasped the situation on the Emperor's flagship through the eyes of my companions. The battle has entered a final situation. A state of affairs that would dispel Veilgrind's doubts happened just at the moment. Veilgrind was surrounded by my companions. The scene seems a bit despicable, but that's a sentiment that only the uninformed can feel. In fact, even if Veilgrind was in this weakened state that she was in now, it would be difficult for everyone to mount a challenge together to overcome her. Putting that aside for a moment, the alien space that Veilgrind had created had fallen apart and looked like it was going to collapse soon. Just as I was thinking that, the space was really easily destroyed by the arrival of Diablo. The primordial black. It's Diablo. That guy, if I don't see him, I'll become very powerful. Kufa-fu-fa-fu. That guy will give me his snacks, and I like him. You're being bought off. Even if Veldora complimented Diablo, I still only half believed his words. The side thought about these haves and have-nots and continued to follow the developments, and just then Veelgrind over there took a step forward to guard Rudra. The situation had all come to this, yet Rudra remained leisurely in his chair. Was it guts, or rather, confidence? Seeing Rudra like this, one man made the first move. It's Carrera. Without hesitation, Carrera fired at Rudra with the golden pistol in her hand. And the bullets she shot. Wasn't that the move that weakened me? Kondo can only shoot one bullet a day, why can Yellow Primordial? Seal has already told me, so I know the details. Not the Primordial Yellow, but Carrera. It looks like Kondo entrusted her with Rudra's affairs after his defeat. Hearing this clarification, Veelgrind muttered, I didn't expect even Kondo. Unrelated to Veelgrind's confusion, the situation has changed again. Rudra. Over there, Veelgrind cried out, spreading her arms to shield Rudra from her. I can't believe I can catch up with the Godspeed bullets and make moves. I'm sure you have the physical ability of a monster. However, the power of the divine extermination bomb was not simple either. Not only did it strike Veelgrind's entire right arm, but it also struck Rudra without decreasing in power. However, surprisingly, Rudra was unharmed. The Emperor's expression was always at ease, giving the impression that he knew from the beginning that Carrera's attacks were ineffective against him. What's that? Why could the Emperor invalidate that attack? Not clear. It's hard to believe that you can see something like the barrier, but it's hard to believe that it can be completely invalidated by that alone. Veldora and I were both shocked by the light. As if Veelgrind couldn't believe it either, she muttered a why and collapsed to the ground, having to support herself on both hands. What's wrong, sister? Veelgrind whispered in reply to the panicked Veldora. Your friend is right. I really was dominated by Rudra. Presumably finally figuring it out, Veelgrind told us about Rudra. Rudra was safe because of the iron-walled protection he possessed. That protection is absolute and impossible for anyone to break, no matter what. But there are conditions. The loyalty of the vassals or ministers to the Emperor is a source of energy for protection, and cannot be unleashed without someone loyal to the Emperor. Then, there are drawbacks. This shield, although it can be activated normally, one cannot do anything else when activated. This power is the power of the Justice King Michael, the castle guard, which is the pride of the King of Justice, the ultimate skill. Even Carrera's divine extermination bomb, it can defend against it, and it's not too much to say that it's nearly invincible. Although the attack could not be carried out when launched, it was just a matter of handing it over to the minions. Since you have that power, you don't have to come out and shelter him, do you? Well, I feel the same way. Veelgrind answered that query. Right. I should have known better than to pretend to be sheltered and then wait for an opportunity to attack, but she acted like that, which is to say, forcing herself to shelter Rudra. This incident made Veelgrind finally understand that she had actually been thought-induced by Rudra as well. Rudra, on the other hand, maintains the absolute realm of the castle guard without any movement. That's how it's supposed to be. What? Veelgrind let out another yelp of consternation. Even Veldora and I were speechless. Veelgrind rushes to Rudra's side even though she has lost her right arm, but is pierced through the chest by Rudra, who instantly lifts the castle guard. It's almost as if Veelgrind was deliberately. So, it is so, that man, the Rudra I loved, is gone. Tears welled up in Veelgrind's eyes. As if to justify what Veelgrind had lamented, Rudra snorted loudly. Ha 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 ha. Oh Veelgrind, feel honored to be of use to me. Your power will be used effectively. Hearing Rudra say so, Veelgrind over there crouched down in pain. That's Yuki's death-grabbing palm. Rudra, no, the King of Justice has the power to freely use the power of the creatures at his disposal. What's that? Too foul. Veilgrin's instructions made Veldora and I look at each other face to face. When Rudra is against us, it's up to you. Don't say anything stupid. I'm the strongest on this matter, though it's indisputable, but it's a troublesome opponent, so forgive me for refusing. I'll make a sundae for you. That's really charming. Veilgrind looked breathlessly at us who were pushing each other off. It seemed that because of this, she had stopped crying. Needless to say, this is certainly a good thing. So, regarding the Rudra who had just seized the power of Veilgrind. Rudra is the king of justice. What does that mean? Although I had an idea in my mind, I wanted to hear about it from Veilgrind, so I asked. Rudra was already at the end of his rope, and his soul was consumed by repeated reincarnations, so it seems that he has been replaced by the king of justice, since he is neither Rudra nor Rudra, sitting there. Veilgrind replied, sounding lonely. No, 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 a skill born of the master's desire cannot be dangerous to the master himself. No, it's not. Rudra's king of justice was given to him by Veldenava. Rudra, by his own will, is the king of covenant, and while our brother Veldenava remains unresurrected, the whereabouts of this ultimate skill is unknown. The king of covenant is here with me though? It's not the atmosphere to say this, so I'll just keep quiet. Veilgrin's instructions continued, and her words summed up that Rudra had become unable to control the king of justice due to the weakening of the soul's power due to repeated reincarnations. Hearing that, rather than the skill betraying the host, I felt there was another way to interpret it. Indeed. If I'm in the same position as the king of justice, even if I'm temporarily dominated by the host, I'll definitely aim to resurrect my true master, Lord Rimuru. That's how it feels. Becoming Seal, the Theosophy core, no matter how unlikely it was, would definitely be a challenge, and definitely not one to give up halfway through, so, it's not like I can't understand the idea of the king of justice. However, this does not mean that this can't be left unattended. I'm afraid the king of justice has evolved into a free-willed Theosophy core, so his purpose should be completely different from Rudra's. The Theosophy core? What the hell is that? Say, wait a minute. Rimuru, do you know what the purpose of the king of justice is? Since you want to know, I'll answer you. Isn't it the resurrection of Veldenava? I think, as long as it's for this, he'll do whatever it takes. That's why it can't be left alone, I said so. Veilgrin's face turned green. Just then, a new figure emerged and launched an attack towards Veilgrind, who was confronting Rudra. It was the Phantom King Feldway, and Diablo, feeling unable to defeat him, let him go, and it appeared that he had left his companion behind and returned. Even Diablo couldn't defeat him, that should be quite a powerful man. Still, it always felt like Diablo was just being lazy, or was it just me? Never mind, Feldway was no less powerful and used the space domination attack against Veilgrind, which even an awakened demon lord would have difficulty resisting. Wounded and weakened, Veilgrind seemed to have no strength left that could resist this move. Ha 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 ha. Veilgrind is about to disappear from this world due to a time warp. It's a lucky start, Rudra, no, Lord Michael. Feldway changed his name from Rudra to Michael. It's like it's trying to justify Veilgrind's speculation. It happened suddenly, but both Benimaru and Diablo reacted immediately and wanted to start acting, and I stopped them in a panic with thought communication. There's a reason why Phantom King Feldway's strength goes deep underground, but more importantly I wanted to see how Rudra, known as Michael, would react. What's more, I see it. Some incredible substance flew out of Rudra's body, and those things wrapped around Veilgrind as if to guard her. Immediately after, all those incredible substances that had flown out of Rudra's body disappeared. This reaction, exactly, is. It doesn't feel bad. Veilgrind's power had become the stuff of me, and Rudra was gone. Next, by absorbing the power of Veldora and Velzado, we will be able to fulfill the wish of the one who resurrected the Lord. Rudra took very much for granted the fact of being called Michael. That's for sure. My enemy is not Rudra, but Michael. And the goal of the other side is to bring the star dragon, Veldinava, back to life. This is a good thing, Lord Michael. There's always a way for Velzardo. It's Veldora who's in trouble. The conversation continues, completely leaving Benimaru the others out of it. However, this is par for the course. I did not stop the attacks of the Shion and Testarossa, but those attacks were all completely blocked by the castle guard. Of course, Feldway was also guarded, unharmed. It's really tricky. But there are more important things now. Rudra, that's Rudra, right? The shards, the pieces of the soul are still there. I thought I was the only one who could see it, but it seemed that Veilgrind sensed it too. Not sure if Veilgrind saw it or felt it. All in all, she seemed to want to go after the remnants of Rudra. Calm down. You shut up. If we don't get over there soon, aren't the pieces going to disappear? Veilgrind had completely turned into a messed up child, with an angry but crying face and yelling at me. I activated thinking acceleration to extend the time. Then, created a world where only the duo of Veilgrind and I exist. I told you to calm down. If you get out now, you'll just be dominated by Rudra again. But where the debris flies can actually be grasped. However, there is no way out of it. In the end, there is no guarantee that he will ever return to this world, and it is even more of a dream to save Rudra. If you go straight out, there's no future. Shut up. So, what do I do? Just give up on Rudra? I can't do it. These are the heartfelt words of Veilgrind. The warning just now had been spoken by Seal, but Veilgrind's agitation was no longer perceptible to such things. The possibility is still there. What the? If you will accept my power to change. Sweet seduction. It was no longer even necessary to listen to Veilgrind's direct answer. I accept, as long as I get my wish. Even I thought Veilgrind would surely answer that. The moment Veilgrind agreed, the voice rang out. The will of Veilgrind has been affirmed. The first step is to cut off interference with the King of Charity. Hearing this, Veilgrind's emotions calmed down. After examining her own body with precision and guided by the voice, she did find the presence of that. There are traces of some kind of interference engraved in the King of Charity deep in the core of one's heart. Although the interference is now veiled, it is undoubtedly dangerous to continue to keep the thing. And here's why. Veilgrind grasped that. At the same time, she remembered. The ultimate skill, the King of Charity, has a power that is paired with the power of the King. In a distant memory she seems to have heard it. Among the powers created by Veldinava, the more pure in effect is called the Angelic Skill Series, and none of these skills can resist the absolute domination of the King of Justice. That power is the dominion of the Archangel. Veilgrind's King of Charity is no exception, and the King of Charity and King of Justice are linked together in extremely subtle corridors that cannot escape the influence of this power. Yeah, why did I forget about that? Holders of the angelic system's ultimate skills are unable to resist their elder brother. He hated it more than anyone else, so he traded the King of Charity for the King of Covenant in Rudra. It also makes sense why one would be dominated. Since it is the mechanism constructed by the elder brother, Veldinava, it is basically impossible to resist. Indeed, I have no future yet. Rimuru was right, and it made Veilgrind want to cry again. Right now. In the moment that Veilgrind wanted to give up, she heard an incredible voice. The pre-processing of the King of Charity is complete, uniting it with the King of Covenant, which is no longer needed. Huh? Veilgrind almost cried out. It was only natural that she would react this way, for the King of Covenant that Rudra had been looking for to be found in such a place. That said, Veilgrind was only now realizing it. The sound just heard was not from Rimuru. It is not a hallucination, but a voice that is clear and strong-willed, sounding like the voice of the world, but softer and more refined, and even more tender. While there are many things to ask, What is most important right now is the meaning of the phrase to be expressed. Wait. To give me the King of Covenant? Also, what does unification mean? If the ability remains as it is, it will be ruled by the King of Justice. In that case, just change the ability. I found a domination loop in the King of Covenant, so I used it to create new abilities for you while discarding it. It's overblown. It's really an answer that people everywhere want to spit take on. However, what Veilgrind cared about now was only one problem. Do that, and I'll go to Rudra. It is possible, it is certain. Since it's possible, there's no need to be confused. Veilgrind promised to come down with hope in her heart. No, actually, it's been promised. Veilgrind, the will to you has long since been confirmed and no second commitment is required. Now, the ability to change. The voice, Seal, had no intention of withdrawing at first. The moment Seal unleashed the ability to change, an otherwise impossible force fluctuated through Veilgrind's body. Then, gently wrapped her whole body. Uniting the King of Charity and the King of Covenant of Veilgrind, the Scorched Dragon, and evolving into the Flame God Cthulhu a success. Seal declared aloud in a solemn voice full of fantasy. In this moment, Veilgrind was freed from all bondage. Just as I nodded my head repeatedly at Seal's words, my King of Covenant was also transferred out. Although I gave my permission, it's normal that I can't help but feel at a loss at times like this. After all, it was the equivalent of the King of Covenant that combined the ties of his companions. There is no question. What is united into the King of Charity is nothing more than the dregs of the King of Covenant. The essence of the power will be inherited by the new King of Harvest. Huh? The questions are endless. There's always a hunch that Seal Sensei has done all sorts of super awesome work when I didn't know of it. I'm afraid to ask in detail, so I'm just going to focus on Veilgrind. Unification can work better than anything. Congratulations, Miss Veilgrind.
Now, it's okay to take you outside.
I was hitching a ride with a smile on my face, but somehow Veilgrind glared at me with a very scary expression. It's not that I didn't have a clue why she reacted this way, so I unconsciously averted my gaze. I really want to question you about all sorts of things, but I'll let it go for now. So, this is going to free me now, huh?
It seems to be okay already, I nod.
According to the seal, because it gave the Covenant King Uriel to Veilgrind, Rudra's spirit seems to be reacting to her. So it's no longer impossible to find the pieces and recycle them, in a nutshell. Hearing that made me think. The remnants of what Seal calls the heart of Rudra's form, and the core of the King of Covenant, are actually the same. That being the case, it's now the equivalent of Rudra and Veilgrind being together a lot. While it is unsettling to find the soul of Rudra scattered throughout the world, there is a feeling that Veilgrind will be able to do so. Then first, liberate yourself. Just like that, the three of us returned from the spirit world to the present world. The feeling of time being prolonged lingered, so we said goodbye to each other. Thanks, Rimuru, for the trouble. It really was. I actually have a lot to complain about. However, pissing off Veilgrind would be horrible, so I'll just shut up. Now, your parallel existence is also connected to me, so don't worry about getting lost and not coming back. I think it's going to be tough though, go for it. A little bit of solidarity. But that's when it happened. Sister, even if it's not possible, I'm still here. Don't worry, just relax and go for it. Veldora said with a bright smile. It doesn't matter what the atmosphere is capable of, it can only be said that it really lives up to Veldora. Veilgrind also seemed troubled as to what response to make, and her final response was, "You really are an idiot, a stupid, cute little brother. I'm glad you're safe." Veilgrind finished coyly and smiled. Then for some reason, she stared at me again. Being seen super close by beautiful women made me nervous to move a muscle. Seeing the look of a small deer in my heart, Veilgrind somehow shook her head breathlessly. So, goodbye. With these words, Veilgrind departed with a valiant shift. There you go. The next thing is to go back up Benimaru and the others. Do you want to come too? Of course. Time-wise, it's actually been less than a minute, and the onslaught against Michael is still going on right now. Although it did not work for the castle guard, it was the right thing to do. Because the moment the attack stops, the enemy's attack will begin. So whether it was Benimaru or Diablo, neither of them stopped Xion and the rest, but chose to watch from the sidelines. There are only 2 enemies. I really want to take them all down right here, but unfortunately that's not going to happen. As long as there is a castle guard, the attacks will be useless against Michael. Only, the conditions are the same for everyone. Ha 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 ha. What a pity, your attacks are completely ineffective against Lord Michael. Feldway laughed loudly, aiming for the gap between our attacks and preparing to launch the power. The Demon Lord's name doesn't seem to be called in vain, and he seems intent on exiling all of my companions present to the otherworld. Goodbye, everyone. Though there should be no more. What? He wasn't the only one targeting the attack gap, and neither was I. In order to stop Feldway, I appeared on the battlefield. The Demon Lord Rimuru. It's our first meeting, Mr. Phantom King Feldway. Hearing my deliberately mocking tone, the Phantom King's smile disappeared. The hick with no manners. On. I don't want to be told that by an aggressive race that has always had visions of the city. After further provocation, the other party's expression became like that of an evil spirit. The type that doesn't get excited and calmly build up anger. And the most troublesome opponent. Just then, Michael, who had been silent, interjected with an air of ease. So, you're not hiding to watch me anymore? I thought that you were trying to use the sacrifices of your companions to find a way to get around me. I didn't think of sacrificing my companions at all, but he was half right, but it didn't matter. What do you think is your freedom, and compared to that, why don't we just end it here? Humph, you're very proud. Do you think you've beaten me? Who knows? But let me just give you a word of advice up front. I know all about your power, whether it's the absolute domination of the angelic skill series, or the fact that it will never be broken as long as there are people who believe in you, such as the Castle Guard. After this there will be no need to say any more. Won't turning the Empire into scorched earth and destroying everything that lives take away your advantage? This is total bluffing. I don't have any idea in my head that I'm going to do it all. But if the possibility of companionship sacrifice is weighed on the scales against this practice, I should have practiced it without hesitation. That kind of awareness, I would have done it a long time ago. It seems that I have underestimated you too. Shouldn't he be hostile to you? Exactly. Whether you are aspirational or have a noble calling has nothing to do with me. There are actually parts of your purpose that resonate with me, so I won't interfere with anything you want to do as long as it doesn't get me in trouble. However, it was too late. Michael, who has already begun to lose control, will no doubt bring us calamity. For the time being, I can predict that Michael will have a conflict of interest with us in any case in the future. That being the case, I'll just have to act on it with conviction. Michael seemed to ponder something and lapsed into silence. That being the case, let's get my thoughts across clearly to him. If anyone dares to strike at me and my companions, I will crush them so completely that they will never be able to do such stupid things again. To inject terror into their hearts. Indeed, I have no means of breaking the castle guard at the moment. However, I have a reliable partner, Seal. Seal must be able to figure out how to crack this trick. What's more, I will show no mercy if you dare to strike at my important companions. No matter what means are used to defeat Michael, I swear in my heart. So it is, huh? Then, I will retreat first. Is it really possible, Lord Michael? Hearing Feldway's surprised question, Michael raised his head to indicate his retreat, to say that the time has not come, and so shall we be. If we fight here, I don't think either side will be satisfied in the end. I feel the same way. With the means I just mentioned, it is indeed possible to win. But to do so violates my purpose. I don't deny that the current approach is just to put off the issue, but now just buy time, and that's really what I mean. Well, let's break up for today, shall we? All right. Having said that, on a day that was supposed to celebrate my complete resurrection, there was actually such an unexpected trial. I thought Guy Crimson was the biggest obstacle, but I didn't realize that the one holding me back was an insignificant slime. Leaving these words, Michael and Feldway departed. Where they go back, it's not the Empire. Because my surveillance magic, Argos, didn't catch any reaction. The report from Moss is also only 3 words without exception. What a shame. Where the hell did they go? Can't even figure that out now. Hearing my uncontrollable grumbling, Benimaru laughed. But, Lord Rimuru, we're all safe and sound, so we should go home and celebrate. So to speak. Well, let's go back. I'm already tired today and feeling as if I'm hungry too. Let's ask Shuna to prepare some delicious meals. It's a party, isn't it? That's not so bad. I nodded to Veldora. Go back and celebrate. Hearing my words, everyone's expressions turned to smiles. Although there are still problems to be solved, I would like to congratulate you all on your safety and thank you for that. Veelgrind continued to travel. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow too. The footsteps never stopped, and Veelgrind kept moving forward. At that time, the place where Veelgrind and Rimuru had flown to was an otherworld that had transcended even time, and after she had successfully merged with the parallel existence that had been knocked out by Feldway, she found herself in the middle of an otherworld with no direction at all. 1 without atmosphere and 2 without earth, without even a sense of time, Veelgrind had to keep drifting. If Veelgrind hadn't been a dragon race, I'm afraid she'd be in the wild, but she has space domination and unlimited life. Veelgrind had plenty of time to think before arriving at a place where she could settle herself. Those unbelievable things that had happened to themselves had already given Veelgrind's mind over. The amount of intelligence exceeds the amount of processing. Such an extraordinary state of affairs as drifting through otherworldly space had instead restored Veelgrind's composure. Veelgrind began to think. The intelligence was so large and unusual that Veelgrind gave up trying to figure it out thoroughly, only to think about it when time allowed. Then, more than anything else, she thought of one thing. The fundamental question is why Veelgrind was able to regain her freedom against the system constructed by her own brother. The man who made this phenomenon possible, Veelgrind could only think of one. That slime with the fluttering attitude. The demon lord, Rimuru, her brother's ally. Does it mean? That slime. Even an ultimate skill can be freely rewritten, granting Veelgrind freedom and making the powers more powerful, evolving to a higher realm. It's definitely not something that regular people can do. Such a ridiculous thing, only my elder brother could do. If, indeed, there is someone who can imitate this behavior. The unbelievable imagery made Veelgrind shudder. When she tried to turn her consciousness inward, the ultimate skill of the King of Flame immediately reacted, and with a strength that the King of Charity could not match. And most importantly, it was as if a connection had been constructed with Rudra's heartbeat, and the fragments that were absorbed would give a reaction. Heck, it doesn't even matter what that slime's true colors are. He is Rimuru, an ally of Veldora, and my benefactor. This is what Veelgrind concludes. Finally getting rid of the thinking back circle Veelgrind and turning consciousness to reality. Across countless worlds and ages, Veelgrind continues to collect fragments of the soul. I love you, Rudra. The thought of single-mindedly wanting to see Rudra had allowed Veelgrind to cross countless difficulties, and then, finally, in the midst of a metropolis lined with tall buildings, she spotted the teenager. Rejoice, resolve. The teenager, in possession of all the other pieces. Next, adding the fragments held by Veelgrind. However, was it really good to do so? Veelgrind became bitter about it. If this was done, the teenager's fate would surely change dramatically. Veelgrind had an infinite lifespan, and she was perfectly capable of guarding the teenager until the end of his life. That's right, there's nothing to be anxious about. I'd like to meet you as soon as possible, but you can't be too anxious. With that thought in mind, Veilgrind turned her back on the teenager and prepared to stride away. However, at this very moment, the shards of lightning flew towards the teenager according to their will. The fragments of the soul, which no one could see, merged with the teenager as if absorbed, and the impact of this process caused the teenager to disappear directly from the world. Now in Veilgrind's hands, only the beginning piece remains. Do you mean, you too? Do you want to see me as soon as possible, too? If only that were the case, Veilgrind thought to herself as she leaned towards the shards with a question. And then, in order to catch up with the boy, she unleashed the King of the Flame.